sounds like your voice is coming through some sort of a sound effects gate. Maybe that's just feedback. Oh no, it sounds better now.
Sounds better now? Okay, good. Just testing out to see if
It's
my
weird.
voice...
It was probably just some kind of feedback.
Okay.
Weird. Sounds like your voice is coming
there
through
we
some
go.
sort of a
You're coming through.
Oh, good. Oh no, it sounds better now.
Sounds better now? Okay, good. Aha.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me all right now?
I can
That
hear
always
you.
sounds feedback.
All right. Testing now to see if the volume is coming through. Thank you for the upvote. I don't know who that was who gave us the upvote, but thank you for that.
Really?
Just waiting to see if the volume's working. There seemed to be a horrible echo. Testing now to see if the volume is coming through. Oh. All right, that sounds better. I don't know who that was. All right, so Otto, can you do your testing thing? Waiting to see if the
Okay. Test.
Yeah, there's something wrong when you talk. When you talk, I'm getting feedback from your side. So Otto, can you do your
All right, let me try adjusting. How about that? Test.
Oh dear, that's not good.
1, 2, 3. Does it help if I lean closer? Test. That's all. Should we log out, log back in, or?
Now I have set mine up. Okay, let me go over here and see what's happening here. It should. I'm hoping that the echo will be over. Oh wow. Okay. Oh well. Now
I see I'm on the Rumble channel, and I can see a screen superimposed over the.
All right. You maybe need to refresh your page.
Oh, it's gone now. Just disappeared.
Good. Okay, good.
I will refresh. I'll refresh it anyway. Oh, that's a nice image.
Okay.
No, there we go.
All right. Well, I seem to have got rid of everything. Now, the only thing we're waiting for now is for Roger to join us.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. I'm going to just put the music on and mute us. All right. Well, hello everybody. Welcome back to the same old show with a brand new name. We are now calling ourselves Anonymous Shakespeare. So, as you can see, we are still delving into the quest for the author of Shakespeare. Did Shakespeare write Shakespeare? It is Thursday, the 14th of March. It is just past 12:30 here in New Zealand. And joining me today on my quest is Otto X from Navakavada Buddhism. Hello, Otto. Welcome back to the show.
Hello, Roberta. Wonderful to be here as always. Looking forward to tonight's discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. How are you doing over there in cold, cold northern North America?
Well, not all that cold now. It's not as warm as I'd like to be, but it's not as cold as it could be. We are springing into spring slowly but surely. Unfortunately, that means daylight savings time as well, and that always, of course, is a rather stressful and disconcerting time filled with cognitive dissonance. But well, it happens twice a year, and we managed to get through it. So, but that's probably the most exciting thing that's been happening around here.
Well, talking of cognitive dissonance, we have a very interesting article that we're going to be looking at today, which appears to me to be full of cognitive dissonance. So let me just introduce the article. It was kindly suggested last week by one of the viewers. Thank you very much indeed, Ferrex Phasma, for suggesting this fascinating article by George Orwell, which is called Lear, Tolstoy, and the Fool. It's a very interesting summary of Tolstoy's opinion of Shakespeare, followed up by Orwell's opinion of Tolstoy and then Shakespeare. So it's really interesting and in depth, and I don't know if we're going to get through it all, but it does seem to me, Otto, that part of the conflict in this article is that people are very blinded by their own points of view. It seems to me that we have all these people coming at this one subject from completely opposing sort of worldviews and understandings of language and understandings of culture and goodness and consciousness. What did you think about that? There's interesting people and interesting points of view.
Well, that's interesting you put it that way, because that's actually something that we learned in Buddhism, is that we bring a lot to anything that we perceive. Nobody is a tabula rasa when it comes to these perceptions. So everyone is going to be bringing a lot to the table before they even sit down to, enjoy their Shakespeare. To continue the metaphor, people are going to have different seasonings. They're going to be using different utensils, eating off different sorts of plates. Some people from a wooden bowl, other people from a slab of bread, which was an old kind of a trencher thing. But so yeah, whenever we our senses encounter and endure anything, including a thought, because the mind is a sense, we are bringing a lot of our own preconceived notions. A lot of the way, we look for special and certain things in what we perceive. It's a sort of a truism, and in the song, man sees what he wants to see and disregards the rest.
Mm-hmm.
This is truer than not. And in this case, I think Orwell makes a very, very good argument that, Tolstoy, when he was looking at Shakespeare, was very much looking at something that reflected his own life situation, particularly in the play of King Lear, and something which he did not like to see. And this also is a truism, and you may have noticed this in life, that very often we dislike people who are like ourselves. Because sometimes we meet people who are like us, but they're like us in ways that we don't particularly like about ourselves, and we spend a lot of time ignoring.
Yes.
And it's harder to ignore when you're seeing somebody else acting it out. And Orwell talks about how Tolstoy made similar life decisions to King Lear in the play, which led to similar consequences of basically being miserable because of his own decisions. And I think Tolstoy felt very uncomfortable with being reminded of some of his, rather unskillful actions is the nicest way to put it.
Right.
And of course, he's not to be blamed. No one's really to be blamed as far as that sort of thing goes. You do the best you can, but he had the sort of personality that had a lot of trouble dealing with that. I mean, I think a more skillful thing a more skillful way to approach it may have been if he had said something like, "Well, that was a mistake. Maybe I should, change my course." But he stubbornly, hung on to what he was going to do right to the end of his life. And as Orwell points out, his life even ended arguably similarly to the way Lear's does. So that's one of the big elements about this pamphlet, he calls it. I think it was originally an introduction to a longer work that Tolstoy wrote on the subject.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd never heard of this, by the way. And I'm not, I'm not a great literateur. I'm not, especially not with the Russians. But and I can see why, because it's one of the weakest things that I've ever read by him. I've read some Tolstoy, I've read Karenina, never got through War and Peace. But I was a little surprised at this, which is like basically polemical mudslinging. I didn't see a single convincing argument there, and it didn't take Orwell. I mean, Orwell pointed out the emptiness of a lot of them.
Yes. Yes.
But yeah, it's just now. You read the article too, I take it. And what did you think of just the idea that Tolstoy was uncomfortable with the Lear character specifically because of his experiences with his children? You're a parent yourself. I'm not. So you've got a further insight on that. There's a special bond and a great deal of emotional energy between parents and children. And this is something Tolstoy might have been afraid to look at.
Well, before I answer that question, we're just going to welcome Roger Hanson live to the mix. Sorry. Sorry for that little break there, Otto. Hello, Roger. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, welcome to the show. How are you today?
I'm all right. So are you on the show actually right here and now?
We're right here and now. We started 12:30.
Just getting started.
Getting started.
Okay.
Yes? Do we have
Figured you'd get here and I'll jump right in.
So we were just talking about why it was that Tolstoy had decided to focus on King Lear, Roger. And it is fascinating to think that out of all the plays that he could have chosen to rip apart, that he chose this one about a person who was so similar to himself. And another interesting comment that Orwell makes in this article is that he talks about how the theme of King Lear being renunciation, and how later in his life, Tolstoy himself renounced, as you say, he renounced his privilege and wealth and position to live as a peasant and failed. So it's fascinating, though, that before he himself made his big renunciation, he was so against this play, this particular play of Lear, that was, as you say, so similar to him and so similar to his problems with his children and his issues, and strangely, even his death in the end. And I think that Orwell makes the point that people like things because they are things that happen in the world, not because they're made up stories. So when a story parallels situations that happen in the world over and over and over again, people are drawn to that story. So it's interesting to me how Tolstoy was drawn to this story to give his comments about Shakespeare, drawn to the story that was as close to his life as you could get in Shakespeare's writings. it's
like a magnet.
Yeah, it's a strange comment on the human condition, I think.
Yeah.
And these, yep.
So you wanted me to answer a question? Is that what it was?
Yeah, we were just chatting about Tolstoy.
I was just you
I
asked me
see.
like
What did
She
I
started
ask
going
you?
off. Yeah.
What did I say?
You kind of lost your way there.
I just wanted to double check.
I was wondering.
So it was great what you said and everything, but I kind of got confused there for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, was I asked you a question?
No, do you really want me to answer any of that?
You just jump in with your opinion. Just think.
Well, like after the last show, I was talking about how when we get together, it was amazing to me because I didn't say cuss words. And like, there's one exception I have to make, and it's when it comes to Tolstoy. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just say this one time, and that's it. Basically, what it comes down to with Tolstoy was he was a dick.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
And he wasn't a very pleasant person. And a lot of the things that Shakespeare wrote, he did have some points. Like there are parts about Shakespeare that are tedious. Like with a lot of it, if you're not aware of like the older English, you're going to have an encyclopedia and a dictionary and every other tool you can find to figure out what it is he's actually saying. So that does get kind of tedious, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It gets kind of confusing. But the thing about Tolstoy that I disagree with is that I feel that Shakespeare's relate only to art and poetry. You know what I mean? Like when he made that statement where he says that it doesn't relate to art and poetry, I don't understand where he's coming from with that. You know what I mean? Because that's pretty much what it was. And a lot of his arguments, if you look at them and then you go to what we were discussing last week, relate to all of the older criticisms that were made by him, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a lot of it that he was making his criticisms about was made before by Ben and Samuel Johnson, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Where he was mixing up kings and clowns and stuff like that. So mortals with fairies, and I mean these same criticisms were made. So he's just basically jumping on the bandwagon and adding the same rhetoric that was said before him, you know. And he tried to accuse him of being a plagiarist and stealing stuff. I mean that's Robert Greene right there. I mean, Robert Greene made the same claims during the time period, and it's just the same rhetoric, in my opinion, of what was being said. He was probably doing it for, you know, fame, to kind of build himself up as with a reputation and stuff. Because a lot of the stuff I read that you showed me there was pretty much just the same rhetoric, and I have a real hard time with Tolstoy. Like even when I read something that has something to do with him, it makes my head just freaking want to explode. I cannot handle Tolstoy. He just, you know, like I actually tried to read some of his stuff, and while I was doing it, my brain was telling me, please stop reading this, you know.
Right.
Until finally I had to stop.
I wouldn't get that way about Hegel. Yeah, that's it's okay.
It was like, please just stop.
Don't abuse your poor brain.
Yeah.
So,
but that's my take on it.
there's an interesting comment here from Ferox Phasma, who says that a compilation of Orwell's essays can be found in 2 volumes. The first one, Facing Unpleasant Facts, and the second one, All Art is Propaganda. Now that's interesting, because you're just saying here that you think that Tolstoy was also against art.
Well,
I mean, it's interesting that Orwell says that all art is propaganda.
Orwell definitely has his own idea of, this is an interesting article, and we've been talking about the first part where
Yes.
Orwell is basically, deconstructing, not that it needs very much deconstruction, Tolstoy's objections to Shakespeare, but then we get down to Orwell's version of Shakespeare. And again, now Orwell is basically, I mean, to my mind, he's creating a Shakespeare, just as Tolstoy created a Shakespeare. And, Orwell was a bit of a lefty, shall we say. And I'm looking at it, talking about Shakespeare being not that pleasant a fellow. After all, he would flatter the people in power, things like that. Translation meaning that Shakespeare wrote heroic characters who were noblemen, or noble women for that matter. And of course, Orwell would expect any such character to be shown as, a blood-sucking leech, or somebody with grinding the face of the starving poor, in a fascistic feudalism that never existed. But so it's, Orwell is writing from his own. He's bringing a lot too. Like we were saying before about, Tolstoy, as Buddhism tells us, brings a lot to what he's thinking about and what he's experiencing. He's looking for certain things, he's ignoring other things, and Orwell is doing the same thing here. He also goes out of his way to make a, what he calls humanism, atheism basically, and any sort of a spiritual, deistic philosophy have to be mutually exclusive. You can only be one or the other. In other words, if you believe in an afterworld, then you have to be, completely rejecting of this world. And on the other hand, his argument is that if you don't believe in an afterlife, and this is a common humanist argument, that therefore you put all of your investment in this world and you live a better life and so forth and so on, and then it's just the black hole. And of course, the trouble with that is that it quickly morphs into, well, if there's only a black hole, all that matters is how well I do, and that should be by any means necessary. Because after all, there's no objective morality. And again, I'm not saying that this is the case, but that this is very often, this is the logical extension of these ideas, basically epitomized in the phrase, nothing is true, all is permitted. And that's where Orwell, I think, takes us eventually. He probably would be very horrified by that idea. All of those Fabians would be very horrified by where their ideas took us, but they took us there nonetheless. So, but yeah, Orwell Shakespeare is also, I think, a bit of a projection of Orwell's idea, kind of like George Bernard Shaw's idea. I don't know, Bob, if you had a chance to look at those videos I sent you a link to. And
unfortunately, not yet. No.
Oh yeah, I'll make sure you get a link to, Roger. Basically, a wonderful thing done by the Encyclopedia Britannica, based on George Bernard Shaw's ideas about Shakespeare plays, and he talks about Shaw's idea of Shakespeare, and it's a very interesting one. But all 3 Shakespeares are completely different. Shakespeare, it's good we use that a logo with like a question mark over his face, because Shakespeare is one of those things that we project so much onto. He's sort of like the cloud images. We look up into the sky, and you can see all the different shapes and stuff in the cloud. Everybody sees a little something different. But Tolstoy had a Shakespeare, Orwell had a Shakespeare, George Bernard Shaw had a Shakespeare. We all have our own Shakespeare. And perhaps we get the Shakespeare we deserve. Certainly Tolstoy did.
Yes, indeed. Well, we have a very interesting stream today because we have another guest who's just joined us, somebody who hasn't joined us before. So welcome to Mark Edworthy. Hello, lovely to have you with us, Mark.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
So, Mark, we've just started off. We're having a chat about this interesting article written by George Orwell about Tolstoy and Tolstoy's opinion of Shakespeare. And Roger started off saying that, in his opinion, Tolstoy was a dick. What is your opinion of that?
A dick. I don't know what to say about that one.
Welcome to the show.
Sorry, Mark. Sorry.
You thought it was going to be a boring show, didn't you?
I think, Roger, I think you need to explain yourself a bit.
Well, I already did.
He
You
did.
just go off that.
I didn't know.
No, unfortunately.
Well,
What's-
I can kind of give you a brief breakdown of it. Like, Tolstoy was a real rigid person. You know what I mean? A lot of his ways of thinking and his opinions were really, really rigid. You know, that's the basic way I can say it.
Give us an
know.
example.
So,
Yeah,
and that's what I was basically going for there.
Mhm.
Okay, you need to, give us an example.
Well, like with the way he freaking writes, for one thing, man, you just sit there and you read his stuff, and it was like I was telling these guys, man, I tried to read as much as Tolstoy as I could, but while I'm reading it, my brain is just telling me, please stop doing this. This hurts. You know what I mean? So
It's interesting that in this article that George Orwell is commenting on, Orwell says that one of his first arguments with Tolstoy's writing is that he feels that Tolstoy describes Shakespeare as a bad writer. And he says that's something that is demonstrably untrue. But then, having said that he thinks it's demonstrably untrue, he then goes to say that what is a good or bad writer? Surely there's no actual definition of it. But if something stands the test of time, you can assume that that was good writing. What do you think, Mark?
Yeah.
I was just about to say, define what is bad. Bad is one of those words that could mean anything to anybody. But if a piece of text survives for what, let's say 100 plus years, then it must be of good in some respect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
mhm.
And let me throw something in about Tolstoy. Just I think one of Orwell's points is about Tolstoy. This is getting back to like his rigidity and his dickiness. Let's not go further, please. And he was a renunciate, like King Lear. That was one of the things about the article, which you probably haven't had a chance to read, but Tolstoy hated Shakespeare, and I was saying earlier, I had never heard of this pamphlet by him before, and I can see why. It is one of the weakest things I've ever seen the author of Anna Karenina write. I mean, I can't believe that anyone would even take this thing seriously, because he doesn't give any good reasons why Shakespeare is bad, except that he doesn't like Shakespeare, and nobody else should like Shakespeare, and everyone else in the whole world is wrong. And this is part of, I think, what Roger is talking about. This was just Tolstoy's attitude in life. He was like this with everyone and everything, apparently. But one of the things that he did was he decided a renunciate.
So he was a equivalent. Shakespeare was equivalent at Tolstoy's time, as let's say Trump would be today in certain societies.
Well, yeah, he had Shakespeare derangement syndrome. Definitely, he was like, he was, and Orwell's idea is that just basically, and he focused on the play of King Lear because he found King Lear to be very similar to Tolstoy's actual life. Because King Lear is a guy who gives up everything, gives up his land, gives up his power, and then expects everyone to be nice to him. And that's what Tolstoy did. He gave up his titles, his power, his land. He was going to go live like a peasant. He was still hitting people, and he was still screaming at them like he was like, a count or something. And they were still serfs because he couldn't. And he was miserable doing that. But he did it because he thought he would be happy. And Orwell's point is, if you're going to serve people, you have to serve people, not serve yourself by serving people, saying, "Oh, I'm going to be a renunciate, and then God will like me, and I'll even be happier." And but Tolstoy just had this dog in the manger attitude. At least that's how Orwell analyzes this, and I don't disagree. Reading this, it's one of the pettiest attacks. You read the article when you get a chance. And again, I'm like reading this, and I'm like, how could an intelligent man write this down and allow other people? I would cringe if I presented this as my best evidences and arguments to establish a proposition, because it's all basically I don't like him and you shouldn't either, and the whole world. He even talks about mass psychosis, shades of fake news. It's like, well, people should really think the economy is booming, and they don't because they're just thinking wrong, stuff like that. And so yeah, but that's catching up on Tolstoy as and to be fair, let's say the other half of it is a lot of these creative types, they're not all that pretty to see up close. It's like, I like the paintings of Van Gogh or Van Gogh or however you pronounce him, but you really want a guy who's having like sword duels and getting drunk and playing with guns with kids and having ears chopped off. And, you don't want that guy in your living room. Or Dr. Hunter S. Thompson. I love Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, but you want this guy discharging Magnum firearms in your ceiling when bats are swooping, or, coming home in the middle of the night loaded on acid and coke and stuff. It's fun to read about, but I'm an old guy. I like to get my sleep at night. So
Agreed.
A lot of these guys can be real true.
The one thing I'd like to add to that too is if you pay attention to what's being written there too, I would personally say that Tolstoy was irritated by the fool in the play. That annoyed him. He was very irritated by that. He was more annoyed by the fool than the actual play.
That's really fascinating. That's one of the things that I thought when I was reading Orwell's summary of Tolstoy's objections, was that it sounded to me like Tolstoy just didn't get English. He didn't get English. He didn't get the culture. He didn't get what the language was doing. He didn't get this type of entertainment of the rowdy masses. He couldn't get his head around the upper classes and the lower classes all being portrayed on stage together in this sort of chaotic, rambunctious way, which is what people love about Shakespeare's plays, is that it's as if it's a shot of just real life in the streets with no literary adornments.
Yeah,
I suppose that's something you could say about the script. We've always had this sort of form of satire that we will take the piss out of ourselves as well as the people around us. That's just a British thing, I think.
Yes. British humour is a specific thing. There are some people who just do not get British humour, don't you think?
Definitely.
What do you think, Otto, as an American? I mean, I know you are an Anglophile, but what do you think about British humour? And do you think that Shakespeare is a good example of the emergence of British humour?
Well, he was, that was the emergence of so much of what has, basically defined modern English literature. This was the English literary Renaissance. And I think his humor certainly set the stage. And relating to what Roger was saying about the fool, part of that British tradition is the fool, the clown. Shakespeare was full of clowns and fools. Usually they were like clowns or just rustics. Occasionally a full-blown official fool. in a few of the plays. And of course, Lear's Fool is probably the most famous, although as the Fool and As You Like It is also a touchstone. But a fool always had a special privileged position. A fool could say anything and was very often the social critic. And the fool was also immune for attack. And in fact, in Twelfth Night, he goes on about it in detail. Not Twelfth Night, excuse me. And As You Like It in detail, where he talks about how if you rail at a fool, you just make a fool of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
If a fool makes a joke about you, you're supposed to give him a cash tip, in order to show that you don't take it seriously, sort of thing. So a fool was a very privileged position, and you're able to make commentary on your society. And in fact, kings kept the fool so that someone wouldn't be flattering them. It was his job to say to Lear, don't sell your lands, don't sell, don't be an idiot. You really think these people that are kissing your toes right now when you have power are going to feel very well inclined to you? The guy that made them kiss their toes for the last 50 years, you might be surprised. And he's like, but he didn't listen to his fool that time. And Tolstoy didn't want to listen to his fool, to the people that were giving him a little common sense, saying, you can help poor people, but you don't have to impoverish yourself and go, become a poor person. That's not really, that's more of an ego trip, I think. Really. But as far as Shakespeare being, sort of by definition, he's going to be quintessentially British, and I think you can, and probably people have traced some of his stuff right to the later British music hall stage. Certainly, some of the jokes are recycled that long.
Yes, Roger, what do you think about Shakespeare, Tolstoy not understanding the English, the language in which the play was written? Do you think that's part of him hating the fool, is that he didn't understand the culture that the fool was coming out of?
I think the fool represented him, and every time he read that play, he was seeing a bit of him in himself. And with a lot that's been discussed right here in this part, what really sticks out to me is when it was mentioned, Shakespeare's plays have continued to be admired over a long period because they corresponded to the irreligious and unmoral frame of mind of the upper class of his time and ours. Now, when I read that, I've made comments in some of the other episodes too about this. Like, that is so far off base because, the first off, royals, and especially the royal family, they didn't go down to the playhouses. That was where they considered the reprobates to be. And if plays were seen by the royals, it was seen in the castle. Okay. Nobles even never went to them. That was where they stayed away from, because that was beneath them in their state of mind. So when they make this this statement, it's completely unfounded because that's not the way it was back during that time period. It was, plays were generally performed in the palace where the nobles or the royalty lived. They didn't go to them. So that's the thing that really throws me off. It makes me think that a lot of this is being written down so that it could help out in the movement for communism during that time, because Orwell and all of them were all big into that, and they were always wanting to talk bad about royal families and about the upper class and stuff like that. So I can kind of see that. And during this time too, there was a movement that was going on where socialists were attacking older traditions and beliefs that were false, that people believed in the regions. Like you had the pan the Pan something that was in Russia, Pan Russian or maybe. But these were old folk wars and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
Slav, racial, blood, land, and race, or something like that.
yeah, blood,
Bread,
land.
blood, and land. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those concepts. 2 points. Remember that Tolstoy died, what, 5-6 years before the revolution?
Yeah, but come on.
Well, to be fair, that revolution was the fruit of many, many years. I mean,
that's what I mean. Yeah.
I mean, they didn't have a party, as such. This is way before Marxist-Leninism or anything wacky like that. But there were definitely currents that were working towards this, and it was the Fabian Society. These were currents that were working towards things. And when the Russian Revolution did arrive, it was the Fabians that welcomed it with open arms. And you can't really blame them because they believed in their own paradigm. And, they would go on very careful tours of the new Soviet Union, and they'd see, happy Potemkin villages and Potemkin factories and so forth, and report this back to the West. But, these were things that were being talked about even then. A lot of that's been suppressed. G.K. Chesterton, one of the most popular writers of his day, brilliant man, a great writer, except for his detective stories, has largely been, as they call it, memory hold. He would debate George Bernard Shaw regularly, and the general consensus was he usually got the better of the debates. They were good friends. Chesterton was great at being friends with people he disagreed with, a great trait. I wish more of us had it today. But he was one of the people pointing out, the logical extension of a lot of these ideas that were very popular then and which have been inculcated into our societies. Our societies have acted on them, and the results have not been uniformly successful. That's not to say that they don't achieve certain things, but it's at the cost of other things. And I think that's something Chesterton always wanted to point out. When you make any change, you might be gaining something, but you're losing other choose to gain and what we choose to lose. But that's a little off the Tolstoy thing.
There is a expression that used to be quite popular in this country, and you don't hear it very much these days. But there's this idea of you have heard of the long march through the institutions. The concept.
Yeah.
This idea stretches back to the Frankfurt School of Philosophy or Culture back in the 50s.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, about an ideology slowly creeping through public and private sector institutions. We've seen this in the last 15, or actually a lot longer, but evidently in the last 15 years in education. Where we've seen the increase of socialist or extreme socialist viewpoints.
And when you guys, when I was discussing the socialist thing, I really wasn't at that point discussing Tolstoy. Now, you got to also remember that George Orwell was involved in this too, and he was a well-known socialist.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I was getting at in that statement. It was more aimed towards George Orwell than it was Tolstoy.
Oh, right. Yeah. Although he was carrying on some of those currents. And of course, Orwell had his own bad experiences with the party and wrote 1984, which was basically, that's a real life criticism of socialism, criticized from within. So I think it's pretty accurate.
It's very, very interesting, I think. You were saying earlier, Otto, you were saying everybody has their own Shakespeare. And I think this is something maybe that I'm really thinking about or coming to with reading this, is that in some ways, I don't feel we're talking about Shakespeare at all. I'm not quite sure what we're talking about, but it seems like Tolstoy's talking about Tolstoy and Orwell is talking about Orwell, and nobody's really talking about Shakespeare.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, in a certain sense, when we talk about Shakespeare, we're talking about ourselves. We've talked about Orwell, Shakespeare, and Tolstoy's and Shaw's, and of course, we all have our Shakespeares. But I'm reminded of Harold Bloom's Shakespeare. Bloom, of course, being probably the leading Shakespeare scholar and English, just basically the last of the great English literary men. I mean, as a critic, last of the great critics. He had his own Shakespeare, and he called himself a bardolater. He actually worshipped Shakespeare. He practically turned it into a religion, and he celebrated the resurrection of Sir John Falstaff in that wonderful bit in Henry IV, where he pretends to be dead, and then he pops up again at the battle. And he would celebrate that every year. But he himself had an amazingly personal Shakespeare. And in fact, I've mentioned this to you before, Roberta, about he actually hated the play The Merry Wives of Windsor because he felt that Shakespeare didn't treat Sir John Falstaff properly and failed to accord his character the right kind of dignity. And he considered, he was just crawling to the royals with that one. He created Falstaff into this great anti-hero, this pacifist, this man that looked war in the eye and spat at it. And he did make some very interesting points about Falstaff's character. Falstaff's usually seen as the coward, and the prince always called him that, the cruel, cruel prince. Bloom hated the prince, saw a lot more hatred in the prince than I see actually in the play. But he points out about Falstaff that even though Falstaff has always been called a coward and this and that, the fact is that he is a soldier. The fact is that he does go to these wars, is an experienced soldier, and he does in fact lead his men, cannon fodder as they are, damnably as he's misused the king's press, as the phrase was, that he did, taking all of that money for the healthy soldiers. He still was a soldier, and he was a soldier who knew that it's better not to fight. And a soldier that was not going to take any chances on the battlefield because he wanted to get home again. And a practical soldier who wanted peace because he knew what war was. This was Harold Bloom's Falstaff anyway. And again, Bloom, who again I think is probably unfortunately passed on not that many years ago, but a guy who was, I think arguably was the best person to talk about any aspect of Shakespeare that existed in the 21st century. He had a very twisted view of Shakespeare. So there's no objectivity when it comes to Shakespeare, even the greatest scholars, and down to each and every one of us. But that's not a bad thing. Part of it is that reflection off that unknown face. Who really was the author of these plays? That picture of the bard with the question mark. Perhaps it's not a question mark, but it's a mirror that Shakespeare holds up in front of us, holding the mirror up to nature, right? Then what, right? So,
one thing that really gets to me too is about with King Lear. It's mentioned in there about how Tolstoy made a lot of these errors and stuff. Now, with the way I'm seeing it, it sounds like Tolstoy really never even read all of it. He probably just skimmed through when he was making his criticisms. That would make more sense, especially when it comes to King, the rant and everything, because I guess there was a statement made where he doesn't clearly describe how he was tired and wanted to retire.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And
yeah.
That tells me that maybe he didn't read the previous part, which clearly mentioned it. You know what I mean? He's just skimming through it and getting annoyed.
Yeah.
Because that's what I do with Tolstoy. I just kind of skim through it. I get my headache, and I'm like, I'm not going to go any further with this crap. I just can't handle it. He really, man. I know, Mark.
If you've got like an antipathy to something you're reading, you're gonna skip over parts. I'm guilty of that myself. Yeah. If I'm trying to force myself to read something that, like you're saying, my brain says, "Don't read this." Like we were saying, I know people like that with Hegel. I think, no, this is insane. But yeah, you do. Yep. And again, Tolstoy was in that frame of mind where he was being very selective in what he was looking at, and he would probably really there were probably things in Lear that he just didn't want to see because it was hitting too close to home. There's that old saying, home truths. And there were things about Lear's life that were a little too close to his own decisions. And of course, that's one of the things people say when they talk about why do they like Shakespeare. Somebody asked me that once. I remember I was reading Shakespeare. I always have a copy of the complete plays somewhere nearby. And this guy I knew said, well, why do you read Shakespeare all the time? Why do you like Shakespeare? And I couldn't really answer. I had to think about it for a minute. I'm like, why do I like this stuff? And there I am, like Roger says, I've got like dictionaries and all these things so I can get through. And I'm like just pouring over these books all the time and have been for years. And finally, I had to think about it. And I said, because everything is in there. Everything is in there. We can learn as much from great literature, I think, as we can from experience in the world. And that's the touchstone of what makes it great. You know, Homer's Odyssey, Shakespeare's plays, Moby Dick, you know, and the Book of the New Sun by Gene Wolfe, which I think is going to be held in esteem. From these books, we can learn a lot about ourselves and about life, and we see ourselves reflected in them. And as we grow, like a book like the Book of the New Sun, I read in my late teens. I came back to it in my 30s. I'm reading it now in my 50s. It brings me something new each time. I see the depth of the knowledge that is reflected in it. And you know, the writer doesn't even always have to be conscious of what he's doing. That's another great thing about art. These things are reflected in it. That was part of what Orwell was saying, you know, well, you know, Shakespeare would have this or that deep thing, but it seems to be scattered through the play. The whole play is a reflection. The whole play is informed by these ideas, and they're presented in a way that's nonverbal a lot of the time. It's almost like a physiological conversation as much as anything else. And I guess that's why I like Shakespeare. That was the best I can come up with.
Yeah,
Just something
I think.
just sorry. Just something that just occurred to me is Tolstoy. Shakespeare compared to Tolstoy, Shakespeare is a lot more accessible, easier to read to the common person, or the average person, and whereas Tolstoy isn't anything from Tolstoy is not a light to read.
No.
You try and finish a War and Peace in the weekend.
No, thank you.
Indeed. Yeah.
Now, when you were talking too, Otto, you know what that reminded me of? It reminds me of when you're watching a really, really good episode of freaking Family Guy and something Peter does pisses you off because you've done that before.
I know that. Yeah. Like, oh, now they all know about me. Okay, we have a couple of comments here from Ferox Phasma.
Right.
So thank you so much for joining in and for commenting. Let me read these comments to the panel. It says, interestingly, Bloom strongly disliked the Harry Potter books.
That's true.
Yeah. In a sense, Bloom is to Harry Potter as Tolstoy is to King Lear. If popularity is the litmus test, as Orwell claims, is he wrong about the Harry Potters? And then he says, to be clear, he is meaning Bloom. Was Bloom wrong about the Harry Potters? And then he says,
would argue,
yeah.
Sorry, I would argue that see if Harry Potter is still remembered popular in 100 years' time.
Yeah. Okay, so Ferox Phasma says here in brackets, maybe this cannot be answered until it is seen whether Harry Potter is praised in a century hence. So
He will be. He will be. I'm
sorry.
so amazed how many people watch and read Harry Potter. I mean, that just blows me out of the water. I mean, really, it does.
You know, I think.
How long has Harry Potter Harry, I keep calling him Potter. Harry Potter. When was the first book written?
Oh, it was a while ago.
Yeah, but it's only within the last 20 years.
Yes.
Yeah, it hasn't been
would
that
have
long.
been.
Yeah,
Yes.
10 or 15 years maybe.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
when we were my age,
more than likely, Harry Potter didn't really become a thing into the films.
yeah, that's a good
Well,
point. It's more of a movie thing. I think it'd be interesting to see
I
what the
don't
book
think
sales are.
so. Yes and no. But I mean, the first book of Harry Potter just went like crazy. It went viral. It was everybody read it. And then the other books that came along, she sort of wrote them with a view to putting them in the screen because the first one had just exploded. So it's very hard to really separate it out, I think.
There are some writers that actually, I think their work is very easily adapted to the screen, conscious or unconscious, and that can help a lot. P.G. Woodhouse's writing was like that, actually, I always found. And of course, he did work a lot in theater. But I actually did read the first Harry Potter book after it had been out for a while, and I was like, all right, well, I'll look. I like fantasy. And I remember reading it and thinking, it's not a bad book at all. I don't see why people are so super excited by it. And I did like the ending. I thought the ending had a pleasant twist.
Yes.
But I thought it was, and perhaps, and thinking about it just now, maybe the reason it was so popular is because I found it a very unchallenging book. It was not a challenging book to read. I like a challenging book to read. Book of the New Gene Wolf. Oh my God. It took me, I don't know, 3 or 4 readings before I figured out that Severian is not a reliable narrator. What's going on here? But the Harry Potter book was very accessible. It wasn't challenging. Of course, I didn't read any of the other books, but the story was just a story. I kept expecting there to be more plot twists. I guess maybe I read too much detective fiction. But it was
Harry Potter was also aimed the demographic that was aimed at was teenagers anyway. So you don't want anything overly complex, I think.
On
exactly.
a writing aspect, okay, I've actually heard a little bit about that, and it's actually in the story because you got to understand that where the story starts out is very important, okay? And one thing they focused on was the fact that Harry Potter was getting on a train, okay? Now, when you start a story out where that story involves the character getting on a train at the beginning, they've shown that makes a story very successful. And if you recall in the first movie, he was getting on the train. So they do stuff like that inside of these stories, and it doesn't matter how compelling the writing is or anything like that. They do it according to the plot, and they set it up according to certain ways and make sure that it starts out a certain that. So
what are you saying is the majority of the books are extremely formulaic.
Yeah,
they've got a certain pattern.
She definitely does. She has him every single year. He goes through the same growing up. I mean, the first book is when he's 13. The second book's when he's 14. He goes to school. He has these adventures at school, and then at the end, everybody goes home for the Christmas break. So the pattern recurs.
I read that she actually stated many years ago that she was influenced by Adrian Moe. Series of, but I Sue Townsend. So I can sort of, and that's very sort of similar, sort of roundabout.
When my children read it, they said the main thing that they said was, it's exactly like life. That's what happens at school. That's what it's like to be 13. That's what people are like. They were able to enter into it at their level of development. And every single year, she picked up the challenge a bit, and she put more. The evil was more evil. The puzzles
Right.
were more intricate. So she took her audience. She got her audience on the first book, and then she took them through this coming of age process.
Yeah.
And every single year there was a book. Yeah, it's very, very, very interesting. Okay.
No, if you want to compare that, to another book that's out there that did pretty good and it was plot based, that's Legally Blonde, and I know a lot of people won't agree with that, but that did really well, and it was for the same reason, because of the plot.
Right. Yes. Well, how really interesting. Okay, we have talked a lot. Okay, so Ferox Phasma says he thinks that it was published in 1997, and he also reiterates that the books were huge before the films. Yeah, and I think that was with the...
I was, what I meant is the films aided in the further promotion of the book.
Definitely. Yeah. Very much like Star Wars with all their little characters, their little merchandise.
Leave Star Wars alone.
Let's give Harry Potter that century.
Yes.
I'm inclined to say, I know we're running out of time. I will say one thing, a couple of things. First of all, the books were hugely popular, but the buying public for books is much, much larger now. There was a time when a print run of 10, 20, or 30,000 would be big. Now print runs are easily in the hundreds of thousands or more.
Right.
Millions of books can be sold. So, numbers alone, it's just a bigger market, and so there's that factor. And the other thing is that I read a lot of 19th and early 20th century literature. I'm something of a fiend for Victorian and Edwardian literature. And there are a lot of detective novels and stories and series and children's series and books that were hugely popular, made their authors millionaires in their time. They would have people like, and Dickens is the most known example, but authors would have people waiting in line overnight to see them on lecture tours where they would read from their books. These were the equivalent of people like that, superstars of today with limousines and stuff like that. And they're forgotten. Nobody knows who they are. Nobody knows who any of these people are. So, and this is like a century and a half later. So it is quite likely that the Harry Potter books, which are excellent books, I think they might very well last with Dr. Dolittle and with Mary Poppins and books like that. But at the same time, they might fade away with, the Water Babies, which is probably a good thing because that was actually kind of a gruesome book if you are familiar with the Water Babies. Or with, a lot of the children's books by Lang or by others. Who reads the Yellow Fairy book anymore? And there's not to mention, some of these detective stories. So it just current popularity isn't a measure necessarily of long-term popularity. But Bloom, well, I think Bloom might have been reacting in part to his distaste for the overblownness. They're not bad books. I've only read the first one, to be fair, so I really can't judge the rest of them. But from what I saw, I think it's just as good as any other children's literature I've read. I think what shocked me was that so many adults were going on at great length about it, and they're well enough written. But maybe I just like my work a little more Baroque, personally.
Now, wasn't it Orwell, or was it Tolstoy who made that was Orwell, and that you had me read about, talking about a craze, or not a craze?
Yes.
How Shakespeare was just a craze. Yeah, and that's all it was.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what
But now he's a
Tolstoy
crazy
thought. Yeah.
That it's a pretty long craze. I mean,
It's the 1600s.
I think it's cultural baggage by now.
yeah. So,
Guys, we have run out of time, but I have to read this final sentence and ask you for your opinion as we exit. This is my final question to you. Orwell says Shakespeare had a considerable streak of worldliness in him, and if he'd been forced to take sides in his own play, his sympathies would probably have lain with the fool. But at least he could see the whole issue and treat it as the level of a tragedy. Vice is punished, but virtue is not rewarded. So do you think that that is an accurate depiction of Shakespeare from your perspective? Roger, I'll start with you.
I think it's a good perspective for the men who wrote Shakespeare. They all did a good job, and congratulations.
Awesome. Mark, what do you think?
I was just thinking Vice would be punished, and was the Vice would be punished, and
He
virtue
says
would be ignored.
virtue is not rewarded. Yeah.
Again, it's not rewarded. I'm just thinking these days, Vice is rewarded and virtue is punished. But
Harvard.
Yes.
That's the modern
I
way.
don't know. Back then, obviously there was the sort of Catholic Protestant argument, Anglo Christian and Roman Catholic argument. I say, looking at it from a sort of Roman Catholic idea, virtue is always rewarded because you will obviously go after, and vice will always be punished. I don't know. We were in very interesting times back at that point. From the English sort of Christian sort of point of view, anything could be considered as vice. Remember, Protestants didn't like to have fun. There's no joke about Protestants hated fun. Well, yeah. I don't know. Interesting.
Interesting. Otto, what's your thought?
I want to comment that then thing about fun. I'm always reminded of the fact that when the Puritans took over the government of England, they banned bear baiting, torturing dogs or bears. But they didn't ban it because it was bad for bears. They banned it because the crowd enjoyed it.
Oh, wow.
They didn't care about the bears and the dogs. They just cared about the crowd having a good time. But I think
just a minor point on that. Sorry, just a minor point on that. Roger was talking about, or was Roger that was talking about the sort of royalty and the upper class is not going to the theatre because again, it was another form of fun. And if you are if you're a proper English Protestant, fun, no.
Or if you did have your fun, you did it privately at home where no one could see, and it was all very restrained, and then it was all right.
Yes.
Mark Twain had trouble with his family when he married because they were all very well, they came from a different background, shall we say, and he was a heavy smoker of cigars and pipes, and they saw cigars and pipe smoking as very, very low class. They did everything they could to get him to quit, and he was miserable. It was the driest part of his life when he was in Buffalo. And but they all took snuff. So they were still taking their nicotine fix. It was simply the way they were doing it in a private way. It wasn't like this ostentatious show. So yeah, that is often the way with that. But getting to the idea of the fool and vice and virtue, I would say that saying that Shakespeare takes the voice of the fool, or would take the side of the fool, I think that's more projection. I think we have to look at Shakespeare or whoever that was, whatever team that might have been, and I think that all the voices can be assigned. I mean, I've seen so many times people say, "Look, one of Shakespeare's characters said this," in support of, monarchy. So he was a monarchist, or he had a Roman Catholic monk as a character. Therefore, he was a recusant, a secret Roman Catholic. Or he said this in criticism of religion. He was a secret atheist. And he has his fool make social commentary. He was a social critic. Well, he was a social critic, in as much as he was holding the mirror up to nature. But he decried in the article. They're decrying the fact that, well, he can only make these social criticisms hidden away as the fool, and just kind of like, not being very forward and strong about it. And what was the one line he said? Shakespeare used many masks, which I thought is very interesting in terms of the authorship question, because I think there are a lot of masks there, because there's a lot of voices. And he says how Shakespeare had to say these things through many masks, and he's ignoring completely, and we've talked about before, which was the Elizabethan police state, which routinely arrested and tortured authors they didn't like. I believe Ben Jonson was imprisoned at least 4 times over plays he'd written, and tortured at least once, the poor kid, and so forth and so on. So, to criticize whoever wrote the Shakespeare plays for not standing right up there on the stage publicly with his bare face hanging out and saying, you know what, I think the Queen was wrong about that. When that was all it was thinking. I don't know, something happened, his head fell off here, somewhere between here and the tower. Don't know how it happened, Marm, but that's okay. It must have been the Vikings or something else like that. Wow. And as far as vice being punished and virtue not rewarded, I think you can see that in Lear in that particular play. That's part of the pathos of it. I think it was Dr. Johnson who hated the way Lear ended. He rewrote it so that it had a happier ending, and Tolstoy apparently really hated the ending too. But part of the power of that play is the fact that in that play you can arguably say that, well, vice is eventually punished, but virtue isn't particularly rewarded. And this is unfortunately often what we experience ourselves in real life. A terrible wrong can be done. The law can swiftly try to punish, or at least to keep it from happening again, but it's not going to bring people back. If anything else, you could use it. Again, we can bring ourselves to Shakespeare. I could see people using it as an argument against capital punishment. I could see people using it as an argument for monarchism, against monarchism, for republicanism. There's so many ways we can look at it, but that phrase is what I get out of it. That yes, this is unfortunately what we often encounter and endure ourselves in life, and that's why this play in particular really touches us. I have a lot of trouble reading Lear, personally, and of course it's a very long play, and they usually conflate it. There's 2 versions actually, but we're not going to get. But we're signing off. We're not going to get to the
We are, unfortunately, we do have to sign off. I would just like to thank you guys. Thank you, Otto. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Roger, for being here, for your insight and perspective. It's fantastic that you are prepared to give up your time to investigate this hot topic. And I'd also, while I'm thanking you, I would like to thank you guys who watched, particularly Ferox Phasma, and I am going to leave us with Ferox Phasma's final thought. He's talks about the author of Mary Poppins, P.L. Travers, says that she was reportedly horrified at the film adaptation by Disney, cried at the premiere, according to what he read. So, not the only author in the world who has been maligned.
P.L. Travers would be a fascinating talk too, because, if you've ever read the Mary Poppins books and watched the movie you can really interpret as being about the Blessed Virgin Mary. It's a very Marianolatry kind of oriented movie. There are arguments for it. I see you making faces, but it's something we could talk about. We don't have time now. But the other aspect of it is, if you read the books, I read all the Travers books during lockdown because I said, I'm going to read these. So I just sat and I did a lot of reading. And I started noticing things and references to this and that. And I'm like, I read about this in Uspensky. I've read about this in Araj. What's going on here? This is like the work. And I'm reading more and more. And I'm like, there are openly Gurdjieffian concepts being introduced in these books. So I looked her up. She was one of the circle that was around him when he passed on in Paris. She was a very hardcore. She hung out at the Priory. So yeah, she was very much a Gurdjieffian, and this actually informed her writing of Mary Poppins. I don't know how many people are aware of this, and I mean it's not overly pronounced, but there are scenes in those books that are. I think parents today, if they actually read them, there's this fun whole thing with Mary Poppins and this giant serpent. That like it's. I'm not going to go. You might read the book, and maybe it's something we can talk about on another day, but. Yeah, just reading that first Mary Poppins books can open your eyes if you've only seen the movie.
Well, guys, we obviously have a lot more discussion in us. So I think we've also got more things in this article to unpack. And there's the things that you've been talking about, George Bernard Shaw. So we will be back again next week. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you, listeners, for being with us. It's great to have you along. Thank you for your involvement and for the comments. Please remember, if you do have any questions or any things that you'd like us to look at in future, don't hesitate to drop it in the comments. Thank you guys for being with us. Thank you, listeners. We will see you again this time next week. But for today, goodbye. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to episode 6 of Duality. We are back again on a Friday afternoon at 12 p.m. in New Zealand. I know that's slightly different on the rest of the world, but the sun is shining, and I am sitting here again today with Roger Hanson of Roger Hanson Live. Hey, Roger.
Hello. How are you doing today?
Oh, pretty good, Roger. Pretty good. Having some interesting thoughts today about what we're going to be doing on the show today. We have a guest again. We spoke to Chris Dogood a couple of weeks back, and today we have been approached by Rush of Waves, and he will be hopefully joining us a little bit later. But I thought, Roger, before we get going, I thought that we had a really interesting talk last week where we were talking about truth and the Lord of Wisdom and how to love. And I was wondering, like, starting this show today, we've been looking a lot at spirituality, but today with Rush of Waves, we're hoping to get a little bit into electricity. And so I was wondering if you could, like, just give us a little bit of, like, your perception of where we've been and where we're going up till now.
Well, for me, it's like I said in the conversation before, you know, I'm really, from where we're going, it's pretty strange, but, like, from where we've been, just from the experiences from it, you know, just discussing this topic has kind of woken me up to a lot of things that I wasn't aware of before, you know, because I didn't realize that there was so much frustration and stuff like that involved in this topic, because there's a lot of people who have a problem with hearing this stuff, and there's really nothing bad about it, you know what I mean? This is very, it's very interesting, you know what I mean? If nothing else, it's something that would help you understand things a little bit more, in my opinion. But for me, that's what I got from it. I've gotten more of an eye-opener of just having this conversation and doing this stream with you, you know, how touchy this is for a lot of people. It really strikes a nerve on people because they get a misunderstanding of what we're talking about, you know. They really don't understand it. And where we're going with it, I believe, is we're going to the top, you know. We're figuring it out. And that's the best way of doing it. It's just like today when Rush of Waves left the message in chat about electricity, that just kind of like clicked in my head. I was like, oh man, that is the perfect example for duality. And not one time did I think of it.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And I realized that last week when we were talking about how men have attacked you for talking about duality, and women have attacked me
Hmm.
about talking about. I realized that it may be a reflection of the divisiveness that we see around us and the division that we have in society, and that people have adopted these attitudes of confrontation with each other. And when some people like us come along and we say, oh, well, we don't actually see it in a confrontational way, people become very confrontational about that.
Yeah,
Don't you think?
yeah.
Hmm.
I also think that it's thousands of years of freaking brainwashing and being beaten over the head with believing in a certain way, and then all of a sudden people introduce something to you that you've never heard before,
Hmm.
and you can't handle that because that's not what your preacher tells you, or your priest, or your rabbi,
Hmm.
or that's not what they tell you. That's not what they've been taught.
Hmm.
So
Yes.
it causes a lot of stress, even
Hmm.
though this stuff is literally inside of all of the religious literature going back to the
Right.
beginning of mankind. That doesn't belong here. Yeah, it does. It's a part of it.
Yes. Yes, indeed. It's interesting how there's this basic idea of good versus evil in so many of the very early religious and spiritual searchings. And then we have the development of Christianity and how Christianity changed that idea of dualism, of good versus evil. And they brought in the idea of the three in one, the, 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 the one God with three natures.
Hmm.
And how now, with sort of the development of science and physics and the exploration of how things work and the rules of the universe, we now have the physicists looking at quantum physics
Hmm.
and quantum mechanics and these very strange non-dualistic ways that almost the spiritual world, or some other dimension works in this non-dualistic way, and yet it doesn't negate the fact that the very first thing that we look at is good and evil.
Yeah.
It's interesting that the progression of thought doesn't do away with this basic idea of duality.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's like when we were going over Zoroastrianism too. We were discussing before that dualism versus duality. Both dualism and duality had the concept of good versus evil, or good and evil. You know what I mean? But for
Yes.
me, all that kind of got complicated and hard to comprehend. Like, I know for me, I'm not just going to be able to sit back and ponder on the ideas and try to come up with a solution in my head. I'm actually going to have to get serious about it and really
Mhm.
do work to figure this stuff out, because it really is pretty. It's interesting and it's cool to check out. Don't get me wrong, but it is
Mhm.
complex. We were just talking about that.
Yes, it's very complex. When Vince describes consciousness, Vince says that consciousness is the prima materia and that everything in the material world is created out of consciousness. But when he describes consciousness, he calls it the great fractal.
Hmm.
And that's fascinating to me because I mean, fractals are just the most complex patterns that you can get. And so it's really um, thought provoking what you're saying. It's so complex. I'm thinking, yes, just like a fractal is. you can look at it and it's this amazing, beautiful pattern. But to really understand it, you have to keep on going in and focusing in and in on smaller and smaller details to understand the whole.
Well, see, you got to understand my part in this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You got to understand my part in this, okay? Whenever I first was interested in doing this with you, okay, the reason why I got interested in it was because I was listening to you, Vince, and Julian, all right? And there were things that you said that dawned on me because I had learned some stuff here and there. And first of all, you were big on the feminine and the masculine aspects, and duality kept popping up in your guys' conversation. And then all the time that you guys were talking, Zoroastrianism just kept popping out at me, and the reason why was because a lot of the things that you guys talk about has to do with Buddhism or Hinduism or Zoroastrianism, which is all a part of the same origin. They came from Indo-European cultures,
Mm-hmm.
okay, and like the good mind is that part of the mind that you have to focus on. But then Asha, okay, which is what was talked about in Zoroastrian, that was created by Ahura Mazda in his mind, in Ahura Mazda's mind, okay, and that is what not Julian, but Vince is talking about, okay, the consciousness, okay. It was created in Ahura Mazda's mind, and it wasn't released into the material world yet. You see, so that's the
Interesting.
That's the same concept as
The
what
same
he's talking
concept.
about. You know, and I get what you're saying about the fractal thing too.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the reasons why I'm so fascinated with Vince's religion that he has delineated, that he calls elementalism. What he's done is that he has taken classical Greek thinking, which is a very masculine-based way of thinking, based a lot on conflict and conquering and achieving. And in fact, that whole society that the Greeks built up came as a result of the hordes, they call them, the men who came from the north, the warring tribes who came from the north, who swept down through Europe and replaced the very peaceful agricultural societies that you had there. And so these tribes that came through conquering were warriors and had very warlike gods. And so the Greek thought was something that grew up out of those roots. And so it was very masculine, and it was a lot about Socrates and Aristotle and very rational thinking and achievement-based living. And what Vince has done is that he has married those ways of thinking with the Eastern Dharmic religions, and he's brought in the whole feminine aspects of acceptance and non-harm, and that you are ultimately responsible for the world that you create,
right,
as in Zoroastrianism. So I find his religious thought to be fascinating, or spiritual thought, shall I say, to be fascinating, because he's one of the few people who has joined these thinkings, these types of thinking together. but it's very complex to explain that, because you've got to dig right back into these histories and see the roots of it before you can really appreciate the complexity of how he's joined these thoughts together.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's pretty cool listening to you guys when you do those shows, because whenever I hear it, it just brings back a lot of the stuff that I have been reading. And like with the Greeks, you need to understand too, the Greeks, those invaders from the north, those were the Indo-Europeans that I was discussing. So they weren't nice, and they weren't peaceful. Don't let me fool you on that. Okay. They were a lot more peaceful than what the Greeks were. So, but I'll put it to you that way. But they weren't nice guys, you know. As a matter of fact, a lot of the stuff that I learned about history was pretty brutal, and I've heard of one actually society that was peaceful supposedly, and they were the ones that were, I forgot the name of them. They're the ones that were in, I think it was right next to India. And they were a tribe of peaceful tribes that they didn't, they just vanished. I forgot the name of them.
Wow.
I forgot.
I'm sure it'll come to you.
I'll figure it out one of these days.
Yeah, it'll come to you.
I told you, don't expect anything intelligent from me today, because I didn't bring no notes with me. So.
You know, you mentioned that the people who came down were very warlike tribes, and it is actually one of the fascinating things about the development of the Dharmic religions, is that they are the religions of peace in today's world, and yet they came out of these incredibly fierce warriors. I mean, the Buddha himself was a soldier. He was, I think, a general or something in his father's army, and he left the life of being an incredibly fierce, disciplined soldier and living this aesthetic life. He left that life in order to find the nirvana, peace, perfection, you know. So it's a strange thing about the duality of human nature, is that out of very violent people come very, very passive people. Oh, look, and here is Rush, right on cue.
There he is.
To add to this. All right.
Now he gets to talk. I'll ask questions, but it's his time to talk. So.
To talk. Welcome, Rush. How are you?
Hello. I was just trying to wait out a plane that's flying by. It sounds like a old twin-engine Cessna out there.
All right. Checking up on you, seeing if anything's going wrong there in the woods.
Nice. Yeah, everything is that's good. I got patrol, you know.
So, Rush, let me introduce you to Roger Hanson. Roger, this is Rush of Waves.
Nice to meet you, Rush.
He lives.
Hello, Roger.
What I know about Rush, we are doing this as a podcast without visuals. So it all has to be done through the word. So what I know about Rush, Roger, is that he lives in the forest with his dogs, and the reason that he chose to move away from corporate life and the cities is that he suffered a severe spinal injury in his youth, and so he lives constantly with pain, and his life is about rising above sort of the negatives of life. And so he has amazing insights that he can offer.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Wow, Bob Dub, you know me better than I do.
You are an amazing person and so interesting. And one of the things that we have, Roger and I, have been really keen to speak to you about is your perception of duality, because you approached us with the idea that one of the things that we haven't looked at all is the scientific or the realistic, if you like, aspect of duality. So as an expert in duality, I am, well, since you are an expert in duality, I am really keen to hear on what your take is on what is duality, to start off with.
What is duality? Very interesting. I guess it's probably a lot of things. What I'm thinking that it is the something that is split in two, and or opposing forces, and I don't know if I know how to define it. I think that it is something that embodies many things, maybe. And duality might mean different things where it is, wherever it may be.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And one of the things that Roger and I have been discovering as we've been talking through this subject is that even though the forces, these two opposing forces that we can identify, even though they appear to be in opposition, they seem to work together to produce unity.
Yes. Yeah, interesting. I don't know. It almost is like you could find duality in anything. I was recently thinking about just intelligence in general, and when I look at the elements themselves, they exhibit intelligence. But is that intelligence, or is that effect? And somehow some subsequent chain reaction that is enabled. So is or is the whole the whole space that we inhabit, is it just impervious, or is it filled, omnious of intelligence? Is everything made of intelligence? I don't know, because when I look at fire, it sure seems smart, and but then and electricity, which is something that I guess popped into my mind when you asked me about duality, is electricity, and when it actually it produces something, it's duality.
Yeah,
Now
it's fascinating.
That's what caught my attention. Like on your take of electricity and duality, could you kind of like give us a lecture on that? Like talk for hours about it if you can, because that really caught my attention. I mean, because that's a perfect example in my mind. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. You hit that one right on the nose.
Well, it's close relative magnetism, and I've seen a lot of depictions of the male masculine energy being electricity, and or the harnessing of, and the feminine being magnetism, or it's just the harnessing of magnetism, and then both of those elements themselves have duality. So there's this maybe Mandelbrot effect of duality that we might explore in that. Electricity is so fascinating. It really is, and I think that we have access to very little understanding of it. Maybe on paper, I don't know. Maybe through our spiritual body, our material bodies, we may have intelligence. If we looked long enough, we might be able to figure it out. It might be something innate in existence, this intelligence that drives us to find these dualities and to make sense of them, and thus have an effect. There's this, like Bob Dub said, that something is created out of that duality.
It's
Yeah.
fascinating that electricity, when people talk about electricity, they talk about electrons. But the electrons don't move until people make them move. And then they only move because we make them move towards the positrons.
Well, I mean, there's
So,
electricity in nature, is there not?
Yeah. See, and that's what caught my attention there is because, okay, you take a look at lightning. Okay, lightning.
yes.
When you, what I thought of when I thought of the feminine aspect was you look at lightning, and lightning is scary. Don't get me wrong, but it's also beautiful. And you're looking at the aesthetics of it. You're looking at the beauty of nature right there. But
Mm-hmm.
when you take a look at what's underlying the lightning, you'll see what makes it work, and that is the masculine aspects of it. So you have what you see that's beautiful, which is the feminine, and then you have what lies underneath.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that stuck out to me. And then like things fascinate me about electricity too. Like uh, lightning will try. Its sole purpose is to make it to the earth. Period.
Yes.
You know, it doesn't
Yes.
care about anything else. It wants to make it to the earth only so that it can ground out. You know.
Well, it's because the water vapor in the cloud is ionized, so it's negatively charged. So by comparison, the surface of the earth is positively charged. And so nature doesn't like these differences. Nature works to unity. And so the negative charge travels out of the cloud to the surface of the earth in order to negate itself.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Isn't that interesting how you pull something apart and it just reaches back to unite again?
Yes.
And I like, that how you're making a distinction, or you started to, about how we make electricity move, because electricity moves in this. It does the same thing in nature when it just happens, and then we sort of build things to simulate the perfect environment for it to exist, and we try and build it with the most efficiency so we don't lose power. But nature is so abundant with electricity, it just can just rain from the sky and try 1,000 times until it connects, and it surely will. Yeah, it's the most fascinating thing and scary. Like Willie said, your hair will stand up on end, and you feel like you're this cat that got snuck up from behind.
Yeah. That's pretty
The
cool.
thing that I was thinking about with man-made electricity is that nature's electricity kills you. Man harnessed electricity to make it work for him. Like God provided and said, okay, here's the raw material, see what you can do with it. And so, we needed to make it into something that, well, first of all, we needed to understand it. Once we'd understood it, then we made it into something that we could utilize for the furtherance of human species. How can we use this to a positive effect? Because lightning, like you say, Roger, it's beautiful and it's dramatic and it's awesome, but it's also deadly.
Right. Yeah. And also realize too that man-made electricity is deadly too. So anybody who messes around with electricity, understand that you need to have an understanding of how it works, because it is a dangerous force and it can kill you. Just put that out there.
Yes. we have put in a lot of checks and balances in order to be able to harness that power. Yes, we have.
No.
Yeah.
What sticks out to me is Tesla. Okay, everybody talks about Nikola Tesla, about this and that, but like the actual experiments that he did with electricity, you know, I mean, the man was a genius. I forgot the name of that device he had, but he could touch it and like have electricity flowing through his fingers. I forgot
What
the
is
name
that
of
thing
it.
called? That globe thing.
Yeah, it doesn't actually go into your body. It travels around the thin space around you, and then will connect ground through your ethereal body. I mean, I don't know. It's pretty crazy. All that, yeah. Yeah, and I would bet you have to tune that to do that, because you can't just charge up a capacitor and touch the ends and expect it to
Yeah.
not go through you. Yeah. I really loved his work with the mechanical oscillators and sound waves and stuff. Just he got to do a lot of cool stuff.
Mm.
Now, see, with sound waves, that's the one thing that I really got into too when it comes to a lot of that, because most people, well, you know how, Vince, okay, he likes to talk about vibrations, okay, and like people don't realize how important vibrations really are. Like when it comes to sound waves, they'll take satellites and aim them at planets to see the vibration of that planet, and that's caused because of the sound waves of the planet. It's literally causing it to vibrate, you know.
Yes. Isn't that fascinating?
It's beautiful. I mean, planets are singing to you from outer space.
Yes. Well, I believe that electricity does too. Doesn't electricity itself have a sound, and electromagnetism also generates sound? Which is fascinating because, according to the Judeo-Christian tradition, God used sound as the mechanism to create matter.
Yeah.
So, like whatever, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
created.
Some people say that that there's no such thing as gravity. That in fact, what keeps the Earth and the planets all in tune with each other is not gravity, but electromagnetism. Have you heard that, Roger?
What is it? The electric. It's something universe, electrostatic universe, or something like that. They believe, or the electroplasmic. It's a name like that. It's been a while since I checked it out, but it's actually pretty fascinating with some of these guys' research on it and everything. And to be honest, I haven't dug too deep into the whole aspect of how deep they're going. Like they're going pretty deep when it comes to the universe and how it works. But what I have seen, like you can see their experiments on the internet if you want to look at it. Like, and they'll show simulations of what they consider to be like our solar system and how it works, and they use just pure electricity, you know. So I do find that very interesting, you know.
Very interesting.
I'd really love to be able to figure out more of that. It's been at least 4 or 5 years since I even looked at anything on that. So I really thought it was cool when I did see it.
So, Rush, were you saying that electromagnetism is the combination of the masculine and feminine forces?
I mean, I think we can define the two things that are at play when we talk about electricity. So, I mean, I'm not all too. I think this we use so the words we choose are what we choose to, so we can see this duality, and so masculine and feminine, the two parts of electricity, and then the way that we manifest and embody this masculine and feminine, and bring it to life and paint it into the art exhibit that is the human being, and all the plants and trees and animals that also do the same thing. It's fascinating, this electromagnetism. They work together and they seem to be the same thing. And I would go on to think that there's a possible multiple things that govern our universe.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems to be that that's one of them for sure.
Mm. There are multiple things. I think that it's interesting also that there's this aspect of cooperation that you see in magnetism, and there's this aspect of competition that you see in electricity. I mean, electricity flows from one force to one terminal to the next terminal. But magnetism is more of a static thing. We can't get magnetism to flow. We can get electricity to flow.
Well, interesting. Have you ever heard of paleoelectricity?
No, what's that?
It's the tiny bits of electricity that are created in your body, and especially your bones, from heat and pressure. So like electricity is created when you put heat and pressure, and like when wind blows, it's bumping into itself and rubbing across things, and it's creating pressure and then heat. Out of that, also electricity. So it's just tiny, but over huge spaces and surfaces, a ton of, like, a blanket. You can start getting sparks. Carpet can build up enough
Mm-hmm.
to take a look at and get surprised by.
Yep.
But it's almost permeating everything in existence, this electricity, whether you see it or not. Kind of like fire is but heat on a journey of this thing that we're bumping into each other, creating friction. And fire becomes when you cross the threshold of that material's capability of holding heat. When it goes above its threshold, you have ignition, and that ignition pulls in oxygen because it burns off a piece of oxygen, and that starts to create more wind. And now you've got this self-sustained thing going on that is going to possibly grow bigger if it has fuel. So, and out of that, I've had a lot of fires in. It seems to have an electrical nature itself. Really hard to detect because it's so fluid and like water, And then the same thing, water, as we know, can carry electricity, and it's invisible in that to our eyes. And yes, fascinating. It flows through things. That's one of the things you said earlier, is that how it flows through things. It doesn't necessarily move; it travels like a wave. And yeah, it's incredible.
It's like when you were mentioning it being invisible as well. I find that part the fascinating thing about it too. Like, this is an invisible force which works behind the scenes, So, I mean, when it comes to electricity, that is probably what really stuck out to me. It's probably the best example for for something that has a real strong masculine aspect, you know what I mean, for nature, because you don't see electricity unless it's made visible, you know what I mean? Like, even nature creates the visibility. Like, there's still electricity flowing around you that's completely invisible in the air all around us right now as we speak. I mean, that's an amazing
to
concept.
our eyes, I think if you had what is that heat vision, I think it might come up on that type of lens, because you would see the heat being created by higher amounts of voltage running through things. So you'd be able to pick up a wire, or you would just see a glow of a tree, and its energy, or a person. It must be part of the auric field, is that small amount of energy and electricity that's there surrounding you. And some people can have ability, they say, to see those things. I don't know if I do. I have to actually see a spark, and then I know it's there. But yeah, it's fascinating. Because you don't necessarily see the electricity, you see the heat that it's producing. So I don't know.
The energy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking about what you're saying about fire and combustion, and I'm pretty sure that it is a sort of electricity. It's definitely a transfer of ions. I mean, with burning, the product of burning is carbon dioxide. So the negative ion from the oxygen has joined with the positive ion of the carbon to produce carbon dioxide. So you have had a flow of negative to positive ions within that combustion process. I've never thought of that before, but that's not actually classic electricity, but it's the flow of negative and positive forces.
Right. It's the presence of. So paleoelectricity doesn't necessarily have to move. It builds up until it can reach and ground out with something, but it sits and builds until it has that electromagnetism effect to feel something that it can ground out to, and it starts to get pulled towards it. I had the most beautiful thing that happened to me. I used to be a camp host. I'd have fires every night in my fire pit. And one night I was out of wood, so I just used bark all night long. And I filled that, I put a few inches of ash from just the bark, and we had a real nice fire. It got nice and hot and even. And I at the end of the night, I took a rake and I smoothed it all out just to let it burn itself out. And we were still all standing around there talking, and as we watched this dust, and so the dust from the bark is super fine. It's finer than the dust from wood when it burns. So we're sitting there, and we're watching this grid form on the top of the dust inside the fire ring that perfectly fit inside the ring in almost like a star-like pattern. And in each node where the lines started coming together, there would be a little flame that would light up, and that flame fed a little current of air to each fire, to each flame was pulling the air, and it started cutting this grid to the dust of the...
Uh-oh, your volume's gone, Rush.
Oh, no.
Oops. Okay, sounds like you're back.
Where'd you lose me?
Hey.
Up to the flames. All the nodes coming together and a little flame.
Mm-hmm. Right, the little flames were causing a current of air, and the air was carving out this connection between each node, which is drawing this like almost somatic looking shape that was a star. And we all watched this happen. It was so beautiful, and it like evolved, and each little node got stronger, and another node would form, and this space just started filling in geometrically. And it was so.
must have been an amazing thing to experience. I'm sort of trying to imagine it. I've sort of seen fires do that, sort of sparkling, as if the energy moves throughout the wood in different ways.
When it comes to
Yeah, I don't know.
when it,
If it was,
Whoops.
is he there?
Go ahead.
Oh, when it comes to fires like that, what I notice too is like if you do a fire that reacts that way and you do it right during the time when you have like a small sprinkle in a big fire, you take and you can see it do that, not like a downpour or anything, just like when it's sprinkling outside, have a big fire set up, and you can actually see the wood react like that, like he's describing. It's pretty cool. I grew up with a lot of people who are country folks, so we like to go out and cause trouble on the weekends. But yeah, that brought back.
Well, that's
good
how you
memories.
find is mess around and find out, right? All in the process of.
Yes, those are the rules of living in the country. There's definitely other rules. It's fascinating how we're talking about duality, and yet so many of these patterns that we've referenced, and like those patterns that you've just been describing, Rush, they're not linear patterns when we look at them. Like, for instance, lightning. Okay, it comes from the sky and to the earth, but with lots of different branches. And the same way that you're talking about the fire being in lots of different nodes. I think that's another thing to remember, is that even though in our minds we can separate these ideas out into two opposites, in the way that it works in the world, it's not really separate, is it? Are you there, Rush?
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. There's all the things that seem to be separate are definitely connected in some ways. But I don't know. I mean, I think you can still define that it is also separate. So not only is it connected, but it is also separate.
See, that's kind of the duality of it. You know what I mean? Like, back when Karma was on my show with me, she was really, really upset whenever you tried to talk about the differences. And it's hard for people who want everybody to think that they're connected to also think that they're separate. You know what I mean? Like, you are separate individuals with different mindsets, different ways. That's duality as well. And that goes with everything. Nature, it goes with humans, it goes with religion, all that stuff. You know what I mean? It just, we're connected, but we're also separate. So I think that's what makes things so cool, you know what I mean, about life. I mean, that's diverse. That's true diversity. That's not, you know what I mean?
It's fascinating how something as simple as opposites makes something as complex as life. I mean, I'm just thinking now of breeding, of men and women, like a male and a female thing coming together to make a completely complex person.
Human life.
No.
You know?
Oh, wow.
Now, the one thing that I want to know, though, is what's his take on two opposites can't occupy the same space? Do you agree with that or not?
What was it that you can't? What can't?
Two opposites can't occupy the same space. What's your thoughts on that?
Two opposites.
Yes.
Two, or like
So
two things that are opposite. Can they embody the same space? Well, I mean, it depends on what you call space. So it's like if you're saying the space of the whole field, there are definitely two different opposite things in that field together. But the exact space, if you were to, I mean, like microscopically go all the way down, I would guess that two things cannot occupy the same space. They might be leaning on each other, or have become one new thing. So then, yes, those two things are now occupying the same space, but you'd call it something different because they're now joined.
that would be like breeding, like a baby, a whole new. But like with something like say thoughts, you can't have a positive thought and a negative thought at the same time. Can you? Or can you? Can you hold a negative thought and a positive thought together in your mind at the same time? Or does one replace the other?
No, I think you could feel something. It's like that saying about what masculinity really is being able to be violent, but knowing how to harness that wild nature and that thing that makes things happen. You can't just go around, it doesn't build up to become more masculine if it keeps connecting. That's the electricity kind of look at things. It says, as the more it grows, the more dangerous, obviously, it becomes, and the more powerful it becomes. And I think when we say masculinity, or these things, these forces, they don't necessarily inhabit intelligence. It's us that puts the intelligence in there, and we're able to keep that force from grounding when it's inappropriate, and build it and harness it. Obviously, harnessing the force is more valuable over the long run because you would be able to, apply that force. So, I might be meandering about now, but yeah.
No, it's interesting.
That kind of goes into electricity too, though. Like, could positive and negative occupy the same space?
Yeah. Well, I mean, in a battery, if you have a battery and you're calling that battery a space, then that battery occupies both the negative and the positive.
But they're separated, aren't they, within the battery?
Right. Within the battery. I mean, there's further, if you look closer, they're not together. So it just depends on your definition of what space is.
Yes. Yes.
And all the way down to an electron and a neutron, they're separate. But because they're spinning so fast, and we look at billions and trillions of them at a time, they all look unified. So unification and separate may be this thing that is in the same space together all at once. When you pull back and you look at something.
It's kind of like with the thoughts, like in the mind, you could have a bad thought in your head with a good thought, but it all depends on how deep you want to get into that. Are you talking about the thought that's currently on your mind, or are you talking about the thought that's in the back of your head that you're not thinking about at the moment, that's eating away at you, like and it's weird too, because I've actually had conversations with people who don't believe the subconscious exists, and I'm like, seriously, you don't think that a subconscious mind exists? I'm like, It seems odd to me how many people really don't believe that it exists.
I had not thought of that. I like to think instead of there being a subconscious, I like there to think of there like Vince's idea is that we don't make consciousness. Consciousness exists outside of us, and our mind is like a radio receptor that receives conscious thoughts. Like you'll say, oh, that thought just popped into my head, as if consciousness comes to you from the outside.
Mm-hmm.
And so I like to think of our subconscious as being part of this external consciousness that we are not accessing just at that moment. And you sort of have to change the direction of your thoughts and tune into another type of consciousness or another area of consciousness. So it's not as if it's like under our thinking, but it's above our thinking. It's something we have to reach out to.
Now, don't you think like there's a part in your head that's like storing information that
Memories.
you know what I mean? That's back
So
there. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
well, I was kind of thinking. I mean, you're partially right. So if you were to think of subconscious as this is not just the consciousness, the greater consciousness that everybody has access to, but a subconscious, your subconscious. So it's just this chamber inside of you that you put consciousness into, and so you go around with your senses and you observe the conscious reality of the world. Everything is conscious. And you start putting little bits of that consciousness into that chamber of subconscious. And over time, you build up a subconscious of the conscious thoughts that you put in that chamber, and you become the subconscious. And you're not aware of it happening because you live more in the conscious world, observing things and grabbing things you like and putting it into that place, the subconscious. And inside there forms this person and this being that you use and utilize to react and to further find and look further into the depths of reality and this duality that we're experiencing that's so fascinating. So in conclusion, the consciousness in my eyes is something that's this greater thing that's we all have access to, that's bigger, and the subconscious is the consciousness that we create out of it.
I like that explanation. That makes sense to me. That really does make sense to me. Yeah. So we're about to run out of time, but this is a fascinating, this always happens to me. Right at the end of the show, I start thinking of all these things I want to know. I'd just like to ask one final question to both of you guys to end off with. Lots of people talk about positive thoughts and negative thoughts. We're talking about positive pieces of electricity and negative pieces of electricity and how they need to work together to generate electricity. Do you think that there is any way that positive thoughts and negative thoughts work together in our mind as one whole? Maybe you could start with that, Roger.
I don't think I could be a whole without the bad as well as the good. I mean, it's really good to have a really nice life, a great life. You know, if being happy is the only purpose that you have in life, then you have a miserable life. When you go through hardships and you overcome hardships, what happens is you transcend to another level. Okay, you actually have better understanding because you've gone through hard times. So for me, I need the bad times just as well as the good times because that's how I grow. So that's all I'll say.
Yeah, I like that. This understanding, this is the two things you're bringing together and existing at the same time. And though they conflict with each other, you come with a new, you have a new. So I guess I'll just say that my recent experience with my dog, got into a dog fight, and I felt so mad seeing it happen, and I broke it up, and I'm hitting these dogs, and they don't care that I'm there, and they're the wild beasts are trying to kill each other, and I don't like that. And I'm right in the middle of it, and I'm punching my dog, trying to get it to let go of this dog so it doesn't kill it, and this other dog, the same thing. He's going to turn around and try and kill my dog. So I'm in the middle, and each time that I threw my fist and hit my dog, there was a part of me that loves him so much. And this is just something bad that's happening right now. And with that, I'm not going to just kill him. I could have just killed him and stopped the fight, but I love this animal. And so I'm not really punching him as hard as I can. And in the back of my mind, I'm trying to come up with a better solution. And I think that having those two thoughts present in me at that moment allowed me to break the fight up without hurting them. And I know they still hurt each other, but I stopped it, and things, were done. But without that, if there was a different dog that was attacking, say, my dog, I wouldn't hesitate to just kill it. Like, I'm not going to try and find a better solution and risk more of me in the situation. So yeah, I felt that two things existed: a good thought, but also a bad thought. Of having to do something I didn't want to do, and I figured a third better thing out.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Fascinating. Really, really good example. Really good example. Well, Rush and Roger, thank you very, very, very much indeed for a fascinating conversation. And also, listeners, thank you very much for being with us throughout. And thank you for those of you who are still with us. It's great to have you along. Please remember to drop any of your questions in the comment section, and we will maybe get back to you next time, and we can carry on this conversation. So yeah, thank you so much, Rush. Thank you very, very much for being with us. It's so interesting to hear your point of view.
Oh, thank you so much for inviting me. It was good to meet you, Roger. Thank you again. It was very, very fascinating and lovely time talking about some really cool stuff.
I appreciate it too. It was a great topic. I was really happy that you were coming on the show, because you really caught my attention, man. It's pretty smart.
Awesome. Well, and thank you also, Roger, for once again doing this show with me. It is one of the highlights of my week, I must say. And we will be back again this time next week. So for now, goodbye.
Hello everybody, and welcome. Today is going to be a special day. We are going to do our first episode of Into the Abyss with Roger Hanson. Now, with me is Bob Dub and Vincent from, VJM Publishing?
VJM Publishing, that's right. That's my initials, Vincent Jamie McLeod Publishing.
And we have also, I forgot your name, man. What's your
Julian.
name? Julian, yes, Julian. And I should know that because old John's had a partner named Julian that I knew. And Julian, they do podcasts of their own, and they've graciously accepted my invitation to come on the show so that we can talk about cool stuff. And this cool stuff involves philosophy. Now, Vincent wanted me to jump straight into Pythagoras, which I think, or I debated on that, to be honest, because Pythagoras has such a infamous name if anybody's into the circles when it comes to philosophy. But at the same time, it was also a good thing to bring up because they almost place him as like a god state, in a god state, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's something that really should be discussed. But before I do that, I do want to talk about Xenophonus and Parmenides. Before, I believe I said those names right. Came close, didn't I, Vince?
I think so. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not a ancient Greek language scholar. I just know a lot about the philosophy. So if anyone gets it wrong, don't feel bad. I don't really know 100% either.
Yeah. Okay. But anyhow, I want to get into those first, and then we can get into Pythagoras and eventually Plato. That way everybody has a little bit of a background on what we're discussing, and we can move into the last of what it is. It's supposed to be Plato and his theory on forms. But before we do that, I've asked Bob Dub to do a reading for me. This is her reading, and I want her to share it because it was actually pretty cool when I heard it, or read it. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to you, Bob Dub.
Thank you so much, Roger. I'm really honored that you would give me this opportunity. And so thank you, Roger. And also Vince, thank you. It was your writing on the masculine that inspired me to produce this piece. So,
Cheers, Bob.
So the feminine, or a woman becomes what her men think of her. The world is balanced by four forces: good, evil, the masculine, and the feminine. Good and evil are constantly at war with each other, while the masculine and the feminine are constantly seeking ways to cooperate with each other. The masculine and the feminine axes are perpendicular to each other and can be imagined as a cross. The masculine axis is a solid perpendicular pillar made out of metals. At the base is lead, followed by tin, iron, copper, silver, mercury, and at the top is gold. The feminine axis is the horizontal arm of the cross, and it surrounds the masculine axis like a nebulous cloud of unseen energy. This feminine energy is both chaotic and orderly at the same time, and can be understood as being made up of the four seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It could perhaps be helpful to typify the feminine axis as a cylindrical cloud surrounding the metallic pillar of the masculine axis. The state of the feminine axis depends on where it is in relation to the masculine axis. The cloud is strongly influenced by the metal section of the pillar that surrounds it. So, for example, the feminine axis at the level of gold on the masculine axis will be infused by the attributes of gold, but will still strive to find balance along the axis of earth, water, air, fire. It is also important to note that the feminine axis is cylindrical in shape, implying the cyclical nature of the feminine, and also is gaseous as opposed to the solid masculine axis. This illustrates the eternal flux of the feminine. At the bottom of the cloud, the feminine is infused with the principles of lead men. Whereas the men's consciousness is raised, so too the consciousness of the women around them on the feminine axis. In the dance of life, the male leads and the female follows. Femininity expresses and deals with emotion and the non-material world. Masculinity is all about rationality and conquering the physical world. Each season occurs at its own time, and yet during each season the weather can change so that elements of the other seasons appear. The feminine enhances the masculine and allows for it to proceed smoothly, as when the weather is predictable and stable. The feminine is also the happiest when it is efficiently flowing between its many variable states in an orderly and predictable way. The solidity and stability of the masculine provides the energy for the feminine to achieve balance. As the masculine expresses itself throughout a person's life, the person enters into different stages of development and moves, hopefully, from a lower state to a higher state. Therefore, maturity in terms of the masculine axis is about progressing through the ranks and achieving higher states of functioning. The feminine, however, is infused with energy, and there is not progression to higher states of energy. Instead, the feminine is mature when it achieves balance. The feminine is the mistress of balance, cooperation, fairness, equality, and inclusivity. The function of the feminine is to temper the masculine. It is not good for man to be alone. Instead, he has been provided with his reflected opposite, grounded in the reality of his materialism. Man goes out of balance very easily. He is a creature of extremes. The feminine abhors extremes and strives to create entropy. Femininity is mood. The moods flow from one to another, never stopping. Femininity is flow. There is no pinnacle development for a woman. Woman is defined in the moment of giving birth, when she dies to her singular self and becomes 2 life forms, then 3, then 4, then 5. She multiplies herself, and as each birth occurs, so does the death of her previous self. The birth and the death occur in the same instant, just as the winter turns to spring and the summer turns to autumn. Death is life. A female child defines herself in terms of the males in her environment, her father, uncles, grandfathers, and brothers, and their friends provide a solid and stable network of ideas within which their family and community function. If the men in the environment are iron men, for example, then they provide a hard, uncompromising environment of division, achievement, and order, within which a girl child finds her balance by becoming gentle, nurturant, and inclusive. In a gold environment, where men radiate truth, women develop the ability to teach. The feminine takes the state of the masculine axis around her and magnifies it, and then diffuses it throughout the people around her to create the emotional environment that modifies the harsh, judgmental, dispassionate reality of male rationality. But a girl does not mature by rising through the ranks of achievement and self-actualization, as a boy does. Instead, within the world her men create for her, a girl strives to achieve balance and harmony. This balance is tenuous and temporary when she is young, but as she achieves maturity, she is able to create and sustain a stable emotional environment for her offspring. This stability tempers the masculine characteristics of the environment, which have to deal with survival and not with procreation. In order to achieve this balance, the woman must cause the energy to flow. There is no solid state that a woman can achieve. The best a woman can hope for is a smooth and beneficial transition between emotional states and a small deviation of emotions around neutral emotional states. A woman struggles for balance in all things, and her day, her year, and her life are all an exercise in achieving equilibrium. The things that need to be balanced are grouped together into 4 categories. Women must be all 4 seasons, each separately, but each also at the same time as the other. Woman must be spring. She must be about looking forward to the longer days, the brighter sunlight and the new babies, the flowers and the fruit. She must feel life and participate in it and channel it spiritually, physically, and psychically. She must lift her face to the sun and feel the joy course through her blood. And at the same time, woman must be summer. She must always remember that the sun feeds the soul and that growth results in the harvest. She must always be guiding, protecting, nurturing, leading. She must stay 2 steps ahead, projecting into the future what the outcome of every word and action will be, and shaping all her words and actions so that the best possible harvest, which is well-adjusted offspring in a well-adjusted community, will result. Women must strive for long sunny days and tranquil warm evenings. She must build a fire for the family to sit around, and she must tell the story of life to them. And always there is autumn. A woman must always consider the fragility of life. She knows when the great bear is sacrificed in the sky, and her soul feels his blood drip down through the leaves, staining them red and yellow and orange. She is surrounded by her children's blood, formed inside her own body, flowing and swirling around her through her home and out into the community, and she knows how easy it is for their blood to be spilled. Every month, a woman relinquishes the old dead blood and tissue that will never form life, and she allows it to mingle with the decay of the world, the blood that will not support life, dead, brown, stinky, foul blood. Within the ecstasy of existence is the agony of loss, of nothingness, and the void. And so there is spring and there is summer, and the end of spring and summer, but all the time there is winter. Winter is not death. Winter is depression, coldness, and aloneness. Winter is the absence of light and the absence of joy. There is a season for everything. Winter is slowness and calm and rejuvenation. Winter is the world of God and peace and soup and love. Winter is when we snuggle close and touch each other and endure and hope. We hope for spring and summer and for life. To balance these things in her heart and gut is the duty and the obligation of each woman. She serves God, the giver of life. She is the one on whom the future depends. He is the one on whom the present depends. She has no time for humor or for danger. Men must provide an environment for their women which is aimed solely at the production and maintenance of new life. In an environment where men of gold provide absolute life-giving stability, life can flourish and multiply. All other environments are second best. For a woman to become fully functioning and integrated, she must be kept safe from all harm and danger. If she is unharmed and actuated, she can be the perfect mother. This is what is important in life. A woman cannot achieve balance and cannot achieve maturity and sanity unless she is bonded securely into a system of rectitudinous men. A woman's main tool to achieving balance is self-sacrifice. There is no room in reproduction for selfishness or individuation. When one woman learns to trust and obey, huge ripples of healing and productivity flow out from the feminine axis into the environment around her, and communities are born. One woman can sustain 12 communities.
That it.
That is it.
That
Thank you.
is excellent. Now,
Yeah, you wrote all that.
yeah,
Yes.
Right. That is amazing.
I read all
I can't
that.
believe it.
I read
That's
all that.
that's as good as something I could have written. I think
Wow.
Confucius would have been proud of hearing that. That was really something else. I didn't think you had it in you to write something that good.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Did you
Wow.
did you see?
Yeah, well done.
Did you see the first interview she did with me, guys?
I may have seen bits of it.
The ending of it, we had her do a reading from one of your books, and she just blew everybody away. I mean, everybody was silent by the time she was done. I mean, that's the whole reason why I wanted her to do that, is because like she's really good at reading, not just writing, but she did an excellent job, you know.
Yeah, no, that was something else. I'm super impressed by that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you so
there's things I didn't even realize myself, like such as the fact that the feminine axis is the conduit through which the divine energy that flows down the masculine axis goes through the feminine axis to go from there to the family, and from there to the community and out into the wider world. I didn't really understand that myself, so that's quite good.
That's pretty good.
Well, it's so amazing, Vince, because like you've taught me this stuff. Like everything that you've said to me, like all these thoughts like are in response. So it's almost as if I'm just supplying the feminine bit, the woman point of view. Do you know what I mean? I mean
The devotion. Yeah, no, I understand the devotion. Yeah, but really, my teaching is my own devotion to Confucius, where most of this information originally came before it came to me. So by teaching other people about it, that's my devotion to his rectitude, the rectitude of Confucius, by which we've all been inspired. It sounds like.
Well, that kind of goes into what I was saying at the beginning, okay? Like, today, I wanted everybody to come together to talk about Plato and Plato's theory on forms. But just like Vince, okay, Plato didn't just have an epiphany. This wasn't stuff that just popped into his head, you know? He was a very educated, well-educated man who knew previous teachings, and that's kind of what I wanted to get into when I was talking about getting into Xenophanes, and Parmenides, I guess would be the best way of saying his name, because
I think, yeah.
Because they were influences on him, you know what I mean? Maybe not directly, but from one to the other, you know. So that's kind of why I wanted to do that. And on the recording, it's taken a half an hour to do that. So I'm gonna ask you guys ahead of time, if we go over an hour, are you guys okay with that?
Yeah, no problem.
How about you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
All good.
So we can get the whole topic covered, and we don't have to worry about saying, well, we've come to the end of the hour. We'll just take that end of the hour and throw it away. So sounds good to me. Okay, so who here has any experience on the teachings of Xenophanes?
I think it's pronounced Xenophanes, but I'm not actually sure. Yeah, Xenophanes. But I've observed that Xenophanes was the father of skepticism, if I'm not mistaken.
Criticism, and he was also probably among one of the first poets to create satires as well, because of his criticisms. And he was also because he had a critical style as a poet, you know what I mean? And he had a issue with he'd criticize the values of wealth, excesses, athletics. Like, he wasn't really big on the whole athletic thing, which I understand. There's quite a few people who are like that, but he criticized it. And he also criticized Homer, which I was wrong about, and I want to apologize to you, because the reason why he criticized Homer wasn't because of religious or theological beliefs. It was because Homer made the gods out to be weak, and that was one of the things that he had an issue with. So he made him out to be morally weak and foolish. So that was my bad on that. And like I said before we started, I haven't read up on philosophy for like a year and a half, so I'm kind of shaky on it, memory and stuff. I'm getting old, so old folks. So that's basically
that's interesting.
It's basically a rundown on him. But if you guys want to discuss some stuff that you know about him, maybe go over a little bit. One thing that he was big on was the first principle. Okay, do you guys know what the first principle is?
It depends on who's saying it. Can mean various things. Can mean the material world, can mean consciousness, can mean reason.
Okay.
In the case of Xenophanes, it was more about the material world.
Okay, you have something to say, Julian?
I mean, I'm not particularly familiar with Xenophanes, but I was just looking, and it's interesting. Like you say, he was the originator of, or one of the first people to bring about satirical humor. So he was criticizing other philosophers with the satire.
Mm-hmm. Now,
I think a lot of his deal was really being the first person, the first man to seriously question the same things that the herd was going along with. Mm-hmm. The herd, normally people, if you go back to the times of the old priests and the old kings and the old chiefs, you just basically believed whatever you were told, and you didn't really ask questions, otherwise you kind of got destroyed by the authorities. But in ancient Greece, they had that freedom. They had that freedom of thought that hadn't existed previously, and so someone like Xenophanes was able to come along and satirize so much about the existing culture and society, not only the politicians but also their myths, like the Homeric myths. That's very much like how Giordano Bruno was criticizing Catholicism in 1600 AD. It's a very big deal. So he would have started the tradition of doing that.
now,
and interesting,
go ahead.
like you say about Pythagoras, of course, as well, being into the mathematics and having an academy where people came to study mathematics. That's obviously had an influential effect on Plato as well, because of the world of forms being very much mathematical in nature. So it's interesting to look at the context of where philosophers like Socrates and Plato came from and the influences that were happening on them.
Yeah, it's surprising how many influences there are, because you tend to think of Socrates and Plato and Aristotle as so great, but they really did have, well, they are great, but they also did have a lot of prior influences. Mm-hmm. And even those early Greeks had a lot of prior influences from the Egyptians. Like the great thing about Pythagoras, he was probably the first Greek to ever go to Egypt and study in the Egyptian mysteries with the Egyptian priesthood. So he was one of the first to take that ancient Egyptian knowledge and come back to ancient Greece with it and start teaching other people about it, which is why he was so amazing, and probably why they killed him in the end.
Now, with Xenophane, when it comes to him being a thinker, he was a highly original thinker, and like what he mostly sought was explanations for physical phenomena like clouds and rainbows, and he wouldn't give references to the divine or mythical. You know what I mean? There was no divine or mythical explanation, and that's where he basically based all of his thinking, his original thinking, off of the first principles, where he wanted to find out where it stemmed from, where there was no previous origin. You know what I mean? The original beginning of like each concept and stuff like that. So that was a big thing that he was against, or he was for, you know. He also distinguished between different forms of knowledge and beliefs. He was what do they call it? Epistemology. I keep
epistemology.
Yeah, he was big on that, and I believe that he might have been like the founder of it. He might have been one of the first of being founded or founding that belief. But I'm not quite sure on that. You can't.
Well, he was skeptical about mortals having divine knowledge of God, so he essentially is coming up with the precursor to the modern scientific method, isn't he, by reasoning from first principles, from what we can see from the natural world, and essentially saying it's too difficult to know the nature of God and things like that. So that's very much credited with being the precursor to the sort of scientific method we see today. But then we come to the limits of that when you don't have an explanation for the divine, then how can you explain where all of the natural material world comes from?
Exactly. And it's what I'm about to say is controversial among a lot of the scholars, and they dispute these claims that I'm about to make. But it's also believed that the Elyists and the Parmenides, they saw Xenophon as the founder of their doctrines, and they also interpreted his works into terms for their doctrines as well. But like I said, scholarship disputes these claims. But the modern scholarship, actually, like back in the day, there was no dispute about it, but now they're starting to question it and stuff like that. So I did want to mention that as well, and that's the reason why I believe Xenophanes should have been discussed, and then go into Parmenides and talk about him, So before I do that, though, with what I was saying, have you guys heard anything or discussed anything when it comes to his connections with Parmenides and the Elyists? The Elyistics is a school that was formed in Parmenides' hometown, and it was that's where they come up with the Elyistics. So just saying. But have you guys heard anything about that, or is it?
That's a new one to me, Roger.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you mean Elyistics? Oh, yeah, with an E. Yeah, sorry, I thought you said with an I. It's
Elyistics.
Yeah, that's right. I know. Yeah, I've heard of them.
Yeah. I mean, sounds like you're up with more Greek philosophers than we are, Roger.
Well,
but a lot of them fall into specific schools of thought. Mm-hmm. You're saying, the empiricists, like we just discussed, are one school of thought, and then the idealists and that are another school of thought. You also had in ancient Greece a big debate between the flat earthers and the the globe earthers.
Yeah, you can see how Xenophanes was the first of, or one of the first of the line of people who started actually thinking about science properly. The line that would have led to Aristotle and then to Francis Bacon and so on to our modern world. So really, we've got a lot to thank such men for. Otherwise, we'd probably still be really primitive, just believing whatever the priesthood said and not questioning it too much. Like the skeptics, they trace their school back to Xenophanes and say he was pretty much the first guy that ever started thinking skeptically, which was to say he questioned the authorities.
And the fact that he was into satires on top of it, that just kind of sets him into a whole different category, you know what I mean? So, I mean, for me personally, I think it does, because I get into writing, you know, I'm not only into doing all this cool stuff, but I like to sit down and write, you know, and as a writer, hearing this great philosopher also being a into satire, I mean, that's actually pretty mind-blowing if you think about it, you know. It really is. He would have been, oh my goodness, he would have been the college wits of his day. He would have, you know.
Yeah, it's wicked that he wasn't just a master of theology, but also more of the humanities, like arts, culture. I think that's they tried to do that back in ancient Greece. They didn't so much hyper focus on one extremely specialized set of thinking or actions. They were more generalized, which I think's great. I wish it was more like that now.
Yeah, well, this Elias is interesting, talking about his beliefs in God, belief in a corporeal God, so believing that God could be essentially a physical being in the material world rather than, you know, the Platonic idea of an ethereal God. So that's certainly an interesting concept from Elias there.
Yeah. Now, when we talk about Ilias and everything, we have to start talking about Parmenides. Now, he was a late 6th and early 5th century pre-Socratic Greek philosopher, and he was from Aelia in Magna Graecia, I guess is the way it's pronounced. Now, that was the time period that they've got him dated at, but don't get me wrong, in Plato's dialogue, they really don't have a set time on how old he was and stuff like that, because like in Plato's dialogue, Plato places him at the age of 65 in 475 BC, but Diogenes indicated that he flourished just before 500 BC. That would put his birth at 540 BC, where Plato would have placed it at 515 BC. So right there, that's another issue that I do want to mention, because like a lot of people get this idea that these philosophers are like the time periods that they were alive is accurate, and that's not the case for a lot of philosophers. Like there's time missing, you know, and it's hard for them to really calculate what time period they're from. Pythagoras is a good example of that, you know. They really don't have very much information on them, and a lot of it isn't really like written down, you know. So I do.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Go ahead.
It's amazing how little information has actually survived and how much of it has had to have been reconstructed over the years. I mean, let's not forget that a lot of this ancient Greek knowledge was actually destroyed in Europe after the fall of Rome, but thanks to it being kept alive in other parts of the world, it was able to come back to Europe during the Renaissance. Otherwise, we might not know about many of these ancient philosophers of ancient Greece may have all been forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's amazing how many texts have forgotten, and even this Parmenides, he's only got one text that's survived in the modern day.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, it's just fragments. It's incredible. Like Parmenides, he could have written 20 books like Aristotle did, for all we know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they're all lost.
No,
But
it's also been thought that he was in his prime around 475 BC, so that was a set date that they ended up having. But I did want to say that for sure. That's something I forgot to say as well.
Mm.
So it was right around 475 where he was in his prime, and they explained. It's hard to explain, but there's a way that they date time periods according to people's prime, which I believe is at the age of 40. They considered that being in your prime. So
yeah, they've got a different idea to modern Westerners when your prime is like 18 to 25, when you're boozing it up at university and getting laid. They say that's your prime, and then after that you join the hard working world and you suffer for the rest of your life until you go on the pension. Like in ancient Greece, it was more like you spend your 20s and 30s actually trying to figure out what's going on in the world. So you're really just learning. You're doing your apprenticeship as a man, and it's not until age 40 that you've actually got some idea about what's really going on.
mm-hmm.
Mm.
Now,
Yes, and then you have to be over a certain age to be a philosopher king in the Republic, right? Isn't it 50?
man, that's insane. Especially considering, like, well, in the Egyptian world, I know their lifespans were really, really, really young. Like 40 years old was almost an old man, you know. So that would be something to really take a look at. When, you know, like, I mean, I've actually browsed through the information, but I've never really did a deep dive on it. So maybe that's something I might do in the future.
Mm.
Now, on nature. Now, this is where it starts getting really cool. In this poem, he suggested his views on reality, the way of Aletheia and Doxa, and Vincent even commented on this. So, with this, I want to go into Aletheia and discuss his view on that. Do either of you guys have any information you want to put out on Aletheia, or should I just go ahead and read a description of it?
Just one thing I'd like to say is his two concepts of Aletheia and Doxa are very similar to the second tenet of elementalism, which says that the conceivable universe is divided into consciousness and the contents of consciousness. Aletheia really seems to refer to consciousness in the spiritual sense, and Doxa to the contents of consciousness, which are of course ever changing, in contrast to the Aletheia.
If you want to dive into that some, give us a little bit of an example of what you're discussing right there, so that, you know what I mean, kind of elaborate on that.
Well, when Parmenides was speaking about Aletheia, or the truth, he was speaking about principles that don't change. So he's really talking about that's a very embryonic form of what would later come to be known as the theory of forms that Plato elaborated at length. So the Aletheia refers to the divine realm of unchanging attributes, which is outside of time, outside of space, as opposed to the Doxa, which is really more of a material kind of thing. So Parmenides, he conceptualized the split between the higher worlds and the material worlds, the lower worlds.
Okay, there you go. I thought I'd have to leave it on widescreen so that you could have a couple minutes to elaborate. You did a really quick job of that. That was good. I'm not used to that, man. Thank you, Vince.
Right.
Okay,
No, that's all good.
that was pretty good, actually. I was impressed. I had to pull it off of the full screen and everything. Now, aletheia, according to this, is the truth or disclosure of in philosophy. Originally in ancient Greek philosophy, the term was explicitly used for the first time in the history of philosophy by Parmenides in his poem On Nature, in which he contrasted it with doxa. It was revived in the works of 20th century philosophy. Martin Heidegger, although often translated as truth, Heidegger argued that it is distinct from common concepts of truth. Now, in antiquity, aletheia is variously translated as concealedness, disclosure, revealing, or unclosedness. The literal meaning of the word is the state of not being hidden, the state of being evident. It also means factually or reality. It is the antonym of lethe, which literally means oblivion, forgetfulness, or concealment, according to Pindar's first Olympian ode. In Greek mythology, Aletheia was personified as a Greek goddess, Aletheia. In some accounts, she was a daughter of Zeus, while Aesop's fables state she was crafted by Prometheus. In Interpretatio Graeco, she was equated with Veritas, the Roman goddess of truth. So there you go, got that covered. So, you got any comments on that?
Yeah, well, it's very much influential on Plato, isn't it? Because he talks, of course, a lot about truth and truth being an absolute thing in the world of forms, whereas today we have this idea of postmodernism where everyone can make up their own truth and that there's no one objective truth, and truth is just what everyone chooses to identify with as the truth. So of course, postmodernism is, diametrically opposed to the likes of what Parmenides is writing in there about the revealing everything that can be revealed is the eternal truth, because it's like you say, it's unchanging, it's always true.
Well, it seems like back then in ancient Greece, they were really determined to come up with a methodology by which they could distinguish truth from falsehood. Whereas now, in the postmodern age, like you said, Jules, it's just about making things up. You can just make up whatever you want and just say, well, that's my truth, and that's how it is. But I guess Parmenides would say that was just people getting lost in the world of doxa and abandoning aletheia completely. But that just goes to show how far we've degenerated. All these great philosophers, we've gone backwards from where they were.
Now that you mentioned that, the whole time you guys have been talking, the word doxa has just been popping up in my head. So I think that's the point where we need to elaborate on doxa. So I believe the best way of doing that is to have Vince give us a little feedback on what doxa is and tell us a little bit about it, kind of give his explanation.
Well, doxa can really only be understood in reference to aletheia meaning the truth. So doxa doesn't mean lies, it just means opinions. And they're the sort of thing that people come by not from using logic and using reason to determine what the truth might be, but from sensory perception. So your sensory perception might tell you that so and so is a bad person, but that's just an opinion. That's part of the world of Doxa. So Doxa really refers to the material world, that which is eternally changing. I suppose you could say that it refers to, it was a form of feminine, form of understanding the feminine, as opposed to the masculine aletheia, which is more concerned with the absolute.
Yeah, very much contains people's opinions and beliefs and false beliefs, or like we were saying with the postmodernists, that would fit right in with the Doxa, because it's all of the people can believe whatever they want to believe in the Doxa because it's their opinion, it's not the absolute truth. And it's like why they have modal logic now, so that you have a logic system which represents the true statements, but then you also have a modal logic which represents what an individual believes to be true. So that can happen essentially in a silo, so that it's not contaminating the truth of the overall logic system with baseless opinions.
Oh, you should have heard Vince before we got on here. He reviewed, I guess, that doxastic logic that I posted up on my live stream. He said it could be kind of complicated. I could go over that, but I'm not gonna do it. It's horrible. It really is. Like the logic behind Doxa is insane, and they've got an outline for it. That's the crazy part about it. Like for Doxa, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Get complicated.
Yeah, it gets complicated real quick. It's the types of, they have reasoners. Doxastic logic is a type of logic concerning the reasoning about beliefs. And Doxa is a common belief in popular opinion, in classical rhetoric, which rhetoric is kind of another thing too. Like it's more rhetoric than anything else. Like I can just throw rhetoric up and see how many people feed into it, and the only reason why I'm doing it is because I'm wanting to elevate in status, you know what I mean, or something like that. It's in contrast with episteme or knowledge. So that's the basic first part of it. Then the etymology, the term doxa is ancient Greek noun related to the verb doxein, D-O-K-E-I-N, meaning to appear, to seem, to think, to accept. And between the 3rd and the 1st century BC, the term picked up an additional meaning with the Septuagint used when the Septuagint used doxa to translate the biblical Hebrew word for glory. This Greek translation of the Hebrew scriptures was used by the early church, as used by the early church, led to frequent use of the term in the New Testament, and the word also used in the worship services of Greek Orthodox churches. So that's interesting right there.
So they've essentially appropriated that word for a different meaning, because the kavod is the some people believe it's like a craft that the god flies around in. Other people think it's like the glory that surrounds God, but that's obviously a different meaning, and they've used the same word doxa, which originally, as we discussed, meant people's opinions and beliefs that were not necessarily true, of course.
Now, the term doxastic derives from the Greek, from which the English term doxa, popular opinion or belief, is also borrowed. Typically, a doxastic logic uses the notation, looks like B and a small x, to mean it is believed that so and so is the case, and set B blah blah blah, and then it starts getting into like math equations. In doxastic logic, belief is treated as a model operator. That's where you was talking about like models and outlines and stuff like that, and like it comes down here. It says there is complete parallelism between a person who believes propositions and a formal system. That's it. You said formal systems. And derives propositions. Using doxastic logic, one can express the epistemic counterpart of Gödel's incompleteness theorem of metalogic, as well as Loeb's theorem, and other metalogical results. I can't believe metalogic. I can't believe I had a hard time saying that. And other and other metalogical results in terms of belief. So they have after that they go into crazy stuff like types of reasoners and things of that. I can share the link if you guys want to check that out.
Oh, that was interesting. What was it saying again in relation to Gödel's incompleteness theorem? Because that's certainly a fascinating subject.
Well, give us a little feedback on that. Once you say it, you gotta do it. So
yeah, well, it's created huge problems in mathematics, because you had the likes of Bertrand Russell, who tried to write the Principia Mathematica and formalize all of mathematics into one big book, but it was Gödel's incompleteness theorem which proved that there would always be something that they couldn't put into that mathematical system, the incompleteness. There would be some true statement which they couldn't prove, and there would be always some unknown quantity in the system. And because of the incompleteness theorem, as soon as you think you've got a complete system, you basically realize that that's just a much smaller cog in a bigger machine, and then that system has incompleteness as well. So it creates a paradox. If everything's incomplete, how do we stop just an infinite recursion? There must be some point at which the system does become complete and unified again. So it's still puzzles philosophers and mathematicians. So it's interesting that it came up in connection with that doxastic logic.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting too, but like I said, it gets really complex. I put a link in the chat over here on the side if you guys want to click on it and look at it.
Ultimately, at the heart of the incompleteness theorem is the paradox P and not P. So you have a proposition and the opposite of that proposition both being true at the same time. So it's a contradiction and absurdity, but it's almost like it's oscillating between the two. It's almost like the proposition is going from true to false, back and forward. So it's very much like a yin-yang symbol, where true and false are just swapping back and forward, because as soon as something becomes true, the opposite of it becomes true. So paradoxes are very much at the heart of this very complex mathematical idea.
It's very much like how each of us are consciousness and the material world all at the same time. Like our being is some kind of mixture of consciousness and a material phenomenon called the body, which couldn't possibly have given rise to consciousness. So that, yeah, you can see why that would transition back and forth. If you think of yourself as consciousness, then that's one state, and if you think of yourself as your body, that's another state.
Pretty good.
Mm.
Now we have to get to Pythagoras. This is Vince's favorite part. This is what he's here for. Now, one thing that I did want to mention first was his early life. Herodotus, Isocrates, and other early writers agree with Pythagoras. Now, that Pythagoras was the son of Menesarchus, or how do you say that? Menesarchus?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
And that he was born.
Menesarchus.
Yeah, Menesarchus. And he was born on the Greek island of Samos in the eastern Aegean. According to those biographers, Pythagoras' father was not born on the island, although he got naturalized there. But according to Lamblicus, he was a native of the island. He is said to have been a gem engraver or a wealthy merchant, but his ancestry is disputed and unclear. His mother was a native of Samos, descending from a Geomori or Moi family. Apollonius of Tyana gives her name as Pythias. Lamblicus gives her name as Pythias. Lamblicus tells the story that Pythia prophesied to her while she was pregnant with him that she would give birth to a man supremely beautiful, wise, and beneficial to humankind. So that's where we start getting, in my opinion, to the idolizing and stuff like that. So I mean, I'll open that up to you guys and let you guys do your comments on that. Do you think that was probably a little embellishment put there?
Well, Pythagoras was certainly a powerful figure. He ended up becoming a cult leader and probably getting killed for the reason that he had a cult that was a threat to the democracy of the time. So he was definitely a very, very big deal.
But what about what he said about Pythagoras being a beautiful, wise, and prophesying that she was going to give birth to Pythagoras, who was a wise and beautiful, who's going to be a wise and beautiful man? Do you think that might have been embellished a little bit?
Possibly. But what I do know about Pythagoras is that he was, because he was also a vegetarian, that was part of his cult, and that was an original thing back in the day that was possibly influenced by Egyptian contact that had come through ancient India. So that was really original for ancient Greece. Like the thought of just not eating meat for spiritual reasons is just not something that people would think of if they'd been brought up on the Iliad. So he was quite original in that way. So he was probably a minor religious figure in the centuries that followed.
Okay. Yeah, and I know when it comes to beauty and wisdom and stuff like that, that was a real strong Egyptian belief. Like, they really thought that was important in their culture, you know. So it does make sense. Now,
yeah, well, they would have
had
a concept of this higher knowledge being brought to them through the gods. Like the ancient Egyptians would have believed in Hermes Trismegistus, and they would have believed that such beings were like intermediaries between the higher powers and humanity. So Pythagoras would have probably just been another one of these to a slightly lesser extent.
Okay. So now, it was mentioned that he left Samos at the age of 40, which would have given the date of his birth to 570 BC, when Polycrates was in reign. So they said that his date of birth would have been around 570 BC. Pythagoras' name led him to be associated with Pythian Apollo. Aristippus of Cyrene in the 4th century BC explained his name by saying he spoke the truth no less than did the Pythian, or Pythian, whichever way you say it. Now, during Pythagoras' formative years, Samos was a thriving cultural hub known for its feats of advanced architectural engineering, including the building of the tunnel of Eupalinus, and for its Riotus festival. How do you say that? Riotus festival culture. It was a major. What is it?
Riotous.
Oh,
Riotous.
riotous. That must be. Oh my God. Riotous. Okay. It was a major center for trade in the Aegean, where traders brought goods from the Near East. According to Christian L. Jost Gaugier, these traders almost certainly brought with them Near East ideas and traditions. Pythagoras' early life also coincides with the flowering of early Ionian natural philosophy. He was a contemporary of the philosophers Anaximander, Anaximenes, and the historian Hecataeus, all of whom lived in Miletus across the sea from Samos. So
I'll tell you one thing that really fascinates me about Pythagoras is that he seems to have come into contact with a bunch of ancient Indian ideas, like a lot of ancient Vedic ideas. And if you look at the Greek religions, they would have shared a common ancestor with the existing Hinduism that exists today. So the ancient Greeks, the ancient Romans, they would have followed an Indo-European tradition that would have had certain ideas. Like it says, the teaching most securely identified with Pythagoras is metempsychosis, or the transmigration of souls, which holds that every soul is immortal and upon death enters into a new body. And that's just the Hindu idea of reincarnation, which was shared with the ancient Greek religions before they were replaced by Christianity. Because Plato writes about this also in Timaeus, about metempsychosis and how it's just an established fact. So it's interesting that they thought like this, whereas we are lost in the world of doxa so much that we don't understand aletheia to the extent that we even know about reincarnation anymore. You know, most people are materialists, and they think the body is what they really are, and when the body dies, that's it. So Pythagoras would have had some very different ideas, believing in reincarnation, and he would have been a vegetarian for the sake of hoping to gain a more auspicious rebirth, like many Hindus are. So it's interesting that he would have had such ideas going way back then.
Right.
And it's interesting to see all the parallels with what you see in the Socratic texts in Plato. Like you said, the riotous festival culture, and in Plato's books, often Socrates will be traveling to some festival and he will meet people along the way, and that's actually the scene that these books are set in. So there's also the Eleusinian mysteries in ancient Greece, where they would have these big festivals and they would participate in the kykeon, which is believed to be some sort of psychedelic substance which was commonly taken by a large number of people in the society once a year. And of course, the other parallel with Plato and Pythagoras is the fact that they had the academy, where it's very much an elite educational institute focused primarily on mathematics and philosophy. So Pythagoras has obviously had his academy, and then Socrates and Plato have gone on and set up their own academies. So it's very much to keep what would be called the mystery school knowledge now contained, so that it wasn't lost or diluted by the outside culture.
Exactly. Now, modern scholarship has shown that the culture of archaic Greece was heavily influenced by those of the Levantine and Mesopotamian cultures. Like many other important Greek thinkers, Pythagoras was said to have studied in Egypt. By the time the Isocrates in the 4th century BC, Pythagoras' reputed studies in Egypt were already taken as fact. So, his studies in Egypt was even before Socrates. So, it was just generally considered a fact, a taken fact. You know what I mean by that point. So,
yeah.
There you go.
Well, a lot of the great philosophers would have done that. Many people would have participated in the mystery schools, like the Eleusinian Mysteries, and they would have taken a psychedelic and seen beyond. But anybody who really wanted to take it further in ancient Greece would have probably had to have gone to Egypt, which would have been like probably the similar way that we see Europe nowadays. If you're in somewhere like America or Australia, New Zealand, you kind of see Europe as a place which has more learning, more knowledge, more culture, and that is how the Greeks would have seen Egypt. So if they wanted to get educated, they would have gone to Egypt the same way that a modern person might go to Germany or France or Britain.
Now, when we were talking before the stream started, you had mentioned that we might have to mention Heraclitus in the Atomist as well. So I think this would be a perfect time for you to break in and kind of give a little bit of a story on that. What do you think?
Yeah, well, Heraclitus, not so much is known about him, but he's really, his most famous idea is what's called the unity of opposites, which Terence McKenna used to talk about. He called it the coincidentia oppositorum. And it's very similar to what's known as the second Hermetic principle, which is the principle of correspondence. As above, so below. Many people have heard that phrase before. It's from ancient Egyptian learning. So Heraclitus may have been another one who traveled to ancient Egypt to become a great philosopher. And he knew about the unity of opposites, which Newton also knew about this. It's an alchemical law. So when Newton came up with his law of motion that said every action has an equal and opposite reaction, he was just referring to this law of correspondence that Heraclitus would have been the first Westerner to speak about. So yeah, he was sort of different to Democritus. Heraclitus was kind of a bit angry. And so he contrasted with Democritus, who was a happy sort of person. And Democritus was the guy who came up with the concept of the material world being made of atoms. Because previously then it was mostly just thought of as being energies like air, fire, earth, and water. But Democritus was one of the first to be so materialistic that he conceived of it in terms of atoms. Atom being the ancient Greek word for indivisible. So he invented that word, and we still use it today in materialist science.
Now, the thing that interests me about him and Pythagoras together, and a lot of people don't really put the connection on this, but I do see it, and I don't know how you guys feel about this, but when you listen to what's being discussed about Pythagoras, especially with Pythagoras, and then you take a look at a lot of the Gnostic readings, okay, then you hear Adam. Adam was also mentioned in the Gnostic writings in kind of the same type of structure, you know. So for me, when people debate on if Gnostics is more of an Egyptian Christian mix, you know, I have no doubt in my mind, because you can obviously hear the blending of Christianity with Egyptian, you know, with that. And the same goes when it comes to Pythagoras. You can definitely hear the Egyptian influence in there, you know. So that's just my personal belief, but I'd like to know what you guys think about that when it comes to Gnosticism and the Pythagoras.
Well, it was the Egyptians who were first credited with coming up with the idea of monotheism, which was Akhenaten, who was supposed to have thought it up a very long time ago. And it was his idea that there was only the one God, and that the gods were something that wasn't so important. So yeah, that would have been a big deal. That would have influenced a lot.
And yeah, like you say, the Egyptian mystery schools has had a huge influence not only on Greek but also on Christian culture, and being the proximity, of course, of these countries. Egypt was once part of the Greek Empire, so they were still traveling within the Greek Empire, and of course the library at Alexandria was a huge store of knowledge in the ancient world, and of course catastrophically destroyed with fire. And like you say, it's really the Gnostic side of Christianity which is talking about these perennial truths, and it's very much suppressed in the mainstream versions of Christianity, because Gnosticism's considered fairly fringe, and it's but it's definitely talking a lot more along the same lines, because in the biblical narrative, of course, the wise men came when Jesus was born, and he was supposedly Herod put out the order to kill the babies, and they fled to Egypt. So if you believe those scriptures, then Jesus would have grown up in Egypt as a young boy, because he would have been fleeing from persecution as a baby, you know. So those influences could have been the reason why he wasn't, necessarily just talking about Judaism. He may have been talking about ideas that he picked up on his travels that could have included Eastern religions as well.
And I'd also like to remind anybody who's watching this that Pythagoras was quite a bit of time before the time of Jesus, so these ideas would have already blended into that society pretty good by that point, you know what I mean? So and that's another thing that I had an issue with when I first started reading about it. I didn't comprehend the time periods that these people were in, you know what I mean? Like Pythagoras was way before the time of Jesus, and you're talking about Old Testament time periods when it comes to Pythagoras, you know what I mean? So that's how far back this stuff goes. It's really interesting. When I finally comprehended that, it just dawned on me. I mean, this is ancient knowledge, man. This is back during the times of Babylon, you know. So
yeah, well, that's where some of it would have come from. Like Pythagoras' understanding of astronomy possibly came from the Babylonians originally, that because they developed a lot of the old mathematics, like Pythagoras' theorem, which he's well known for. It was actually originally something that they came up with in old Babylon, and he probably inherited that knowledge from Babylon via Egypt. So a lot of this idea really are so old that you can't even remember who came up with them originally. Like Parmenides, he may have been 2,500 years ago, but the ideas that he's famous for, they may have been first thought up 2,500 years before that, for all we know. Perhaps as far back as ancient Sumer or the ancient Indus Valley civilization may have thought up some of these ideas.
Okay. Now, we need to get into numerology. Okay, the so-called Pythagoreans, who were the first to take up mathematics, not only advanced this subject, but saturated with it. They fancied that the principles of mathematics were the principles of all things, and that's Aristotle in Metaphysics 1 through 5, circa 350 BC. According to Aristotle, the Pythagoreans used mathematics for solely mystical reasons, devoid of practical application. They believed that all things were made of numbers. The number 1, the monad, represented the origin of all things. The number 2, the dyad, represented matter. The number 3 was an ideal number because it had a beginning, middle, and end, and was the smallest number of points that could be used to define a plane triangle, which they revered as a symbol of the god Apollo. The number 4 signified the 4 seasons and the 4 elements. The number 7 was also sacred because it was the number of planets and the number of strings on a lyre, or a lyre, lyre. And because Apollo's birthday was celebrated on the 7th day of each month. They believed that odd numbers were masculine and even numbers were feminine, and that the number 5 represented marriage because it was the sum of 2 and 3. So right there, Bob Dub, you have done a great job at writing about masculine and feminine. So I want you to talk a little bit, because after that reading, what comes through your mind?
I think that it's absolutely fascinating that you say that. I didn't realize that Apollo's birthday was celebrated every single month.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and 5 being the marriage being the, I mean, how is that? Say something more about that. Marriage is the union of 2 and 3, and 2 and 3 are masculine and feminine. Is that what you were saying?
It's the sum of both 2 and 3.
So interesting. So I've never heard of that before. So 2 being matter and 3 being the ideal number. It's just so interesting to me that I've known it, and I know before from like emotions. Our words for emotions are the words for physical actions, like roll with the punches or stand your ground or things like that. But I had never realized that the principles of mathematics were the principles of all things. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'm a bit gobsmacked at this moment in time. My brain is sort of like just vibrating.
Did you notice also, Bob, when Roger was talking about the magical number 7, that also reflects the number of steps in the Mithriac ladder, or the Great Masculine Axis. So you'd spoken about that previously on the show already. The 7 alchemical metals going up from lead to gold. That is also a reflection of that magical number 7.
But let's not forget, I missed one of them that needs to be mentioned. And 10 is regarded as the perfect number. Okay. And the Pythagoreans honored it by never gathering in groups larger than 10. So.
It's interesting what you said about the masculine and the feminine being the odd and even numbers, because it reflects what is in the I Ching which is the 64 hexagrams derived from the yin yang symbol essentially, but you have 6 of them to form each of these symbols, and the 1 and the 2 are the masculine and the feminine in that as well. So presumably the 3 must represent a masculine as well, because the 2 and the 3 together makes the marriage of the 5.
That's right. Yep, that's true.
Okay, so
Yeah, Pythagoras was all into this magical numbers. Like he had the tetractys. It's probably worth talking about the tetractys at this point.
Yep,
which is
what we're going in.
Which is your pyramid. It's like a pyramid of 10 dots arranged in 4 levels, such that the highest level has 1 dot, and the second highest level has 2 dots, next level has 3, and the bottom level has 4. And that represents the top level being 1 single dot. That represents the unity of all. In other words, how it represents the Tao. So it represents God and the material world all together in one power, one energy that's beyond time and space and thought. And then the second level, of course, represents the division of that original godness into masculine and feminine, such that you have the feminine on the left measured by a 0, and the masculine on the right measured by a 1. And then on the third level you have, as said before, you have such a thing as time now, because you have a beginning, a middle and an end, and that represents the alchemical elements of mercury, salt and sulfur, such that salt is in the middle, it represents stability. Mercury is on the left hand side, that represents the more feminine, changeable fluid and liquid aspects of things, and sulfur is on the far right, which represents the more masculine, fiery energy that rises above. And of course the level below that has 4 stages. Those represent earth, water, air and fire, such that the furthest left can represent earth because it's the most feminine. Next to the right is water because it's the next most masculine, and then you have air because that's more masculine still, and furthest to the right you have fire, which is the most masculine element. So really you can imagine it as just one single point, which then descends downwards into the material world, and in doing so divides itself into masculine and feminine, because of course God is neither masculine nor feminine, but also both and neither at the same time, and therefore God is not divided into anything until God extrudes God's self downwards into the material world, and in doing so God becomes masculine and feminine and air, earth, fire and water and all the other things. So if you add all those dots together you have 10. That's why 10 was considered the magic number of completeness, and the Pythagoreans didn't like gathering in groups of 10 because they thought it meant that one of them was going to die because there were so many. So 10 is like the perfect number that contains all of this knowledge within it, the 4 levels of the tetractys.
That is just so incredible. It is just so amazing. It's like the most perfect map of the world.
It is. No, it is. It's absolutely astonishing. And that tetractys was, there's an entire chapter about this in The Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall. So if you want to know more about the tetractys and Pythagoras, because there is actually a whole chapter about Pythagoras as well, and how he was a vegetarian and how he believed in reincarnation, and how this may have been influenced by ancient Indian ideas. So yeah, definitely, if you're interested in these topics, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, that's a great place to start.
Yeah, I had to step away to have an emergency with the restroom, so I came back and I wanted to bring up the symbols too, with like the monad, the dyad, the triad, and the tetrad, you know.
Yep.
Unity, power, harmony, and cosmos. That is the first 4 numbers. The first 4 numbers symbolize the musica universalis and the cosmos. So Now, if I remember correctly, this also has to do with something that you're talking about with vibrations and music, right, Vince?
It's very similar, yeah, because on the far left of the Tetractys, you'd have your low vibrational energies. So you'd have your cold and your dark and your damp energies. And on the right-hand side of the Tetractys, you'd have your masculine energies. So that'd be the warm and the light sort of energies. So the world that we experience, the sensible world, is just in between those two extremes. God splits God's self into an extreme of feminine and an extreme of masculine. And in between is the entire great fractal that the entire material world that we experience from day to day.
Okay.
It was incredible, yeah, how much they were able to come back to the actual first principles of things. Like, if you think that in our world today, we think in terms of computers and cars and infrastructure and all of these extremely derived concepts, but Pythagoreans were thinking about the Tetractys in those 4 levels. Like you said, unity, power, harmony, and cosmos. Yeah, it's wicked.
You know, the 4 rows add up to 10, which was unity of a higher order. The decad, D-E-K-A-D, and then the tetrasides symbolize the 4 classic elements: air, fire, water, and earth. So that kind of goes into what Bob Dub was talking about in her reading, where she was talking about air, fire, water, and earth.
Yeah, well, the lowest level of the Tetractys is really pretty much the same thing as the great feminine axis, and then you have the masculine axis right over that, which leads back to the one. If you get to the highest point on the great masculine axis, you get back to the one, the monad, and you understand the nature of the divine.
All right.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting how that's set up.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it really is. That's mathematical to the point. I mean, and sorry about that, but this right here basically could go right into every type of math that we have today, to be honest with you, when you think about it, like even calculus to a certain degree. I mean,
yep,
it's pretty interesting.
Yep, it's fascinating. You know, I love it. I couldn't believe it when I read about Pythagoras and the secret teachings of all ages, and it was shown to me that he could encapsulate so much knowledge in the Tetractys. All it is 10 dots. You know, it's just 10 dots, but if you know what those 10 dots mean, you can actually derive an incredible amount of what would have been ancient Egyptian knowledge.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Well, it's just like with the Sumerians and their math. Okay, I've seen an example of how they did their counting with fingers, and like we use slide rule. You know what I mean? Where they could actually use their hands to do the same thing. And this was complicated math. This was back at the beginning of civilization, you know. And these guys were doing freaking complicated math on their hands. You know.
Yeah. I guess they just had to make do, since they would have been the first ones doing it.
Yeah. It's interesting when I see that kind of stuff. So now that we've done the tetrasites, do you guys want to cover the mysticism? We've done numerology. Do you want to cover the mysticism with
Here you're talking about reincarnation.
Pythagoras. Okay. Another beautiful attribute to Pythagoras was of the harmony of the spheres, which maintained that the planets and stars moved according to mathematical equations, which correspond to musical notes and thus produce an inaudible symphony. According to Porphyry, Pythagoras taught that the 7 muses were actually the 7 planets singing together. In his philosophical dialogue, Pittacus, Aristotle has his literary double say. When Pythagoras was asked, he said to observe the heavens, and he used to claim that he himself was an observer of nature, and it was for the sake of this that he had passed over into life. Pythagoras was said to have practiced divination and prophecy. In the visits of various places in Greece, Delos, Spartus, Philus, Crete, etc., which are ascribed to him, he usually appears either as his religious or priestly guise, or else as a lawgiver. Pythagoras and his followers reportedly had a spiritual practice known as smoke trapping. This involved entering an enclosed space, typically a cave, and lighting a fire until noxious fumes filled the room. They would inhale the smoke and would experience vivid hallucinations due to oxygen deprivation and hypercapnia. They supposedly would see divine geometric shapes and patterns, which they would copy onto the walls with charcoal to be analyzed at a later point. So,
yeah, tell you what that reminds me of, the smoke trapping. That reminds me of how the ancient Scythians would gather in these big tents and essentially hotbox them with cannabis by taking up all these superheated hot rocks and then chucking cannabis flowers on them until they burned, and the entire tent would become full of cannabis smoke, and they would go in there and they'd hotbox themselves, they'd inhale all the smoke, and yeah, they would experience vivid hallucinations, not only due to hot oxygen deprivation but also to the high of the cannabis. Now, I don't know if Pythagoras, I'm pretty sure he was smart enough not to just light a fire of wood and get oxygen deprivation from the wood fumes. I'm pretty sure he would be clever enough to have sourced something like, if not cannabis, then perhaps frankincense or something similar, and had a proper, actual, real spiritual experience similar to what Herodotus wrote about the Scythians doing.
And he was most likely aware of what Herodotus had written about the Scythians, so it's quite possible that he was doing the same thing there with the cannabis in the hot box.
Yeah,
but
very
it's
likely.
fascinating what they described there, because it's very similar to the geometric patterns that people experience when they take psychedelic drugs. And psychonautic is really the study of these hallucination patterns and the ability to navigate through them. And it's fascinating that thousands of years ago people were in a cave with charcoal drawing these patterns out as they were hallucinating them. So it's very much a timeless practice. It's not something that people just have done in the modern day. It's been going on for millennia.
Yeah, you can take psychedelics and see a tetractus that's happening all around the world all the time. You know, people are still doing that and have been doing so for thousands of years.
But the fact they were recording that is their methods were almost more advanced than what people are doing today. Like, there's very little study of those geometric patterns actually happening, apart from just a small number of people.
Now, see, like, even with the effects, though, do you guys remember as little kids when you was hanging out with your buddies and you told them to freaking press against your chest while you leaned up against the wall so you could barely breathe? You guys remember doing that?
No, I used to spin around. You spin around and round and round in circles real quick until you get dizzy. That was what we did in Nelson.
But there's also, if you press against your eyeballs, you can also see hallucinations as well. They're pretty out there designs.
you can do a lot of that, and like
Yeah.
it's like it's not really hard at all. Like my buddy old John, which Vince has met, you know, he talks about visions and stuff, you know, and things of that nature. Whereas he's not, he doesn't take drugs, but Mr. Robot, another guy that I know, he's all about like the DMT and the
wicked.
all of that.
Cool.
So they
Cool.
actually did an interview with one another where one never did drugs and the other one was on drugs, and freaking they both had the same experience, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it was a pretty interesting interview. I got to listen to it and I thought it was pretty good. I don't think either one of them realized how good it was either, you know what I mean? Because it came out really good and very informative. But
Yeah.
the whole hallucination thing, man, I mean, I wouldn't go into a cave and try to smoke myself out either. I mean, there's...
I would.
Well, I mean, you would, but you wouldn't use freaking wood to do it, though, would you? You wouldn't be burning
I wouldn't
logs.
use wood. No. I'd do it the Scythian way, for sure. Now get some hot rocks, superheated hot rocks. Yeah, chuck some buds on them,
Yeah.
and then just breathe it in.
Well, the Indians did sort of kind of meditation like that too in their teepees, I believe. But they also put drugs and stuff inside the fire too, so they could have visions and stuff.
Yeah, the American Indians also smoke tobacco for hallucinations. So like just strong, huge concentrations of tobacco also can be hallucinogenic.
Yeah, and they didn't have the stuff that we got now, where it's all you know, smaller amounts. This stuff would have been potent. So okay, now we get to the fun stuff. Now I know Vincent wants to get into theory of forms, but there's a part of Plato that I do want to cover first, and it's Gorgias, the Gorgias dialogue.
Okay.
You guys were talking, I believe it was Julian that was mentioning Plato's play where they're going to a festival. Gorgias, or Gorgias, is a Socratic dialogue written by Plato around 830 BC. The dialogue depicts a conversation between Socrates and a small group of sophists and other guests at a dinner gathering. Socrates debates with the sophists, seeking the true definition of rhetoric, attempting to pinpoint the essence of rhetoric and unveil the flaws of the sophistic oratory popular in Athens at the time. The art of persuasion was widely considered necessary for political and legal advantage in classical Athens, and rhetoricians promoted themselves as teachers of this fundamental skill. Some, like Gorgias, Gorgias, were foreigners attracted to Athens because of its reputation for intellectual and cultural sophistication. Socrates suggested that he is one of the few Athenians to practice true politics. So, has anybody got anything to say about that?
Yeah, that's fascinating. I mean, it reminds you of the modern day politics, doesn't it? Where it's not about truth, it's just about how many people you can persuade and with your rhetoric. So,
it comes back
of course,
to the
he's challenging, very much challenging the morality of that sort of thinking. So he's putting himself apart from all these sophists by saying, you know, that he's the only one who's truly looking at politics correctly, which is, it's not about persuading and deceiving people, it's about finding the true ideal society.
Yep.
You had something to say, Vince?
Yeah, no, I just thought it's interesting that that dialogue, in that it depicts a discussion between Socrates and Gorgias. It very much is like Parmenides' distinction between aletheia and doxa again.
Mm-hmm.
Socrates represents aletheia, the search for truth, and Gorgias represents doxa, which is really just opinion. Gorgias doesn't care about the truth, he just wants to use opinion to manipulate people. So he's very much coming from the dark side, whereas Socrates is representing the side of enlightenment.
Yep. I think the same thing when it comes to that, and rhetoric especially. You know, I think that's really what it was that I'd learned last time I was in it. That's what I was telling you, I made a mistake, because I think it was more that Plato was against rhetoric, and a lot of people in today's world, they always like to use memes on the internet as a good example of what Plato was talking about with the rhetoric, you know, because that's pretty much what memes are when you go on the internet and go to Facebook and you see all these people posting memes. It's just a bunch of rhetoric, you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
And Plato was against that. And I somehow within the last year and a half got all that mixed up in my head. So again, I apologize about messing that up from the last time we talked, because now I was doing my homework the other day and I ran into that, and I wanted to bring that up because I wanted to clear that up and make it straight that I was wrong about that. So now,
cool.
What else could we be talking about? I mean, other than that, it's time to talk about the forms, theory of forms. What do you guys think?
Yeah, Plato's world of forms really comes down to it's really the end result of all of that we've been discussing this evening. If you take the path of trying to understand the truth of the supermaterial world, in other words, the world of the divine, then you end up with something very much like Plato's world of forms. Just seems to be the end result, where Plato believed that everything that exists here in the material world is a replica of something similar that exists in the world of forms. Only in the world of forms there is the essence of each thing. So in the world of forms there is the essence of a man, for example, the essence of a woman, and each of us who are men and women are essentially degenerate forms of this perfect form which exists in the world of forms. So that's very similar to the that's very similar to the ancient Vedic idea, where you have a perfect upper world, and then there are lower worlds that emanate from that perfect upper world, and these worlds continue to emanate into ever lower and lower essentially material worlds.
Very good. You got anything to say about it, Julian?
Yeah, well, it's very interesting, the world of forms. If you look at the structure, it really parallels what he's writing about in the Republic in terms of the political structure, because in that society you have the commoners, the masses of people at the lowest level of the three levels. Then you have the auxiliaries, so like the people who are guarding the city, like the military and the public service, and then you have the guardians, and of course at the top you have the philosopher king. So the three levels are paralleled. When you have the supreme good, then you have the world of forms, and then you have the material world. So like Vince has said, the forms are perfect, ideal forms, unblemished, and we are copied from those forms and become imperfect copies, but it is the material world which has come from the ideal world of forms. So yeah, it's a fascinating topic.
Okay. Now, Bob Dub, what have you learned in this episode? It's your turn.
Dude, I've learned so many things.
I love this thing about the difference between truth and opinion. It seems that I haven't quite got what opinion is. It seems like opinion is some sort of nebulous emotional thing, whereas truth is a more factual, absolute thing.
Yeah, well, that's why Plato in Republic, he believed that the philosopher kings, really what made them philosopher kings wasn't intelligence, really was able to perceive the world of forms. Because if you can see the truth from the falsehood, that is really the highest possible qualification for leadership. And if you can't see truth from falsehood, really you should be in a more lower position where you have less responsibility. Because if you put a person who can't see truth from falsehood in a leadership position, then like Plato said, your society's going to go down the toilet in short order.
Wow.
Yep.
It's so good. This idea of there being a perfect version of everything is something that just like tugs on my little girly heartstrings. I'm like, oh, I love that idea.
It's the same as what's spoken about as the higher worlds in elementalism. That comes from the idea comes from the world of forms and from the ancient Vedic ideas that the first world that God dreamed up was perfect, but that world soon became boring, and so God ended up dreaming successively worse worlds into existence for the sake of entertainment, and those worlds become more and more imperfect, and our world may or may not be one of the more imperfect ones. You could possibly get more imperfect than this, but yeah, in any case, this world is particularly intense.
So are there 7 musical notes
I think
in
so.
music?
Yeah.
There's 7 notes. And so is it a coincidence that there's 7 musical notes and 7 planets? Or are the planets linked to the musical vibrations? I mean, are we counted in one of the 7th planets? Is Earth one of the 7 planets?
Yes.
Yeah. The planets they represent they have their analogies with the 7 metals on the great masculine axis. So the sun, as Plato wrote about in Republic, he used the analogy of the sun, where the sun in the material world is the material equivalent of gold in the world of forms. And so Mercury, the planet Mercury, is of course the second planet, and Mercury is the second metal. And then you have Venus, which represents copper, and you have silver, which represents the moon, and you have the Earth, which is sort of where everything goes around. So that's not really one of them. But then you have Mars, that represents iron, which is why Mars is red, because it represents iron, which is like bloodshed. And then you have Jupiter, which represents tin. And of course, finally, you have Saturn, which represents lead. And so lead, being the furthest metal from gold, is analogous to how Saturn is the furthest planet from the sun. Or at least was believed to have been back in the day before they had telescopes. They didn't know about Uranus and Neptune and Plato back then.
Yeah. Now, the original meaning of the term eidos, visible form, and related term morph, which means shape, and phenomena, appearance, from phano, which means shine, Indo-European, or ba, remain stable over the centuries until the beginning of Western philosophy, when they became equivocal, acquiring additional specialized philosophical meaning. Plato used the term eidos and idea interchangeably. The pre-Socratic philosophers, starting with Thales, noted that appearances change, and began to ask what the thing that changes really is. The answer was substance, which stands under the changes and is the actually existing thing being seen. The status of appearance now came into question. What is the form really, and how is that related to substances? Okay. The forms are expounded upon in Plato's dialogue and general speech, in that every object or quality in reality, dogs, human beings, mountains, colors, courage, love, and goodness, has a form. Form answers the question, what is that? Plato was going a step further in asking for what form itself is. He supposed that the object was essentially or really the form, and that the phenomena were mere shadows mimicking the form. That is, momentary portrayals of the form under different circumstances. Okay, so I think
No, it's very similar. Your shadow is the right term. If you think of yourself, if you see your shadow on the ground, that is in the shape of you, but it's obviously a lower resolution and more degraded form than your actual body. Well, that's very similar to how Plato said that your actual body was a low resolution and degraded form of the form of a man, which exists in the world of forms, and of which you, as a man, are just a shadow.
And of course, it very much relates to the allegory of the cave, mentioning shadows. In that allegory, of course, it's about people who grow up inside a cave and all they see is shadows projected on the wall from a fire, and people are walking past in the background holding up different objects which are casting these shadows. And the people in the cave, of course, think that these shadows are the real world, and that these shadows are all that exists. And one day someone escapes from the cave and suddenly is blinded by the light and can't see anything, but after a few minutes they look around and they can see the real world, and they're just blown away, and they go back into the cave and tell everyone about this amazing world that they've discovered outside the cave, and nobody believed them. Of course. And this allegory is represents the world of forms, because the shadows represent the material world that we live in, and then the outside world represents the world of forms, and then the sunlight, that's representing God, the supreme good.
Yeah, it's interesting because in the analogy of the cave, once people go and see the world of forms and realize how reality actually is, and they go back and tell the people who are still in the cave, they don't believe the people who escaped. They say you're crazy, and that's Plato was exactly 100% right when it comes to explaining esoteric knowledge to people. Because if really you talk to most people on the street about what we've talked about on the show tonight, about reincarnation and the Tetractus and all this kind of thing, they think we were nuts. And really, that's exactly what Plato was talking about with this analogy of the cave. You get a higher knowledge, you can't actually explain that higher knowledge to lower people. They're just not compatible with it.
And see, that's me bringing up that reading so that I could make sure you guys talk about that cave, because I know that cave is very important. Another thing that stuck out to me every time I heard that was the story of Paul whenever he was on the road to Damascus. You know what I mean? That right there that's just right in your face. The scales, the scales of prejudice were pulled from his eyes, and he was blinded. And after he was blinded, he started to see, you know what I mean? And that's where he changed from hunting Christians down and murdering them to becoming a Christian himself. So that was one thing that really stuck out to me when I first heard that story. I was like, that's exactly what that story is, and that's my take on it, at least. So I really think that if we don't have anything else to say, we can cut it short today, and then maybe come up with some more material that we need to talk about. if it's okay with
Yeah,
you
we've gone
guys.
for just about 2 hours. It's quite a good discussion we've had.
Yeah,
Almost
that's
2
why,
hours.
that's why I asked you guys if you wanted to do this, because this is going to be a big one. And plus, it's our first. It's our first one, you know what I mean? It's the first for Into the Abyss with Roger Hanson, and I had the perfect people on here to do this. This was an excellent show, by the way.
Cheers, man. No, I loved it. I think we did really go into the abyss. We went back in time to the real origins of Western thought, Western civilization, really. We're talking about once you split from just making up nonsense into actually looking for truth, you begin the process that led to all the science that we know as Western society today, all the technology and scientific advancement. So really, we're going right down to the bottom of the abyss and the beginning of time.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's interesting to go over all that background information first, because you really get the context of, you know, where these philosophers are getting their influences from.
Exactly. But I do want to say something. This is not the bottom of the abyss, because there's more to come. I want to move into some more subjects that relate to this, but it has to do with astronomy, or astrology. Yeah, astrology and astronomy. If we can get into both of them.
Astrotheology. It's also good.
And also another thing that needs to be dealt with, because this is the ancient world, we need to deal with magic and what magic was to the ancient people, because a lot of people have a disconnect with what is today in this world and what it was like back then, you know. So kind of give you an idea of how all of this stuff was eventually how it evolved into what it is today, you know. So that's kind of the stuff that I do want to touch up on, and you guys are welcome to come back and we can pull up some good topics and stuff, and we can still talk about philosophy too, because I don't want to stop there. There's a lot of other good topics that can be discussed. So
I'd love to. Yeah, sounds good.
Nice.
So
yeah, cheers for having us on, Roger.
Hey, is this your first time on with us? What's your thoughts on it? Do you like it?
Yeah, it's interesting, really in depth on all the other philosophers. So, you know, I had to look up some of them myself.
That's pretty good.
It goes deep. It was deep. Good deep show, you know.
Okay. What about you, Bob Dub?
I loved it. I loved having all three of you guys on, talking about these things all from subtly different points of view. It gives a real rich sort of, you know, when you go to a lecture and you listen to some professor presenting a subject, you get his ideas. But being here when listening to all three of you, it's given me such a rich sort of insight into this. I'm very grateful to all of you. Thank you for a wonderful evening.
All right.
Cheers, Bob.
Been great.
Always good.
Nice.
Always good to have your support.
And that was an excellent reading that you did. If you ever have any,
Brilliant.
If you have any good readings like that, again, let me know, because I'd like to have you read them on the show for us. Kind of share it with everybody. Okay.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do.
Yeah, I wonder if you can. I wonder if you can top that though.
Oh no. Let me get back on there before they think I'm off the show. Let me. Oh man, they straight up booted me at the last second. You guys hear me?
Oh. No.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it was like Jitsi gave me the boot right at the last second.
No.
I was like, oh my god. Let me get it back up. Okay, so I don't want to end it on me getting booted off and you guys not being able to see you. Let me get you guys. There we go. Got it. Okay, so before we leave, do you guys want to say something?
Yeah, I'd just like to say if you're interested in some of these ideas that we've been talking about, I've got a book called Elementalism, where a lot of these very basic ideas are discussed from first principles. So elementalism has tried to go back to the original elements of the nature of reality and discuss things from there. So if you're interested in these philosophical ideas, look up my book Elementalism, and that'll have some more discussions about it.
All right. What about you?
Yeah, and you can also check out our Rumble shows, of course, on Bob's channel, Tiny Baby Kangaroo on Rumble. So that's we do our weekly show on these sort of topics, and we also do our show about New Zealand politics. So if you're interested in New Zealand politics, there's plenty going on.
What about you, Bob Dub?
I'm just really grateful to be here. It's been a really, really wonderful evening, and I have learned so much, and I just am looking forward to your next show.
Okay. And I do want to say I want to recommend going on your guys' channel and listening to these guys. They have some really, really good talks, and I even enjoy hearing the politics in New Zealand because you guys are amazing. I mean, your country, even the way things are taking place, is just completely unusual. You know what I mean? New Zealand, that's just some amazing stuff. And later on, I'd like to get into a discussion about that too. So, but this is the beginning of Into the Abyss with Roger Hanson. And we can get you back on with my Roger's Real Time Talk Show event, and we can talk about that on there. So,
Yep, sounds brilliant.
I'll let you guys go now, and
all right.
Hope you guys enjoy your day, man.
Cheers, Roger. We're just about to go to bed. It's 2 o'clock in the morning here.
I know.
Just about to hit the sack. All right.
Good night.
Cheers, mate. Catch you next time.
Catch you later, Roger.
Later.
Good night.
All right.
I don't know if they're ever coming back to get her.
So now I think I've got everything going. I'm not positive. I gotta double check and make sure.
Take your time.
There we go. Yeah, YouTube's popped on now, so we got YouTube up, and I got you guys on the pop out so that it's not showing the Discord stuff on there. All right, so we finally have the stream over again. I want to apologize about my first mix on there. That wasn't really all that great. It's something I had to work on, but I finally did get some more content and everything going, so the next one should be better. But I had to work on that one. I had a bunch of old stuff that I was using from the past, so I did a little bit of a mix there. So I pulled together some questions for you too, and a couple of them are pretty good. Like that was some interesting music I heard there, Austin.
Oh yeah, thanks, man.
That was.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I had to mix it though too, so putting. Well, there he goes.
Oh.
We lost him.
Here he comes. He's coming back.
We'll get him.
I'm hoping our power doesn't go out here. It's looking kind of, like I said, these wires got a lot of snow on them.
Yeah.
It might cause some issues, but right now we've been good here so far.
Well, I know that it started doing the rain and everything for us just a little while ago, so it's getting pretty out of hand. Like here, it's really getting out of hand. So.
Well, we had the snow start about two-ish, and it just got heavier and heavier.
It's really
and like I said, now the snow's went away.
We
and it's got this icy, rainy stuff now. So, and we've got looks like a couple inches of snow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that I got everything up and running, I'll just say that welcome to the after show, guys. This is Austin Todd, the guy on the left for me. I guess it'd be the right for you, but I don't understand how all that works. But anyhow,
Yeah.
Before we get started on any questions and everything, I want to thank you, Austin, for allowing us to use your music and everything and showcase it
no problem.
on the stream. And it's my first one, so I really appreciate that. So, what do you guys think about the name? Do you like the G-spot mix?
Yeah.
I didn't see it, so that does sound good.
Yeah, that's what it's called. It's called the G-spot mix.
Yeah, I call it the G-spot mix.
Yeah, I like it all right. Yeah, that's not bad. It's pretty not very family friendly, but
Well, I mean, it's like.
Did you get that name?
Did you hear some of the music I put on there, man? That stuff wasn't really.
oh yeah.
That stuff wasn't really friendly, family friendly.
No, my stuff. A lot of my stuff isn't for sure, and some of the other stuff too wasn't.
Like freaking whenever I did that, there was some things I wanted to ask you questions about, and like with the songs and everything, kind of give us a little background on them, like what inspired you to write the songs and stuff, and give us a little background about it is basically what it is. Now with that Lovesick, like what inspired you to make the song Lovesick?
It just kind of came to me one day. I was riffing on my guitar, and I came up with the opening riff for it, and then the words just followed. That was really how it happened.
It had a really had a good melody to it. I mean, it really did.
Thank you.
So
it just.
Go ahead. I'm tired of interrupting you, man.
Yeah, a lot of my ideas, I don't know where some of them come from. I'll just be riffing around on my guitar, or I'll just be sitting around and stuff will just come to me. And that Lovesick was one of those. I mean, there is instances where things happen to me that inspire me to write certain songs, but a lot of times it just comes seemingly out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was wondering, if maybe you got out of a bad relationship or something like that.
No, it was about it. The song was about somebody becoming obsessed with somebody and stalking them, basically.
No, that was the second one that I wanted to talk to you about. That was the Celebrate Insanity, I believe that's how it said.
Yeah.
Okay, now
Celebrate.
Just please tell me that that's not from personal experience. That was like just inspiration. Because
just inspiration.
Okay, good. That's all
Yeah.
I wanted to know.
It was about the insanity of celebrity culture, basically. Because it was off of that concept album Psychopathy, which covers insanity in all of its different forms.
Right.
We kind of get into that. I mean, kind of explain a little bit more on that too, because I thought it was kind of an interesting concept. Like on your, I guess it would be your brand or your watermark for the videos. I noticed down below you had kind of like blending words going into one another and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I thought that was
like my logo.
Yeah.
For art.
Well.
So.
Yeah.
The project. What is it? Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, that's what I was talking about.
Oh, okay. So the project is called Art, and it's after my initials, which are Austin Robert Todd. So my initials are Art. So this project is called Art, and that's the logo for it. I actually have the flag for it hanging up behind me here, if you can see it.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, move it up.
Yeah.
Move your camera up.
Hold on, let me unplug my charger and I'll stand up.
Oh, you had just had it.
Yeah, be careful too.
Oh, perfect. Stop.
There you go.
Now, right there,
Yeah,
right there.
There you
Stop.
go.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the flag I had made for it hanging up in my studio.
Awesome.
Yeah, you did that when you played a few times, right?
Yep. Yeah, and when I go out and play it live again, I'll take it out. I'll take it out and hang it up and front of my stage setup again.
Yeah, well, Austin designed it, and I had it. College Town. There was a T-shirt, a place called Moonshine, and they did stuff like that.
That's pretty cool.
Flags and things like that too. But I don't think they're up there now. But yeah.
So,
I think there's a sublimation place up there, but it's not the Moonshine now.
But it's a little different, now that we have the web and stuff too, because that was kind of before that, wasn't it? Gosh, it's been a while.
Yeah, it was before the internet really became a thing, because you can get online and have your own flags or whatnot with what I have, kind of design them yourself, and then somebody makes them and.
Yeah, like I forget some of the places, but we've done it with tablecloths and stuff like that. With diversity affairs we had on them, but
like sublimation.
Yeah, but we did do yours on a computer, and we had to work with it a little to get the size right, but it wasn't as involved as everything is now.
Now, getting back to the song. It's hard for me to say. Celebrasanity.
Celebrasanity.
Yeah. Where did you get the inspiration for that? That is that's probably the one that really stuck out to me the most. It's really insane, dude.
Oh, do you mean like the word? It's the title of the song itself, or just the entire song?
Like the person you're depicting in the song, he sounds,
oh, okay.
He sounds like a psychopath that's stalking down this Hollywood star, and he's gonna steal her underwear and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was that. It was with that kind of. Again, that it was just something that. That was just something that came to me, and I think it may have. Came because Mom used to watch a lot of HLN. Remember that? Remember you watching that, Mom, where they'd have a lot of celebrity gossip and all that crap on there?
HLN? No, I watched 48 Hours, but not back then though. What's HLN?
It was remember that news network? I think it was HLN. They had a lot of celebrity stories and stuff on there.
Hollywood Insider.
Yeah, stuff like that. You used to watch some of that stuff, and there would be stories about people stalking celebrities and stuff. So I started thinking about, man, celebrity culture is completely fucking insane.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, so I took that idea for that concept kind of formed over time, and then. As a result of that, I wound up fusing the words celebrity and insanity into one. That was the title. So Celebrasanity it's an fusion that I made up myself between the words celebrity and insanity.
I'll tell you, that was something else. I listened to that and I was like, oh my god, dude, freaking please tell me this is all fictional. My god.
It's fictional, but it's based on things that have actually happened to celebrities in the past.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's been a few of them killed. Well, John Lennon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, he's a perfect example.
Celine, I know you probably didn't get into her. Selena, she was that Hispanic.
Wasn't it? What's her name? It's not Celine, is it? It's
It was Celine, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or Selena.
Yeah, you're right.
She ended up.
Yeah, I did watch that, and it was so terrible that her manager, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it was so awful. And her dad kind of was. He was onto it, but not soon enough to save her.
Yeah.
Oh.
And come to find out, George Lopez's mother was her manager, the one that killed Selena.
Oh, was that his mother?
Yeah.
Okay.
George Lopez's mother killed Selena?
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't know
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, she had,
So
she
she's
had issues, and she was insane, but...
So she's sitting in prison now, I guess, still for that, or?
No.
I really haven't kept up on it. I know what blew me away about the whole deal was when I found out George Lopez was her son. You know.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that.
Because I
didn't know that.
Sad. She was so talented. I really liked her stuff. You know, back in the 90s, wasn't it? It was so sad.
Yeah, I was growing up in Arizona at the time. We moved from Florida to Arizona, so I was around a lot of Hispanic girls, and like that was the big deal, you know, with her getting killed like that. So
right. But you know, it's usually somebody you know. It's not always a stranger like Phil Hartman. There's another, gosh, what a talent! And his insane wife, Brim. You know.
I still want to find out what shows and movies she showed up on. Like, they said she was a B-rated actress, but I've yet to be able to find anything that she was on.
Oh, I didn't know how much she'd gotten into movies. I know her music was going really, just getting to be really, really popular. Yeah. And, you know, I think Phil Hartman was going to do some movies or something, too. Something big his wife killed him. But
yeah, Saturday Night Live was just it's like a big stepping stone. So he was on his way off the stepping stone to something bigger, but...
And speaking of music, he did the covers to America. He did album covers before he did Saturday Night Live.
Yeah. That's cool.
But that's... Anyway, back to your music.
So,
what's about stalkers?
When you came out with Before They Were Legends, okay, what inspired you to do that one? I noticed Lonely Legend and They Were Legends kind of go a little together. In my opinion, they do. I didn't know if you did them at the same time or what.
Yeah, so Before They Were Legends is the first part, and then Lonely Legend.
Oh, we might have gotten a free spot there.
A little blip, yeah.
Yeah, we'll get him back on here in a second. He'll pop back in.
Yeah, I think he will. Well, hopefully. I'll be right back.
All right.
Is he coming back? I think he's coming back.
Yeah, he's coming back now. Boy, oh boy. He's trying to come back. Have patience with this guy. He'll be...
Hold on.
All right. Yeah, give it a
I'm
second.
back again.
Yeah,
I'm just...
We're still going good. It was just a little blip in the thing, so... If you want to, you can...
Oh, okay, yeah,
You can finish up.
Okay, so... Okay, Before They Were Legends was about their childhoods and early adulthoods and how they got into wanting to become like rock stars or movie stars. And then Lonely Legend was after they became rock stars and movie stars, and they were lonely and addicted to drugs and ultimately died from it.
Sounds familiar. Common.
Yeah, so there. And it kind of ties that those two songs also tie back to celeb insanity, the insanity of celebrity culture, and the insanity that it can drive people to.
Yeah.
So that was an aspect of psychopathy. I mean, I cover a lot of other different aspects of psychopathy on that album. There's a lot of different stories just like that one. That was just a snippet. And then, Lovesick was just about like somebody becoming obsessed with someone and stalking them. not necessarily a celebrity.
Just like a female or a male. Well, I
Yeah.
guess since it was a male freaking singing, it would have to. I don't know.
I mean, I guess a girl could sing it too, because it was, I didn't really refer to one gender or another, so the lyrics were kind of, universal.
Yeah. The one thing I wanted to see too, like I went ahead and I added classic Mayans in between Lonely Legend and Dependency, because freaking I know I had to pull the Dependency and all that off of your channel and put it on the stream. So I figured I'd put the classic Mayans on there. Okay, now what I want to know is that a preview to what you were putting on there with Birth and Life preview? Is that going to be something new coming out, or is that something you already did?
Classic Mayans is that's like a teaser for future album I'm working on.
Yeah.
Birth and Life preview was off an album I did in 2013 called Kali Yuga.
Yeah.
That was the opening track of it. I mean, the songs are kind of similar in some ways, but they weren't necessarily related to each other.
Okay, yeah, because see, I thought Birth and Life was actually the preview you were talking about too, because it has preview at the end of it, so I didn't know for sure if it was something you was coming out with or what was
kind of like the no, it was that's literally the title of the song. Like somebody is on the other side, on a spiritual plane, getting ready to be born into Earth, and they see the life they're going to have flash before their eyes. It's like the opposite of a life review at the end of your life. Like you have a life preview before your life begins.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
It does. It's pretty cool. So well thought out. Now on classic Mayans, where did you come up with all that? Was that from your history that we've been discussing about? You're really into history and stuff.
Yeah. I'm a big history buff, so I've been working on writing historically themed songs. I mean, that's just one of many that I'm working on, and a handful that I've finished thus far. So when I do these streams with you in the future, down the road, I'll probably drop a teaser in.
That'd be cool.
I'll try to drop one in every time if I have one, finished to drop. And I thought that was a really good intro as far as teasers for future albums kind of went.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you ever want to drop more than one, feel free to do so, because you're on my Discord channel and stuff. So right there in that music thing, just freaking drop me a link or upload, whatever, download. And
absolutely, yeah.
I'll add it.
No,
I'll add it to the shows, man, because, I mean, it's pretty good stuff. I mean, it really is. So
thank you, man.
Now, Dependency. With me, I have personal experience in that area. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I've heard some of your stories.
I just basically wanted to get a little rundown on that and see what your take is on that, because I did find that one interesting too as well.
Like what, as far as what inspired me to write it, or?
Yeah, basically what was your inspiration and a little bit of background on it. Now, did you ever have problems with drugs and alcohol?
I mean, I did a lot of drugs and I drank a lot when I was younger and stuff, but I would never call myself dependent on it to where it was just totally destroying my life. But I did see a lot of people who just, when it came to partying, they just didn't have an off switch, and they didn't know what to stay away from. My cousin Sam, who I've mentioned, a number of times, he was one that just, he didn't have an off switch and didn't know what to stay away from, and that was what got him. Now, granted, I wrote the song years before he really got deep into drugs and dependent on them. So the weird thing about it, it was kind of like an instance where I had an idea come to me just based on all kinds of, alcohol and drug dependent people I had seen. And then it wound up coming true for me personally, with him down the road. Because you know how sometimes you'll hear like musicians say they'll write stuff that and at the time it won't be necessarily the case for them, but later on it'll come true. That was kind of that's kind of what happened with dependency.
Yeah.
I guess art imitates life, they say.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I guess
that was
your dad. I don't know. Yeah, he was struggling with prescription.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, he was getting hooked on Vicodin pretty bad towards the end.
But he wasn't, I think, when you wrote that song, per se.
No, but it kind of started coming true not too long after that. He was another example of how that song kind of came true.
Now, like, I know you do your music and everything, but like, have you been around the environment as like going out and playing music in clubs and stuff like that, and being around people in the music area?
On and off throughout the years, yes, I have. I played a number of bars and out around here where I live. I play open mic nights every chance I get. I played in a couple bands number of years ago, briefly. So I've been in it on and off. But the bulk of my time is spent holed up down here in my studio, recording and writing stuff, and then more recently starting to interview and stream with you.
That brings me to my next question. This is important too, because I've been listening to your music for like a day and a half now, 2 days. Is your studio soundproof?
No, I don't have it all soundproofed.
You better go.
I don't have like all the. Yeah, it doesn't have all the padded walls and stuff.
But you can hear it like it's where you're at. You're not like an apartment; it's in a house.
Oh no! I mean, my neighbors can't hardly hear me because I went outside like with my speakers full blast and stuff, and because it's in a basement that's in ground, I think it muffles a lot of the sound. But as far as my studio having like the padded walls that a professional studio would have, no, it doesn't. I'll actually scan around here. I'll just show you. It's brick walls. Actually, hold on. So.
Well, being underground.
So yeah,
it's a big deal. I mean, that helps out a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty soundproof.
Yeah.
It's an older house.
Yeah.
And then he's on a street, so, there's the street noise, but it's not terrible. It's just pretty soundproof on its own, isn't it? That's pretty cool. That's what he looked for, I guess, in a house, was a place.
Yeah. I was back when I was house hunting, I was kind of looking for a house that had kind of a naturally soundproofed area, which an in-ground basement, would be a naturally.
The part is those synchronicities and stuff. Him and his fiance were looking for houses, and I was trying to help him a little, and his dad was too. But I saw this back. They had the magazines where you could look for houses, and I saw this house and the price was really good, but it said it didn't have air conditioning. So I told Austin and her, I said, why don't you go look at it? Because I said, it's because it doesn't have air conditioning, the price is good. And but it was in Middletown, and so we didn't know much about Middletown, and we'd heard it was pretty bad up here, and it is in some areas. And they were like, well, we want to go look at it. And I was like, well, You might as well, because you know. And
I just went to look at it to shut you up because you wouldn't get off.
well, that's what I said. I said if that house is what they say it is for that price, it's good. Because I took some real estate classes. I was going to go into it one time. So they get up there and they really, this house was really what they wanted. And so I think he took off. Where'd he go again?
he came back.
Oh, Roger's still there?
I'm still here. Yeah.
Are you? We can't see your face.
I don't have my face.
You guys can't see my face?
So you can tell. Yeah, now I can. I said, so tell Roger when you got there, some stuff happened where it was kind of odd, and you ended up getting this house, and it was just perfect. But, yeah, there was the real estate agent wasn't there, and what happened? Remember that? What happened? And you guys, nobody looked at it, but you guys that day.
Yeah, the real estate agent that was supposed to be there, she didn't show up. And then, so we just got our own agent to come in there and take us through the house and stuff.
Yeah, because you guys already had an agent you were looking at houses with, yeah.
Yeah. So she came in and looked at it with us instead, and the people who were supposed to be in the bidding war with us got beat out by us because of that. So it was kind of weird how that played out, and I found it. So I found back to the original point, I found the natural, a naturally soundproofed area for,
making your music. It just came together.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird how it kind of has a life of its own that way, because sometimes I look back on how I've accumulated all this equipment, and I found this, this house with this basement with, that's kind of naturally soundproofed, and it's just weird how the music had a life of its own and helped bring itself together around me.
Yeah. That's means it's supposed to be going in that direction, you know what I mean? So if it's all fitting together, don't fight it. It's
oh no.
It's
no, I love it. I'm rolling right along with it. I'm gonna see where it goes.
I think it's hard to find a place that's soundproof like that, because my basement, I have a basement, but I don't think it's quite that soundproof. You can hear stuff in my basement.
Because your basement, your basement's not underground.
Yeah.
It's part of it's. Yeah, a good part of your basement's above ground, whereas mine's completely underground. So that being underground is just a natural soundproofing.
Well, the fact that you found a basement that had no foundation problems is a miracle, because there aren't too many basements out there that don't have some kind of issue with foundation, with the walls and stuff. So that right there was
that we looked at more. Yeah, we looked at more houses than I could count. When we were house hunting that had foundational issues. That was just about the number one thing. So I saw some places that would have been great to have had a studio in, if they hadn't had those major foundational issues.
Yeah. Now, there was something else I did want to bring up to you, and I don't know for sure if it was in Guilty or if it was in Division or Diversion, but I could tell that you did it on purpose, and I want to call it an echo sound, but not really. It was like that off-distance sound, like whenever you're in a parking garage or something. And
was it at the end of the song?
It was in the song too, in some parts, but you kind of had that off sound where you were like in a freaking room where it could freaking sound, you know what I mean, have that echoing sound. And I was wondering, did you do that on purpose, or did you like intentionally find an environment to where you could do that? And
oh, you mean like the reverberation?
Yeah, that's.
I mean, yeah, I did. I added a lot of reverb to both of those songs, to make everything sound bigger.
Yeah, I was wondering because Now, did you like find locations to do it, or did you do it through your electronics?
Through my electronics.
That's pretty good, being honest. Either way, it's good, but I just wanted to say that was pretty good, because I noticed that, and it's pretty smooth.
Oh yeah, thank you.
You did that really well. So, on Guilty, okay, kind of tell us a little bit about your inspiration with that one, because that was a good one too. That one had a real nice mellow sound to it and everything, but I know there was more to it than just that. So, please.
At the time I wrote that, which I wrote, actually Guilty's a pretty old song. That's one of my older songs, because I recorded a demo of it back in 2007, and then the version I gave to you, that was off my first album that I did in 2009. So that one's been around a while. At that time, I was really anti-religion. You know, I was listening to a lot of stuff like Marilyn Manson and, you know,
Yeah.
satanic death metal and stuff. I was really against the church and religion and kind of ragging on, you know, people that were religious at that time in my life, because I was being a rebel. You know, I'm really rebellious.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was kind of where the, you know, I was talking about how too many people who are religious, they spent their entire lives in a state of perpetual guilt.
Yeah.
You know, and stuff. So that was kind of what inspired me to write it at that time. Now granted, since then, over the years, my views on religion have softened a lot. I don't hate Christianity and religious people like I did back then, you know.
Yeah.
There's certainly a lot of truth in Christ's teachings in the Bible that I've found since then, but I still hate it when people who claim, you know, that Christ's teachings were based around love, they're judgmental and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that, you know.
Did you like my little twist there? I noticed the look on your face when I called it mellow. I wanted to see what you...
It was kind of one of my heavier mellow songs.
No, it wasn't mellow at all, not whatsoever. I was just trying to get a reaction out of you for that, because there is nothing mellow about that song whatsoever. It's pretty hard. I mean, so.
Yeah, that was one of my one of my favorites among a lot of my friends and stuff back in the days I played my songs for. Guilty was kind of one of my hits back in those days, so to speak.
Well, it's good to know that you've gone through a lot of different outlooks on it and everything, because I think that's something that all of us when we were younger had issue with. Like, I had my issues with God too, you know, and as I got older, I just kind of mellowed out. I think it was, you know, there was something in me that finally just started clicking, and it was like, man, there's just too much hate, you know what I mean? And I'm the same way with you about people who are hypocrites, you know what I mean? Like, you can't say, you can't say love and then freaking talk hate. It's two contradictory things. So I have an issue with that too, but I also been the type of person that mellowed out a lot over the years about it too, so I can relate to you on that.
Oh yeah, that's my story to a T. You know, I was almost militant about it back in those days, and now I've mellowed out quite a bit.
Yeah.
By comparison, my old self from back in those days would hate my new self today. If I was to meet my 20-year-old self, huh?
As you develop you see how you've developed as a person, you know.
Yeah.
It really sucked to have
Bro.
to beat yourself up. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I would.
it like get your butt kicked by yourself. It's like that.
Yeah. My 37-year-old self gets beat up by my 20-year-old self.
Yeah.
Well, you know what the good thing is you're not going backwards. I've seen people just flip completely. They go from bad to, well, they go bad. You know, they go good and then they're bad. So at least you're going to the
Yeah.
side.
Yeah, I've seen people go from good to bad too, unfortunately, and for varying reasons.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in a lot of cases, it's been drugs.
Yeah, that was my case. Like, I
Yeah.
actually didn't realize that life was good if you just stopped doing the drugs, and
Yeah.
it just kind of blew me out of the water. It was rough at first, don't get me wrong, but once I got over it, man, life is just, it's a lot better. You know what I mean? Like, there isn't a bad day, me being sober, that compares to like to my best day when I was drinking and doing drugs. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So can I ask you, Roger, like, well, were you trying to mask something? I usually think that
I just
drink-
wanted to get drunk and high. I mean, everybody always talks about that shit. Like you know, I mean, dude, that was the whole purpose for me. Like, it was to get drunk and get high. I mean, and I have a friend named Jaffe that does a talk show and everything, and I was talking to him about it. And like, everybody has like this misconception that freaking like alcoholics and drug addicts have like this horrible freaking underlying problem, you know what I mean? But the truth is they just want to get drunk and high.
There's some that want to some that want to self-medicate, but there's others that just want to get drunk and high and they like it.
Yeah.
They just get
like Austin's father. Well, my husband, well, you know, he had some really traumatic childhood issues and he never really worked through them.
Yeah.
And it seemed like he was fine, but I really don't think he was. But for years, but then as he was going through midlife and stuff, and his father passed away, and it seemed like it all back in. It was like a flood.
Mm-hmm.
And all these things he hadn't dealt with, he was trying to deal with. And he wasn't where he wanted to be in his life, and so he started taking the painkillers more. And you know, I think, you know, sometimes it's because you let things build up and you don't you don't solve them as you go through life. There's many reasons, but I've seen people like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, and it is an issue. Don't get me wrong. Like, I mean, I had a lot of fucked up things in my head going on too. You know what I mean? But at the time, when I was doing the drugs and the alcohol, I mean, the last thing on my mind was all the freaking fucked up shit that was happening happened in my life. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
And
well, that's what it does numb that stuff. So
yeah. I mean, and like, people talk about like drinking 2 or 3 beers, dude. I didn't even know what the freaking concept of drinking 2 beers was. Like,
yeah, what's that?
I was like, dude, I mean, you're not supposed to black out when you freaking drink. What's wrong with you? You know what I mean? Like, people would tell me that, and I'd be like, oh hell no, dude. Freaking, you're supposed to black out and act like a fool. You know?
Wow.
Like,
but you know, I think some people just like the feeling. It just gives them they like it, but then you start realizing you start to feel so bad.
Yeah.
Older, you start feeling bad.
So.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, for me, I mean, I liked the feeling at one time, but as time went on, the feeling started getting pretty bad with just about everything I did, and that was when I started getting away from the whole scene myself. But
now on that division and diversion, we kind of talked about it, but you didn't. I didn't ask you what inspired you and stuff to do it, and give a background on it. Do you want to tell a little bit about what inspired you to do that song?
Yeah. basically, it, you know, you look at the media, and they're always trying to do two things to everybody. If they can't divide people using politics, they'll just divert them with shit that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So, you look at the media and the culture they create, and it's always a culture of division based on politics on the one hand, but it's also coupled by useless celebrity gossip and just bullshit to distract people from what's really going on. And then sometimes the stories they're telling and the politics they're talking about are in and of themselves a distraction. So if they can't divide you over political matters, they'll just divert you with shit that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So they can distract you from, the powers that be can distract you from what it is they're doing to you. That's basically what that song's about. And I wrote that one just over years of just seeing shit on the news.
Yeah.
It was basically what that song is basically what it all boiled down to for me.
I had to finally give up on the news. Like, I don't watch it anymore. And a lot of people say, well, you're not informed and everything. I'm like, why would you want to be informed about that shit? I mean, seriously, why would you even want to be informed about that,
Yeah, I mean, and how informed, how informed could you actually be when half of it's not even news so much as it is just like propaganda?
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
So there's that too. I mean, how informed are you actually? I mean, yeah, I want to keep up with what's going on in the world and how it might affect me, but I don't. But I try to do a little bit of digging. I don't just look at the media and say, "Oh, what they're telling me is automatically true because this is the media." I mean,
exactly.
Because how informed would I really be then?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be informed
at all. I agree with you on that 100%. Now, I put the links and everything to your YouTube channel and on your Minds channel into the streams that I did. Now, I couldn't do it on the YouTube channel because we just started it for Home Away from YouTube. Now I've got you on the server, I guess it's what you call it, on Discord that Bob Dub made for me, and I sent an invite on there to if you want to join Home Away from YouTube. It's generally a gaming thing, but we've been going into more things like what we're doing here, getting into art and music and entertainment and stuff like that, because that's what we want to do. But if you want to join in on it, I noticed your mom did, so
just
hold on. If you want to come in there too, man, I mean, we can keep track of you, make sure you're behaving.
There's a lot going on. Yeah.
What did you say, Summer?
I said there's a lot going on with that, but yeah. There, did you get back? Did you hear what he said?
Yeah, that server's got a lot of different stuff on it. It's got like a fur babies channel, and it's got a there was a
So you went in there and checked it out?
Yeah, I was looking through pictures of kittens and puppies and shit.
Yeah, it's got a lot of interesting stuff. So there's a lot of stuff on there. You know what I mean? Yeah. And Sammy Bug, she's the one who started it, but she's the one, she turned it over to Zach. And Zach's a pretty cool guy. You know what I mean? He's somebody that you'd really like to get to know. He's from England, and he did a mix for us on Rumble last week. So I don't know if you got to see that or not, but he's a pretty interesting guy.
No, to listen to that, I meant to listen to that. So I need to.
Many people from England and stuff. How's John? I haven't heard anything from him, but he's on a whole different time thing.
Yeah, Now John, he has he has some issues going on where he has to stay and watch over his son. His son is autistic.
Yeah.
And he ended up having to stay home from school because of some issues at school, so he's got to stay there with him and help take care of him and everything. So
yeah,
kind of cramps his time on the internet and streaming and stuff. So, but he is coming back. It's just going to take him a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him again.
Yeah, I am too. He's getting too quiet. When he does that, I kind of get nervous about it because he gets real quiet and he doesn't want to talk very much. You know what I mean? So, but the good news is he started like sending me shitloads of like links to free video games. So I know he's somewhere doing something good if he's sending me like free links to video games, because that's what he loves doing to me. You know what I mean? He'll send me all these links.
It's kind of helping him.
Yeah, gets on.
Yeah,
it's helping keep him.
Oh,
he's bouncing.
I'm sure it's real distracting, having to watch his son and do stuff. It's just real. You just really can't do it very well.
Yeah. Well, he's also. I mean, he's got a son that needs special attention too. You know what I mean? And I know that has to cause some stress on him. So.
Yeah, and I know my daughter was trying to work from home with her son, and she said it's just she finally has him in daycare now a little bit because she's like, I can't focus. It's real hard. She said my attention's all over the place, and it's not as easy as it seems. So when you got something that starts crying, or everything's going every which way, it's really difficult to focus in on a podcast or anything like that, or interviewing.
Yeah. So
are you back?
Austin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. My audio went out for a second there. I was saying something, and then I couldn't hear you guys anymore.
Yeah.
Now, do you remember what it was you were saying?
I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. I was saying that video games, those video game things he's sending you. That's a good sign, because that's something he's doing it's helping keep him from getting too depressed and too discouraged. So that's a very good sign.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, because I haven't heard nothing from him in the longest time. I probably be a good idea for me to just write him, see how he's doing.
Yeah. Well, we've pretty much covered all the questions and everything. Is there anything you want to add that you want to say, or?
That's a really good question. Because I won't be able to think of anything right now. But then after this is over, I'll be like, oh man, I should have said that. But I don't think so. I think we just about covered.
Yeah, I believe we need to get off of here before this thing just completely collapses on us, because you're popping in and out. So it might be a good idea to do that. He could be still on. You heard all that, right?
No, I lost you there for a minute again.
Yeah, with the way things are popping in and out, it's probably best to just get off of it, and we can do it later on. And I'd like to have you on more. You know what I mean? So this isn't.
Absolutely.
This isn't the only time. This is just an after show where we're hanging out and talking about the stream and everything. And it's like I said too. Sorry about the mixes not being as great as what they could have been, but.
I mean, you're just getting back into it again, so I mean,
Yeah, I haven't.
Don't beat yourself up too bad.
I haven't done that shit for like almost 15 years, man. I mean, my
Yeah,
it's been a while, so.
That's a long time.
Yeah. Well, you don't forget it though. That's the thing. And it's two different styles. Now it's easier actually because there's a computer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, a lot of the stuff that's on there, I just have to get the hang of and do it all over again and stuff and start over. So.
you did pretty good. Yeah, the first time out.
I appreciate it. And Bob Dub, I use Bob Dub and Vincent and also Julian's voices at the beginning of that. So.
That's cool.
I had them do.
Yeah, that was cool. I liked that prayer piece that Bob Dub did.
Yeah.
That was badass.
And she doesn't think that she has like an awesome voice, dude.
But she does.
She does. I mean, she has an awesome voice. Like, I tell her, like, out of everybody, I want you to be the one reading my stuff, so. But he's gone.
He'll be there.
He'll be back. He's working on it.
Going back and forth.
He's the champion. He's the champion. We're rooting for you. We're rooting for you. Come on, you can.
I'll wait for me to get back in.
Yeah.
It's an unstable internet connection on my
knocked out.
Mm-hmm. Well, before you get knocked out again.
I think it might be.
It might be this weather.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. Before you get knocked out again, say goodbye to your fans and all the good stuff. So.
Goodbye.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for watching the stream, and I'm looking forward to doing it again very soon. Take it easy and God bless.
You too, and thank you. I will get
You're
off
welcome.
here. I'll get off here and leave you.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Hello everyone and welcome to a round table event here on the Home Away from YouTube channel. We're joined by Dark Things and Jen on the panel and myself, and we are talking to the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Zera, the gaming kaiju. Zera, how you doing, man?
I'm doing really good, mate. How are you going?
Yeah, doing good. And we've been wanting to do this for a little while now, so I'm glad we've got the time. I'm glad we sorted it out schedule wise. You just rolled out of bed, man. So like, happy Monday to you.
Yes, 8 o'clock in the morning, good to go. I've been excited to do this too. So it's good that we've finally been able to knuckle something down and get it going.
For real. Super excited. And you know, we're here. We're gonna ask you all these questions. We're gonna put you on the spot. So I think the first question really is, you know, what made you start your channel? What gave you the motivation to be a gaming, you know, YouTuber and all that kind of stuff? Like, what's your motivation? What's your passion?
It all started really just as a concept of myself and my friends being able to share moments together from the games we were playing. At the time, we were playing Grand Theft Auto 5 online a lot.
Yeah.
And originally, the channel wasn't just going to be my own. The concept was we were going to collectively have one channel to upload to, and we would individually have our own identities to that, but we would upload as a collective. Unfortunately, I was the only one uploading to that channel for the beginning of, and I kind of took it off on my own. It's just developed as it went on. It was kind of just, as I said, in the beginning, it was just a passion project where we wanted to make sure we had memories of the funny moments and stuff we were capturing. But as time has gone on, I've really developed a love for entertaining people. And I think that also comes from a background of having suffered from mental illness for quite some time. I've used YouTube as a creative platform to not only distract myself, but my philosophy as a content creator has always been, if I can bring happiness to somebody's life on days where I struggle to find happiness in my own, I feel a huge sense of accomplishment having done that. And, you know, getting comments from people saying that, you know, they really love what I'm doing, you know, they love my energy, you know, that really keeps me going. So it's definitely been a transformative experience from start to finish, because I started about probably 7 or 8 years ago, give or take.
Yeah.
It's only probably been the last 4 to 5 years that it really clicked with me that I wanted to do this, you know, full time. I wanted to do this properly. So if you go back to the earlier days, it was very like scarce uploads here and there, and the quality wasn't all that high. But then there's kind of a point in time where the trajectory just goes from plateauing to going up, I feel, because I started taking things a little bit more seriously. So you obviously start investing more time and more effort. So that's where it all began. And I'm glad I went under that shift, because uploading content today is something that I love doing. I've got such a huge passion for it. So yeah.
Perfect. And you can see the passion that you do in your videos. You know, you can see the enthusiasm, you can see the joy that you have for doing it, and everything like that. And I mean, I've always said, like, from my own personal, like if I'm watching someone and they're enjoying the content they're making, then I'm going to enjoy it, because, you know, it does come through the screen in that way, and it's good that, you know, that you're still enjoying it even to this day, because, like, people fall off, people give up, and especially when you've been doing it for so long. You said, like, you're doing it like 7 years, so, like, that, I mean, a lot of people fall off within, like, the first couple, and it's like, but it can clearly see that you're still enjoying it. You're still bringing new content. You're still bringing new, you know, your comedic value, your own twist to everything, which is fantastic. But yeah, like, I mean, it's one of them. Like, I feel like, along with content creation, like, do you feel it's saturated within the gaming world, in, like, the gaming community? Do you feel like you're trying to compete against everyone, or did you feel like you're kind of set your own kind of, like, grounds within it?
In the beginning, I would probably say when I went from just, you know, uploading for a couple of people to then getting some subscribers, and then realizing people were wanting to watch what I was doing. In the beginning, I was really focused on numbers. And obviously the gaming niche is not as niche as some people care to admit. You know, it's probably the most saturated, or if not one of the most saturated kind of areas of YouTube. Everybody's doing it, especially through that COVID period, when people started streaming and everything else. So I've learnt to not get hung up on the numbers, not so much now. I just do it because I love doing it, and I know, you know, you've got to learn to walk before you can run. So you're going to have days where you don't get the numbers you're looking for. You know, you're going to have some days where the numbers are going to boom. And I think the introduction of things like YouTube Shorts and stuff has really helped my channel out a lot. Just being able to give, like, little previews and share little, you know, tidbits about what I do kind of opens up the door to bringing people in. I feel the gaming niche as a whole, though, is only going to get more saturated as time goes on. So it's always going to be an uphill battle for somebody who has a passion for gaming and wants to upload gaming content. But if you can get I know YouTube is kind of a numbers game, because you are, at the end of the day, if you're looking at doing it as a full-time thing, and you're really driven to do it, the numbers are going to matter. If you're just doing it as a passion project, and, you know, you're just uploading for the hell of it, maybe not so much. But I feel there's always going to be competition, and I feel that competition in some aspects is going to make you better, because you're going to see all the other content people are putting out, and it motivates you to improve your own content as well, because you're trying to stand out amongst the crowd. So that's kind of why I feel my content a little bit has shifted in formatting, and just little things here and there that I do now that I didn't do, say, you know, a year, 2 years ago,
Yeah.
that have become more synonymous with myself, and now people recognize things that I do as my thing.
Yeah.
Which I think really helps you as a brand and as an individual. So I'm still going to keep uploading content for as long as I can. But yeah, I feel if you're getting into the game now, you've got to get into the game in the mindset of knowing that you're running a million-mile race against millions of other people.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
you know, you're going to fall over sometimes. You know, you're going to stumble, but just stick with it. If you've got the passion to do it, you'll get to where you want to be.
That's it. It's all about the passion. It's all about if you do get hung up on the numbers, then I feel that's where you're gonna trip up over yourself and everything like that. Like, I mean, I feel like people who do want to upload to YouTube always have that in the back of their minds, like this can be something, even if it does start as a hobby or like a passion, you know. But at the end of the day, as long as you're enjoying it, as long as you're putting your own twists on it, I mean, that'd be, you know, thousands of people in the gaming community are going to play the same game. You know, they're all going to play the newest game. Like, I was watching your Pal World videos, and instantly there was other ones that were playing Pal World that like popping up on my feed. I was like, I don't want to watch any of these people because I don't know. Yeah, I want zero. Like, I'm not going to watch these people. I don't want to. I'm more interested in your take on it, your commentary than I am in the game. Like the way you present the games and things like that. You know, the way, you know, some of my favorite content creators, like they've been, I watch them for them, not for the content they create, but because I've learned to appreciate them as people for what their presentation style, all that kind of stuff. And same goes to like anyone in like the WLC or anything like in here. Like, I'll watch specific people because I enjoy how they present themselves, how they present their information, and I'll watch the same stuff. Like, I'll watch like 5-6 videos of the same thing because I enjoy the people that present it. I'm rambling on much. Doug, have you got any questions?
Well, first of all, hey man, good to see you. Big fan.
Likewise. Thank you.
Make sure that when I watch your video, I try to let you know how much I appreciate what you put out. I'm going to resonate with what you said about being passionate about what we do here. It definitely shows in everything you do. But I think I've said that to you like over and over and over again. And there's no one like you. Yeah. You're irreplaceable. It's definitely your brand. People are going to come to your channel to see what you, like what Zach says, what you have to offer. And I joined up and started watching you, joined up this all the way from YouTube right around the time the COVID scene started. Probably still a little bit before that bubble, but right around that time. And I think some of the first videos I started watching of yours were the LA Noir, I think it was. An LA Noir. I was watching that pretty heavily. Man, I got so wrapped up into that. I was so like, oh man, that's what's like, this guy's just resonating with me. So I think it is true. And what you say, so you have a pearl of wisdom that you're offering to people out there watching this. It is that 1,000,000-mile march with another million people. And your passion is what's going to carry you through. Just face it, there are so many detractors out there that if you're just in it for monetization and you're not in it for the actual art of crafting, something that people are going to want to watch, the numbers are not always going to be there. Like you said, they're going to balloon one day, other day, video is going to do dismal. Just from my own personal experience, I hit a topic that was hot. Some of my videos, first videos, getting thousands of views. I'm like, oh, I'm excited. And then as I move to another topic, the numbers go down. And you're like, oh, wait a second. What is it I'm doing? No, it's not really meant you doing anything different. It's that people aren't as intrigued with maybe the topic that or like a game that someone is playing.
Yeah.
And like, to Zach's credit, I remember what he said. He said, People come. He didn't want to go watch anybody else about PAL. He wanted to watch you. Same. I was like, no, I'll just wait. Zero's gonna have a video come out about PAL. I'm gonna get caught up in that.
Yeah.
I'll just wait. I want to hear from Zero. You're my trusted source on lots of different games, or style of content. Because like I remember, it's not always the best thing to do to play a game just because it's the hot commodity. I remember I learned that the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
Right? When Valhalla came out, my son and I were convinced, oh, let's do Valhalla. Everybody's going to want to watch it. Not when there are a million other people playing the game at the same time, promoting it at the exact same time.
Yeah.
And we weren't doing it any differently, right? That was another thing with our channel. I was like, what are we doing different? Not really anything. So why would people tune into us?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And
be different.
I think that, I think the issue with like the newer games as well, from like the bigger content creators like PewDiePie, Jacksepticeye, the big ones, they're going to get the game first. They're going to get the release like 2-3 days early, so then they can showcase it. So by the time smaller creators get the game, they've already completed it. So like people have already watched that. It's over for them. They're like, I'm ready for the new one. I'm ready for the next one. So it is, in that sense, it's hard to keep up with that, I think. And like, you play. I've always said when I used to do gaming and stuff, like play games that you love, or play games that you've been wanting to try. Your current series, the Retro Rewinded Pokemon Colosseum. I love that game. That was one of my favorites growing up. And I haven't watched your series yet. I'm waiting for you to finish it so I can binge it, because I want to see I'm waiting to see how you find it from start to finish, because I've played that game. I know that game like the back of my hand. It was like one of the first games we got on the GameCube, and chef's kiss, 100%. So I am looking forward to watching that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
I have a question. Not too difficult, but Zach and I were in conversation yesterday, and we were talking about routines, right? Things that people do. And we were specifically talking about what we do to get ready when we're actually getting ready to do a video. Like Zach says, he likes to look the freshest, and I know it's the same for me. And I try to go through a routine before I get started. Do you have a routine for you get started for a video that you like to do? Just something that you do to make sure that you feel ready and pumped up and ready to go?
I love playing a little bit of music and just mellowing out a little bit before I get in the zone, kind of just set the mood. I'll always go through a process of making sure that everything behind me is looking okay, if the camera's all good, the lighting, everything else. But I think what really sets the tone for me and the personality that comes through is getting myself pumped up by listening to music I enjoy and kind of finding my center in that essence. But what really excites me as well about just gaming in general is just diving on into something that I've never played before. And 9 times out of 10, that is the case. Outside of Retro Rewind, everything I've been doing, minus maybe a game here or there, is always fresh.
Yeah.
Some of the retro games I play are games from my childhood. But as Zach just pointed out, with the Pokemon Colosseum playthrough I'm currently doing, that's completely blind. It's something I didn't play as a kid. So that in itself kind of helps as routine in getting me prepared, because I'm excited to sit down and record what's going to happen next, because I don't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
And just that innocence and that childlike wonder of what's in the unknown really prepares me as well. But I definitely feel music is my main drive. I'll sit here and put a couple of songs on and just kind of find the groove, and I'll even play different types of music depending on the game I'm going to be recording, just to see if I need to find a different energy level, if that makes sense. So with the Suicide Squad that I've been recording with a couple of my friends, I'll play a little bit of heavy metal just to get the blood pumping a little bit. If I'm doing a more mellow kind of playthrough, I might do some slow jams or something like that. It's a process, but music has always driven me creatively, even outside of content creation, whether it's with my writing or I'm doing some art or something like that. It's always just, that's been my one grounding thing, and I always told of that. So
Yeah.
I think it's important to have routine and have that one thing that helps you prepare, because there's going to be some days where you don't want to do content, content creation, especially if you find yourself in one of those ruts.
Yeah.
I've taken a step away a few times in the last 12 months, be it a couple of days from uploading, because I feel you need to have a step back sometimes. So even having that as part of a routine, and just knowing in the back of your head it's okay to step away. The people that support you are going to be there to support you regardless of whether you want to take a little bit of time off, and so definitely feel routine's important. Do you guys have particular routines yourselves that you guys divulge with?
Yes. We were talking about this last night actually as well. So, like, for me personally, I like to get myself. So I have like a routine. So make sure my beard is nice. Make sure my head's trimmed. Make sure I've got a nice outfit on. I always spray. You can't smell me, but I need to smell nice. Same. I like to put music on. I like to listen to a bit of music. Like, music's helped me throughout the years with like my mental health and everything. So music is a massive thing for me. There isn't a time in the day where I'm not listening to music unless I'm unless I'm like recording something. Music is always on in the background regardless. And yeah, it's one of them where I like to prepare myself. I like to just relax, just take a moment and just like, this is what we're doing. I'm very structured with what I like to record as well. So I have like a specific, like, this is what I'm doing today. I like to have it kind of like, not by the minute, but kind of like, I know where I'm at in like the day of like, right, I need to record this, or I'm going to edit this today. Because I obviously with work and things like that, I'm very finite with the amount of time that I have during the weekend. So it's like, I need to be as productive as possible for like, to get everything sorted, get everything done. So it's like, it's one of them. It's routine for me. It might seem crazy, but like, it works for me, and that's all that matters. Doug, how about you? Your routine?
It's been a fair stretch since I've done any real video game content. My son and I are going to get back to that, but like, for Reader Digest, which we had to go to a completely different channel. So we're starting that journey over again. But for like gaming content, definitely music is something that he and I will both listen to. And because we bounce off each other when we do our gaming content, because that's a duo type thing.
Yeah.
We both have to be feeling one another. So making sure that there's no beef between us was important too, because that went sideways once. But just making sure in the gaming that I'm in a space where I'm ready to have fun.
Oh yeah.
And the music helps with that. Now, when it comes to the other channel that I've been pushing now for Gangbusters since like December, the present day, oddly enough, I will listen to, if I'm gonna listen to music, I'm gonna be listening to probably some pretty eerie type stuff, or even soundtracks maybe from like a horror movie or mystery types like that will help put me in that mindset. Or if it's more of just like a mystery of an unsolved person, I'll go ahead and watch an old episode of Unsolved Mysteries with Robert Stack.
Nice,
just to kind of get me there, or I'll just find maybe there's a YouTuber out there I'll plug. I like watching her content. She doesn't need my help. She's way bigger than I am, but she goes by Seriously, and she does a lot of really cool stuff. And so I'll, like, for the same way I did with my gaming, with taking it from zero, finding something that was going to make it unique, brand. I kind of took cues from her about what can I do that's different about my channel, in the realm of that. So I'll listen to music. I'll watch something that is kind of true crime or mystery related, or I'll read. While I'm listening to music, like the little crime novels type stuff, to kind of get me in the mood. And I will also coif my hair and make sure I'm spraying some Banaka. I know no one can smell my breath, but I don't want something go through the monitor and offend them, stuff like that, to get ready.
Yeah.
And I'll do some stretching, right? Before I get started. So, just little stretches like
Oh yeah, nice.
Make sure that I'm relaxed.
Yeah. Nice
because when you're doing narration type stuff, feeling comfortable, it's gonna be because I don't have really anything but the video of my voice telling something, and I'll do like the little vocal exercises, like like make sure that my mouth is moving and I can articulate. I look ridiculous.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want someone to have to see me do it while I'm doing that. But I go back to the old theater kid and do that stuff too.
Nice. Yeah.
So I had a question for Zira.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
You talked about your journey at the beginning, how you weren't taking it seriously, and then that posture struck and you got serious and things changed. I continue to see your growth. Even today I see you do different stuff, so it's kind of like, okay, he's going with this right now. But to someone who's just getting started out, other than it being a numbers game, what advice would you give somebody who's starting out, either be it what they're using to produce the content, like programs or whatnot? What advice would you give to someone coming into the scene?
Okay. I definitely feel, as we said, we've been speaking about numbers. I feel that we need to push the numbers to the back of our minds, especially if we're starting off early, and you're not going to have. Because I've always felt your first 100 subscribers are the most crucial, because I feel that's the hardest number to hit. Unless you become an overnight sensation and you upload a video that goes viral and you pick up a ton of subscribers off of it, your first 100 is probably going to be the long run in your journey. It took me God knows how long to hit my first 100, but once I did hit that 100 mark, it kind of opened up avenues for me, because I didn't think I'd get more than 10 subscribers. I honestly thought it was only ever going to be my friends that I was gaming with that were going to be subscribing and watching the content just to help myself out. So I think definitely pushing the numbers to the back of your mind and just letting the passion for what you want to do take the lead. Social media is something I also recommend not relying upon, but using as a tool to promote your content. I didn't do that in the beginning, but now I've opened myself up to making sure I upload to Twitter, or X as it's known now. I make sure I always put something out on that for a new video, or if I'm doing a reaction video, because I've got a reaction channel on the side as well, I'll always do a little bit of a teaser that leading up to that video coming out, saying, hey, guess what, I've got a reaction video coming out at this time, swing by and check it out. TikTok's been a big one for me recently too, because I was uploading YouTube shorts and I was finding that some of them weren't performing as well as I was hoping. And then I figured, well, TikTok is kind of the same platform that YouTube Shorts is offering, just in a different format. So I've transitioned to taking that stuff to TikTok as well. And I've been finding a lot of people have been coming from TikTok to now watch my content. So
nice.
Definitely leaning into promoting on social media is something I highly suggest as well. Again, especially if it's in this gaming niche, you're going to be, I wouldn't say fighting to survive, but it's very much the process of thinking, if you don't try to get ahead of the pack a little bit in some way, shape or form, you might struggle to break away for that period of time. So you need to really lend yourself to opportunities like promotion, or even with the group we've got here on Discord, being able to share your content and, help each other out in that essence as well, networking, collaboration, things like that really do help out. And I'm not at all suggesting things like sub for sub or anything like that, because I've always been against that. That's a trap I fell into early on in my channel's infancy, because I didn't realize at the time that it was such a bad thing. I thought, oh, okay, if this person's wanting to support me, then I'll support them back. But the process of that becomes they're not wanting to support you. They just want an extra number for themselves. And once they get that number, then they've achieved what they're looking for. You know, you might have a number on your channel, but you're not getting that metric. You're not getting that view, that like, that comment that you want to be getting.
Yeah.
So I definitely recommend steering away from that kind of stuff, but don't be scared to network with other people. You know, I know some people might be against what we do in the Discord here, you know, with posting our videos up and sharing, but we do it in a way that it's not forced. It's something that you can elect to do.
Yeah.
And you know, I feel that I've made connection with the people that do upload in our group, and even on Facebook in some groups I upload to. Some of those people are now just watching my content as soon as it's uploaded, outside of having to post it in those groups, because they've come to appreciate the content I'm doing. So
yeah,
it's just a process of allowing your passion to take the lead. Don't be scared to, you know, network with people and broaden your horizons a little bit in that aspect. And I think the biggest thing I would tell people is, and I've touched on it already, speaking to the both of you, is to step away if you feel you're burnt out or you need to hit reset. The worst thing you want to do is feel that burnout but still try to push content, because people are going to notice that something's up. You know, they as Zach said, you know, being able to watch you through a screen, you can pick up on the energy that person's putting out. That's a big reason why my content has now shifted to having a webcam for all the content I do, as opposed to just some of the content I was doing, because I feel that way people can physically see how I'm responding instead of just hearing it in my voice.
Yeah.
So you're going to be able to pick up on little things when people are burnt out. And in the past, there were some times where I was putting content out there and I was feeling absolutely terrible. And I feel you can pick up on that. So step away for as long as you need to. I'm always posting on my community tab if I step away, saying, hey guys, sorry I haven't uploaded, you know, something's going on, I just needed to hit reset. And, you know, everybody just comes back saying, you know, take as much time as you need. You know, you need time for yourself. And at the end of the day, that's what you need to remind yourself. You know, you're doing content creation because you love doing it.
Yeah.
Hopefully you're not just doing it to get monetized or anything like that, because I know there are many out there that are only getting into the YouTube game because they want to make money. And I feel that's the worst way to, it's the worst way to drive your content.
Oh yeah, 100%.
If you've only got dollar signs in your mind, I feel you're not going to get anywhere, especially if you're a brand new channel and you're struggling to get, you know, your first 100 subscribers. You know, you've still got to grind out that extra, you know, couple of hundred to get anywhere. And I feel you need to have the right motivation, have the right drive. I don't think money is a drive for content creating or live streaming, and not just even in the gaming platform. I just think in general, just creating content, you need to have a passion for it. You can't rely on money coming through, because unfortunately, I don't think the people realize how scarce that money is when you do get to that point.
Oh yeah.
You know, I've been monetized for a couple of years now, and I'm thankful for the money that comes through, because that money, when I do get it, funds the next video game I'm going to play. So it's a process where the YouTube monetization is continuously allowing me to bring content, because I'm putting it straight back into the channel. But even then, I've seen comparisons to some other content creating friends of mine that are getting a lot more than I am, or a lot less than I am. So it's a battle, and people are thinking, oh, as soon as I'm monetized, I'm going to get hundreds of dollars, and you know, it's gonna change my life. It really is not going to change your life at all. It puts a little bit of extra money in the pocket, if you're lucky. So don't let money be a drive for what you're doing. Allow 100%. The passion to push you through.
100%.
I like that last part that you sold beyond the money, not being in it for the money. I think that's where a lot of people who come on like, oh, I'm gonna go be a YouTuber and make money, it's gonna be the most easiest thing. so many things that go into producing that are not easy if you
Oh
want to
no,
succeed and
absolutely
produce
not.
quality content.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like,
Um,
you know,
and like you said, routine, being able to step away. One of the things that, and I don't know, I've been on your your YouTube channel several times. I've never seen you have your schedule listed over there. I don't think. For us, we're not choosing to have a schedule so that we have that freedom to step away. I think some people are going to be used to us putting content out like gangbusters and then taking a step, like you said, away to recharge the batteries. Do you have a set schedule, Zira? I mean, I know you post pretty
I
regularly,
do.
but do you have a schedule?
I do. So, the issue I was having a few years ago was I was uploading so many different games at the one time. I was doing like, I'd play one game on a Monday, and then on the Tuesday I was uploading something different, and then on the Wednesday I was jumping back to the game that was going down on Monday, and I feel I was confusing the YouTube algorithm a hell of a lot because that content wasn't getting pushed because I was bouncing around with so many different things. So
yeah,
I sat down and thought to myself, I've got to really like belt out a schedule here. I've got to focus down on what I want to do. And the schedule I've got in place currently is Monday to Friday, I focus on one specific modern game, and currently that is Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, so that's that period. And then Saturdays and Sundays I allocate to the Retro Rewind, so on the weekends we throw it back to the older games and kind of take a step back from what's happening now and appreciate kind of the gaming journey that got us to where we are. Funnily enough, I had somebody on TikTok call me out because I was uploading Crash Bandicoot, like the original Crash Bandicoot, in 2023, and he couldn't get his head around the fact that, you know, with all these modern games we have available to us, I was playing a game from the 90s, and you know, that prompted me to put a video out that actually went really well, you know, just talking about the fact that uploading older games in the current spectrum, if anything, could be beneficial to people who want to step into the gaming niche, because you've got such a competition currently for all the newest, hottest games that are coming out, that if you take a step back and you want to play something that's a bit older, there's a market for people that'll watch that, because like myself, there are many games I didn't play as a kid. So, you know, Pokemon Colosseum, for example, that I'm playing now is a prime example of that. And I love mixing up content with games that I haven't played before, because I feel that adds to the, not this just the enjoyment for the people at home, but for the enjoyment myself, because I'm experiencing something that I could have as a child, but now I get to as an adult. And because I've developed a more analytic kind of mind, I can really appreciate what they were trying to do in that time, making those games, and kind of pick it apart internally. But I feel scheduling like I have for daily content has pigeonholed me a little bit, and it always makes me feel terrible if there's a day that comes around and I don't have content available, that I'm breaking my unwritten promise to the people that have come to the channel, because I'm like, hey, I upload daily, but hang on a minute, Zira says he uploads daily, but he doesn't have a video out today. What's going on? So I always try to have a recording schedule in place as well, to kind of make sure that I've got X amount of videos done by a certain period of time. And I think the Suicide Squad series I'm doing now is a prime example, because I'm collaborating with two other friends of mine on that. One of which lives here in Australia and I've collaborated with many times before. But this particular series, I'm collaborating with Rockstar Pool 69 for the first time.
Nice.
And he lives across the water. So
lives in my neck of the woods.
Your neck of the woods. So we're doing recording sessions based upon having scheduled both of our time zones in. So he's jumping on at like 9-10 a.m, whereas myself and my other friend, we're sitting here at about 9-10 p.m. Getting ready to record. And we've got to make sure, you know, if I've got a 5-day block where I'm uploading, I've got to make sure, okay, if we're sitting down for this session, we need to record at least 5 episodes worth, otherwise I'm going to not have content. And that has happened during this process, and that's no fault of our own. We've just had some scheduling issues. But yeah, I definitely think a schedule helps. If you want to be more full-time and you're taking it seriously, I think putting a schedule out there identifies to the people to come into your channel, okay, well, this is when I can expect this, or this is when I can expect that. But at the same time, the schedule is something I'm now adhering to more so than I did in the past. And I feel if you're going to set a schedule, you need to kind of stick to that as best as you can. There's no point telling your viewership that, hey, you know, I'm going to upload on these days, but then you don't get content out. So I find a lot of people like, oh, Tuesdays and Fridays, you're going to get a new video. You know, doing a couple of days a week in the beginning, I think is fine. Don't jump into the rabbit hole so quickly and do daily stuff, because that's it's going to burn you out quick, especially if you're just starting. I feel you need to be established, and you need to have that drive enough to want to do daily stuff. And I'm only pushing that because I want this channel to become something much bigger. I do have an end goal where I want to be, and I'm still a ways off from that, but I'm hoping having a schedule in place will help me on that journey.
100%. Yeah, I totally agree with the routine. I like we were talking about, like, we have a routine to get ourselves ready. My routine, like my schedule is a Monday for a video and a podcast. So I try and do like I do 2 podcasts every month. I do 2 videos every month. I try and upload. Currently, I'm uploading an extra video where it's like a podcast clip to try and get some more little clicks on the videos and things like that to, you know, promote the podcast a little bit more. Podcasts are doing well on my end. It's just a little bit of, you know, some people, you know, to get those extra bits out there that I feel are more rewatchable than other parts of it. And I'm currently starting a new series, so that's going to be another upload day as well. So, I mean, like you say, you've got to have the drive to do it. You've got to have the passion. You've got to have the oomph to do it. And totally agree with, like, I mean, bulk recording, obviously to finite your time a little bit as well. I mean, if you can do that, like set a few hours a day to like do what you need to do and that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, I mean, in terms of like uploading and things like that, what do you recommend? Like do you recommend? Obviously, you do daily. Do you find some videos during the week do better than other videos, or like, say, like a Tuesday does better than a Wednesday, or does it just depend on what you're playing, what you're doing? Like,
I think it definitely comes down to what you're playing as well. And it also comes down to how you dress that video. And when I say dress, I talk about how you title it, how the thumbnail looks, you know, because we obviously take things in visually, and on a platform like YouTube where you're getting so many videos thrown in your face, it's the videos that have visual appeal from that thumbnail that really draw you in, or, you know, clickbaiting some titles. Because funnily enough, if you look through my metrics, the best performing videos on my channel, or some of them, all have the word sex in the title. And it's kind of ironic, but for example, a video I did last year when I was playing Bully on the PS2 for my Retro Rewind. There was an episode where you're tasked to sneak into the girl's dorm and take a photo of a cheerleader while she's in the shower, right? So I clickbaited that title with taking photos of naked schoolgirls, right? And that video did not perform well. It maybe got 30 to 40 views, but from November last year to now, it has gone from 30 odd views to almost 3,000. It is out of nowhere, has just popped. Similarly with my Cyberpunk 2077 series I did, if I ever went down to Jig Street and paid for some services, those videos got thousands of views. And it's really funny to think that something so simple draws traction, but I've always made the joke with my friends that sex obviously sells, because
Yeah.
every time I've used it at pushing point,
Yeah.
even if it's for a comedic kind of thing, how I do it,
Yeah.
it definitely outperforms everything else I do. But just generally on as a baseline, I think definitely what you choose to upload and what you're playing as a gamer definitely drives that. And my Suicide Squad series, again, I'll probably point to because it's the most freshest in my mind.
Yeah.
I've got some videos that have 100 odd views, and then I've got one random video in the series that only has 30-40 views, and I feel that's because that particular video, in relation to the other ones, doesn't really have much of a story push, and there wasn't really an angle that I could kind of manipulate when promoting that particular video to draw people in, whereas all the other ones are like, hey, this new villain's appearing, or we're going to go do this, and it's more appealing in that way, because you're trying to draw people in to click, and if you don't have that clickable feature, that video is going to struggle a bit. But as I just pointed out, some videos you might only have a few views on, and then over time they're going to collectively grow. So the process I've now gotten my mindset into is not to worry on the immediate numbers, because with time those numbers will increase. My Hogwarts Legacy series, I've seen every video increase hundreds of views over the span of starting that game to now.
Nice.
So that's definitely another recommendation I give to any aspiring gamers, whether it be starting a channel now or currently in a situation where you've been uploading for a bit and you might be getting caught up on low viewership. Don't let that immediate number get you down. Use it as a tool to drive you forward. If you're getting low views on something, look internally and ask yourself, maybe is there something you could have done better to push that better, and kind of use that as a catalyst to make sure the next video has something a little bit more to offer. And that's what I'm always actively doing. I'll always kind of reflect on the recording I've done. I'll skip through it all and I'll say, oh, that could have been done a bit better, or there was opportunity to do or say something here and I didn't do so. That then motivates me the next time to be a little bit more uplifted with my energy and kind of a little bit more over the top. So it might be overcompensating for what we're lacking in a previous video, but I feel it works for me. And just the way I kind of banter and handle myself in certain situations. But definitely feel, I don't think the days of the week, maybe time that you upload, because YouTube indicated to me that my peak uploading time was between 12 a.m. and 2 a.m. So I normally set my content to drop about 1 a.m. Australian time, which around the world is obviously going to drop at all different times. And I feel that in its own right, compared to what I was uploading a few years ago, has definitely improved as well, because I didn't have a set time I was uploading. I drop a video at this time or this time, and kind of you could see the views go up and down. So I think if you're going to schedule videos, try to find a sweet spot where you feel you can always have content ready for and upload to that time, because then people start getting in the process of, oh, okay, they're going to drop a video at this time. So they kind of start expecting that content to come out. I definitely think time more than
days of the week,
the playing influence.
Perfect. I find the time, like some videos, like so I schedule my videos to come out around about 5 p.m. So like when people this time are like getting out of work and things like that, or like I try and do it for like Eastern time, so it's like 12 p.m. Eastern time, so it's like middle of the day for those, because I've looked at my analytics and most of my viewers are from America, because I do like Disney park content. I do like a lot, obviously I do Disney content, so it's going to appeal more to the masses of like Disney World of like the Eastern time. I'm like, oh, why is this British dude talking about my park? What's going on here? But like, I feel like the I've tried loads of different times, and I feel like 5 p.m. my time, like GMT, works well for me. It does well, to be fair. And talking about the views that just come out of nowhere, like one of my latest videos did horrible. Like it got like 5 views, 6 views on like, it was like a trending topic within like the Disney community, and I was like, okay, fair, you know, maybe it's run its course. And all of a sudden, I checked my analytics last week, and it was like over 100 views. I was like, there we go, ding ding ding. Like currently sitting at like just short of 250, and I'm like, wow, that came out of nowhere. So definitely, if you know, definitely keep, you know, don't get hung up on the numbers. It's really not worth it. It's really not. I've been there in the past. As you probably all know, this is like my 4th channel, because the first one I started doing before it was the Golfer Gone Disney, it was kind of like just a regular it was Zach Does Things. So that was just an amalgamation of everything. I was like, people need to know everything I'm doing. Like everything was on camera. And then I did the gaming channel, and I was like, that was through the COVID and everything like that. I was like, yeah, I'm at home more. I enjoy playing games. And then that kind of like run its course, because I got back into work and I just didn't have time to play games and record like that. And then I tried to do daily vlogging, and I was like, that lasted about 3 months. So I was like, this is too much. It's too much to handle. I can't do daily stuff, especially with like being at work and like not having the time to do it. And then I came to this one, and this routine that I've got works well for me. It's, you know, it's all about finding that life balance. Like, I'm not going to put everything on the line. I'm not going to put everything online. Like, I don't want to, I've learned my lesson from that. Like, you've got to have your own kind of like your own personal time. And I guess a question from that is like, you know, obviously you do gaming and things, you have your reaction channel. I know you have a podcast that you've recently started, an AFL podcast, which Australian Football League, is that what it stands for, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. So like, you know, obviously you've that's your hobbies and things like that. But what do you do? Have you got anything that you do off camera that do you know that you keep to yourself?
Just touching on the other 2 channels I've got, I want to just make a point to people at home who might be starting up. If you're going to be a variety channel and you're going to upload different stuff, make sure you advertise that out of the gate, because the trap I fell into was I've always been a gaming channel, and then one day I felt like doing a reaction video, and then those reaction videos started doing better than the gaming stuff.
Yeah.
And then I started focusing more on reactions, and then I feel again I was confusing my viewership, because they've come for gaming content, and then all of a sudden I'm pushing reaction videos out for music and stuff.
Yeah.
Which made me break away to doing the separate reaction channel. Which has blown up quite severely in shorter period of time. It's something I wish I'd done many moons ago, given the quick burst, and I think there's a bigger niche, I feel, in people wanting to see other people react to things. Weirdly enough, because those videos have been doing exceptionally well. It took me a couple of years to get to a point where, again, don't want to talk about money, but getting to that point of monetization with my gaming channel took me such a long period of time. I'm knocking on the door of that with my reaction channel already, and it's been 12 months. So
wow, nice. Congrats, man. Congrats.
That you know, awesome. Thank you. So just make sure that if you want to do different things and you're happy to do it on the one channel, do it, but don't kind of pigeonhole yourself into doing you know, I'm going to be a gamer, but then mixing things up and doing things differently, which is why I'm doing the AFL channel separately now too, because I do like weekly breakdowns during the season of how teams performed and stuff. But again, that's mixing into my gaming content, and it confuses the algorithm again, and then one form of content gets pushed more than the others. So definitely, if you're wanting to do different things, make sure you kind of have that mindset that some things are going to perform better than others.
Yeah, of course.
But stepping away from YouTube, I love to write. I've gone through and gotten qualifications in writing and editing. I used to work as a music journalist.
Wow.
So I'd go out to live gigs and do reviews, and I'd get opportunity to interview some some band members from around the world, from different bands.
Oh wow!
To get to listen to some music a little bit early and do some album reviews and stuff like that. It's from my childhood that I was able to get the chance to work with, and some of their official Wikipedia pages actually have some of my quotes like within their wiki to say that I said X about their album, which is really uplifting for me. And that's why I said content creation for me goes further than YouTube, because I felt that music journalism was just an extension of my content creating. It was just on a different form. And I love the written form. I can speak anybody's ear off, but when it comes to writing, I'm pretty excessive. If I start, I can't stop. I'm in the process of trying to write my first ever novel.
Oh wow!
Which is going to be great if I can get that going. And I study full time as well, so I've got a full time study load. And I'm in my 3rd year currently of studying to become a primary school teacher.
Oh wow! Congrats, man.
That could kind of shift how my content creation goes moving forward, because if I end up teaching, then obviously that's going to take up a lot of my time. So it could very well be that my gaming stuff, instead of becoming daily uploads, could shift to maybe live streaming on weekends instead. But I've still got a couple of years to kind of preemptively prepare for that. But I'm definitely as excited about the stuff away from camera as I am on camera, because I'm always finding myself in positions where I can be creative. Even with my studies, I find ways to incorporate my content creating, especially if it's like, oh, you've got to do a video presentation. That's something that I know I can do well, because I find now I hold myself on camera a lot better than I did a few years ago. YouTube has given me tools, and content creating has given me tools that I can use in everyday life. And I don't think people realize that kind of transformative journey. I'm really thankful for it, because I used to be this shy guy who, in the beginning, I was struggling to talk on camera. Was finding myself a lot having to restart recordings because I was stumbling on words, or I didn't know what to say. And I think if you watched an earlier video of mine compared to now, it almost feels like 2 different people have uploaded that video. But it definitely lends itself to how I carry myself in real life. I've got more of an air about myself. I've got a lot more self-confidence in myself as well. And that namely comes from, comments like what Doug said. He leaves on my videos, talking about, I think one of the most recent comments that I got was something very much along the lines of that if you could bottle my personality and purchase it, you would. Things like that carry more than just on the YouTube platform. That really helps you externally, and it carries yourself so much better. But I'm a busy guy, so as I said, I've got a daily content schedule set for gaming. Then I've got the reaction channel, which I keep saying, I'll try to do a video every 1 to 2 weeks, but it's maybe a month in between videos at the moment, so I'm trying to fix that up. And we're 2 weeks away from the AFL season starting, and I haven't dropped any content on that channel yet, so I'm kind of in a position where I'm like, I really need to buckle down. Thankfully, I've got the next 3 weeks off of my studies, because I've finished that trimester of teaching, so I'm transitioning into the next. But that's when I find I'm at my best recording wise, because I've got that period of time where I'm like, I don't need to dedicate myself to anything else but content creation. But yeah, I'm a busy guy. I like to keep myself busy and keep the cogs turning.
We're very much alike.
Anything apart from work that you guys do, you do outside of YouTube?
Go on, Doug. Go
on. Actually, the stuff I do on YouTube is what I'm doing outside of work. It's kind of become it's not just my hobby, it's my passion, because I used to do theater, and I did theater professionally for a good while. Repertory regional theater in Denver, and I did amateur theater in almost every town I lived in for a long time, well into my late 20s. And then life lifes you, and you don't have opportunity, or your schedule doesn't permit you to participate in those things. So YouTube was kind of like my invitation to get a piece of that back. Present. I also can write. And with my new channel, the one I've been doing, I am writing almost all the content, the script. I'm not big into having AI do the work for me. I want to do it because I think if AI does the work, it's going to come across as disingenuous. I want me to be presented. I do find that I like to do tabletop gaming with my son, so role playing. You don't necessarily see that online, but I like to do that. I love to eat. So go dine out. And we were doing what Zach did also, that whole, well, let's let everybody see everything we do initially, and we kind of stepped away from that as well. But my son and I enjoy my son's company. I am his dad first and foremost, but I would also say that he's probably become one of my closest friends. There's a friendship there, not just a parent-son relationship, and that might seem odd to some people. But like I said, life will life you, and you learn to lean on each other through some stuff, and don't live a conventional or traditional life. So there's just stuff, that's what happens. And then let's see, I like to go for walks. I like to people watch.
People watching is fun.
I still enjoy the not task, but going to a movie, going to an actual movie theater, smelling the popcorn, sitting down in front of that big screen, and enjoying that context, because I think that there's a step away from that. I see society trending to streaming at home as opposed to going to the movie theater to watch. I mean, I'm still one of those guys. I liked the experience of going to a movie theater or to a live production. I also like to cook. I love to plan out what I'm gonna make, get that recipe together, going getting the items, bringing it home, and presenting something for my family to eat, and they're gonna enjoy. And they say, "Oh, there's love in that." There's love in that food, because you're like, "Yeah, I know. I've put a lot of effort. There's love in that," but that's not. Yes, I know there's love in that food. I think the tabletop gaming is in the works, because my son and I are working on our own role-playing game. And I think I'm going to have somebody who's going to be helping with miniatures. Who, like you said, when you network, you meet people. I would have never met that individual outside of the YouTube verse or the Discord groups, who will be helping with miniatures. And then I think the test group is going to come from people I've networked with and met through Discord and YouTube, who want to play those games. So just kind of that stuff. I like to sing, and I think through something I'm doing with Zach and Infamous, or Roger, people are going to see the theatrical side of me, as well as I did stand-up comedy for a long time. With that, it can be dangerous though, because I don't have a filter always. Have to be a little more careful, because cancel culture. I don't want to get canceled before I get established. But yeah, those are my things. Those are my passions. Definitely writing, music, tabletop gaming, dining out.
Nice,
spending time with the wife, who just did amazing long yawn over there. But that's my passion. And then I think am a cheerleader. I like to network with people, become their friend, and cheer them on. And I think I wouldn't say it's a hobby, it's just something that I am. An empath. If someone's going through something extra hard, I know that I can maybe push a little hard to be that voice of encouragement in the back of their head to let them know they're going to be okay. They're going to get through whatever they're going through. Or if they're just doing amazingly well, just hype it even more. It's like, let's ride this out. Because I'm aware, like I said, life will like you. You go on that roller coaster ride sometimes, and it's those connections that you make with people. Has been for me, even if it's just a small word of encouragement, that gets you through that day, or gets you over the hump, or keeps you motivated to do stuff even when you're not motivated. Like when you need to produce content, but you're just not feeling it. Yeah. So maybe you need to step away for a little bit, but you do need to come back to it because the algorithm is an ugly thing and stops pushing your content. Yeah. So that's kind of just what I do. Nice. The music, the writing, reading, movie theater, food type stuff, and then the content creation. So I'm even playing around now since I've got this thing that lets me, if my friends are willing, capture their voice, and then I don't need them per se to be present to do something. That's my one foray into AI I'm looking at. I want to produce like an online novella, but audio, like the old radio programs where you're not seeing people, but you're hearing the voices and it tells the story. I think I'm going to step into that next. So
nice. That sounds interesting. I love the sound of that.
Awesome.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah,
I mean, in terms for me, like hobbies wise, music is a big thing for me. Like I said previously, there's never a time where I'm not listening to music unless I'm busy recording something. There's always some form of music on. I mean, music's helped me a lot over the years and things like that. So like, it's a big thing for me. I enjoy going out for a walk. I enjoy. I make a day every Saturday to go out for a walk. Just to get a bit of fresh air, clear the mind off from the week and things like that. That's super important for me. Golf is something I like to do. Granted, the weather's shite at the moment, so it's not really playable because the courses are all waterlogged. But I mean, it's one of those things where it's just, when the season comes around, it's perfectly good. I enjoy reading, and again, just making content is a big thing for me as well. Like I enjoy making the content. That's another hobby of mine that I enjoy doing. Like always trying to think of ideas. What would I want to see and all that kind of stuff. So cooking, I love cooking. It's I enjoy that. It's I enjoy cooking for my family and things like that. That's a big thing. I mean, there's a lot of things that I don't want to put online that I like to do. Obviously you need that time for yourself, and I feel like that is important.
Absolutely.
To step away from the screens and be like, okay. But yeah, I think that's a good thing to have. And I mean, keeping yourself busy. You mentioned you've got 3 channels running. You're doing all your studies and things. Very busy, man. I appreciate that. I too like to keep busy. So there's always I always have a set kind of like things that I want to do every day. So like today, I sat down to actually like record, do some editing, all that kind of stuff. And then yesterday I went out for a walk, did a little bit of recording yesterday as well in the evening and things like that. So all that kind of stuff. So it's good to have that balance, I think. So yeah.
Absolutely.
There is one thing, and I think Roger he brought this up. Roger would want me to ask this, but he is very interested in all of your collectibles at the back behind you and everything. I mean, I have seen a lot of them, and I can see the pops. I can see all of that. I'm a big fan of pops myself. Like I have loads. Like that you can't see. But like, what started the collection? Do you have more that's off screen in like a shelter somewhere that's like?
So growing up, I feel his tastes have influenced a lot. My genre come from him, my music came from him, and just growing up and always seeing collectibles, and he was more of a horror-based collector, so I would always grow up with Chucky Doll's house and stuff when I'd go visit. You can't see it, but if I move the camera a little bit, I've got Chucky stuff up there too.
Oh, nice.
There is plenty off camera that I've got. I've got a whole setup kind of in front of me where I've got Nintendo 64 set up there, and I've got all these other collectibles that range all above me.
Nice.
And I've got a locker full here. There's another shelf there. There's a cupboard over there full of stuff, and then I've still got stuff on order in that got a friend that's kind of storing in store for me because I can't bring it in yet. So it started with, I feel, just a couple of pop vinyls because I really got into pop vinyls, but I got into them late. So it was a few years after they started getting produced that I was like, hey, these things look kind of cool. I'm going to start collecting. And then I turned to more gaming stuff. So I've got a lot of PS2, PS1, Nintendo 64 stuff. And then as that it just expanded out to different things. And like if I had pops for a certain line and then I saw action figures for the same line, I'm like, well, I can get into that because I've got the pops to match. So it's a very slippery slope.
It is.
And it's a very expensive slope to fall down as well.
Absolutely.
But it's an extension of myself. And I'm constantly shifting things over here. With the Suicide Squad series I'm doing, you kind of get a better angle because I situate the camera in a different position so you can see more things behind me. But I'm always actively thinking about what to have kind of over here to push. Obviously, I love putting out stuff that my kids make and showing, that, I always say to them, I'm going to have that on camera whenever I do a video to show how much I love having that there. And I've got a lot more stuff from them to put out. But I don't think this collecting will stop. It's just at the moment it's a process of not having the room to store anything, so it's kind of temporarily on hold. But yeah, I've definitely got a lot that you can't see. But I'm thinking there might come a time where I dedicate a little video to just doing a little bit of a wander around the room just to kind of show everything I do have, because the things I have range from current stuff to stuff that I collected as a kid, but then grew away from, but now I've gotten back into bringing back into my life again just for that nostalgic feel. And like some of my prized possessions are all locked away in here so they can't get touched, but I've got like action figures from the Resident Evil like first couple of games that are still in their card, perfect condition, all put away. I've got like original Metal Gear Solid figures still in their boxes well, so I kind of like to keep those behind lock and key.
Of course,
because of how pricey they are. But it's just another extension of my passion. I feel. I feel I'm very visual with how I want to display myself. Especially being on camera, you want to kind of give some sort of indication to people that are watching the stuff you do.
Like who you are.
And now that I've got my bed in sight, I always actively try to make sure I've got my bed made, because the one thing you don't want to do is put content out and have a messy bed behind you. So I'm always like actively now thinking you gotta make sure you make your bed before we start. But I just love it. It's just another passion of mine. When I fall into something passionately, I fall into it deeply. You both mentioned you love cooking. That's another extension of myself. I love as well. I love to cook. I love to feed people. When you find something you're passionate about, you should really cling to that, because I feel we get so caught up on shortcomings and things that we can improve on that we don't really take the time to truly value what we can offer and what we do offer. So I like to lend myself to those experiences, and just some people might not think that an adult man playing with toys or collecting toys is fascinating, but to me that's just an extension of growing up. I had the best upbringing that I had, but I never had a lavish life where you could go out and get everything you wanted. Sometimes you went without. So now as an adult, now that you're in a position to get those things, it's almost like I'm rewarding my childhood self, if that makes any amount of sense. So that's about my collecting journey. Definitely
nice.
It's something I love.
Yeah, most definitely. I can totally agree. Like we had a good upbringing with the terms of everything, but like in terms of like collecting things, it is certainly rewarding yourself for like, yes, I can get these now. I can afford it. I'm gonna buy it. For me personally, I'm quite picky with what I get. In terms of like my collectibles in general. I don't know why. I'm just very specific with like what I have out on my shelf. But I still have more in stories that I don't have on like display and things like that. I have like posters and God knows what else. But I totally get it. I totally get it. It is it is an extension of yourself and who you are, and it makes you who you are. You know what I mean? So, follow-up question: what is the most expensive collectible that you have?
Okay, I got to think here, because I had some pop vinyls just sitting around from like a WWE live show that came out here like years ago, and I didn't even have them on display. They were just tucked away, and I ended up selling them because I didn't realize how much they were worth. I do have a couple of things. Probably the most expensive pop vinyl I've got is my Captain Spaulding pop, and I feel that only gained value because Sid Haig passed away. So obviously, if you collect stuff where the person portraying that character passes, the value becomes a lot higher, especially if it's an older kind of collectible that you cannot get in recirculation.
100%.
So I think that pop alone is close to $400 or $500 Australian for a pop.
Nice.
And to think that you pay $20 for that pop when you buy it. But I've got tons of stuff. I've got like old WCW figures over there. I'm sure they're probably worth something now. They're just very eclectic. I've got like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers stuff in there. The Metal Gear Solid stuff is probably about $300 a piece.
Nice.
So that's why I try to keep everything under lock and key, because I don't want anybody breaking in here and ransacking me, because there's a lot of there's a lot of money to be made if they successfully do so. So
that is very true.
I don't kind of care about the monetary value of things and where they're at, because if I do bring them into my collection and it's something I want to keep, it's something that doesn't really bother me all too much.
100%.
But obviously, if they do gain value, then it's just something that down the line that gets passed on to my kids, and then they can do with whatever. If it's stuff that ends up gaining value, and then they can benefit from that when the time comes for it to be passed on to them, they can do so. And that's part of why I collect as well, because now it might not make sense to some, but I feel a lot of the stuff I do collect, given that you don't actively see it as much, like all my Lord of the Rings stuff or the Small Soldier stuff, which you definitely wouldn't see in this day and age. All my X-Men stuff up there, or the Street Sharks that I collect, or all the Walking Dead stuff. Those are lines that are only going to get more valuable with time.
100%.
And as I said, it takes up my space now, but puts money in my kids' pockets when they're older and they want to, pass that stuff on, or if they want to keep it. And at the end of the day, I'm always trying to set up avenues to assist them as best as I can, especially for when I'm not here anymore. So that's kind of like a driving force as well. I'm always like looking out for like even cheap stuff, like going out to like Goodwills and stuff like that, trying to pick up, you know, little bits and pieces here and there. Like I don't care if something in my collection's worth $1 or $100. If I love it, I'm going to collect it.
Oh so, yeah, totally agree. Yeah, that's the same with me. Like the back here, these plates are like they're valuable. I love them. I pick them up for I think honestly they pick them up for like 60 quid. These are worth like quite a lot. Like I think they were around. These were like one of the last things that were produced when Walt was alive. So I have a promotional poster for Song of the South that I picked up for cheap. That's worth a pretty penny. Yeah. What else? Oh man, I don't even know. I have some crazy stuff. But again, it's not about the monetary stuff. It's about that I like it. I'm going to collect it. That's you know, that's what makes it. And like you say, it's an extension of yourself and all that kind of stuff. So at the end of the day, that's what it is. Doug, any questions?
I think Doug's on mute.
Yeah, Doug,
Doug doesn't realize he's on mute.
You're muted.
Sorry, I said I just wanted to take the time to thank you for actually being with us. You know, taking the time out of your schedule and your life to sit down with us and talk with us. It's been a real pleasure.
I appreciate.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, man.
I appreciate the opportunity to do this. You know, I've as I said, I love networking and collaborating, and the chance to be able to kind of give a little bit of insight into my life as a content creator. It's been an experience. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, totally, man, totally. Yeah, it's great that you took the time out of your day to do this. We've been wanting to do this for a while, like we said. But yeah, I'm super looking forward to it. I'm glad that we got to do it. Super excited that we've done it. Let me think. I'm trying to think. I do have another question actually. In terms of your like handle for YouTube, where did that come from? Like obviously, it's a take on Godzilla, is it not?
Yes. Yeah. So I've gone under a transitional shift. So originally, when I first started gaming and gamer handles became a thing, I had the gamer handle Fueled by Darkness.
Okay.
But
that sounds epic.
It does. But when it came to wanting to upload to YouTube, I felt that I needed a name that would resonate a little bit more as its own entity.
Yeah.
And I went by Godzilla for a long period of time.
Yeah, I remember you did.
But
yeah.
I had some people reach out to me with concerns that maybe that name wasn't really appropriate for some particular races that I felt maybe could be perceived as a racist kind of thing, even though it was never created for that intent.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I don't create things to upset people like that. So, and for the most part, from that Godzilla, people were just calling me Zero anyway.
Yeah.
All the people I was gaming with were just using that as a nickname. People in my life here, in real life, you know, external from the camera, still call me Zero as well.
Yeah.
So when it came for the brand shift, which happened probably close to 2 years ago now.
Has it been that long already?
Zero was just So Zero was obviously an easy switch because it was something that everyone was calling me anyway.
Yeah.
But I kept that gaming kaiju moniker with it because I feel Zero on its own is a little bit too ambiguous of a name. It doesn't really direct you to what the content is about.
Of course, yeah.
And maybe the mystery could drive people to checking your channel out, maybe, but I felt having gaming kaiju there still kept links to the Godzilla kind of aspect of things.
Yeah.
Because Godzilla was the mascot for my channel since dog years ago.
Yeah.
But keeping that and having the essence of this is who I am, but this is what I do, kind of smashed together.
Yeah.
That's where that handle come from. The Argot Zero name was great because there was people that I was like random people I would game with in lobbies that they'd come across the name and they thought it was so hilarious that I captured them on camera just dying of laughter. And when I started getting that kind of feedback, it was like, this is something I could push as a brand.
Yeah.
Then I think the shift happened because of branding. I eventually want to be in a position where I can make merchandise and stuff like that. And I feel it was better to do that shift prior to all of that being in the works. So there's misconceptions or anything like that. But yeah, that's how we got to where we are today. And obviously I shortened that on my gaming handle to 0TGK, just in short form. But yeah, I feel this is the identity that I've been wanting. I think it's the perfect kind of amalgamation, as I said, of who I am and what I do. If that shifts in future, who knows? But I mean, even my reaction channel is known as Zero Reacts. So they even know me over on that channel as Zero. On the AFL podcast, I'm going to go by my real name, but I'm also going to, mention that, some of us might know me as Zero because of the content I've put out before. So
of course,
it's funny that something as simple as a gamer tag can become so synonymous with yourself in the real world. That I've even had people in different Facebook groups that I am outside of YouTube, like when I'm using my real name on social media, recognize me from the content I do, and they call me Zero in those chats and in those groups. So, having that identification in the real world is really affirming that what I'm doing and what I've done has cemented me in where I really want to be.
Nice, awesome, man. Yeah, it's good that you've solidified that name for yourself as like a nickname. I feel like once you've done that, you've kind of like made it a little bit like people know you for that name, and it kind of like creates that entity of yourself, like it gives you that persona of like the camera personality and everything like that. But yeah, man, that's awesome. I do have one more question, but I need the bathroom, so I'll be back in a minute.
That's fine, because I'll actually quickly take a bathroom break while you do as well.
Yeah,
and we can come back if you'd like.
Perfect.
All right, beautiful.
Oh, my computer, my laptop.
Magic Betty, we'll all take a break. Come back.
lord. Oof. Alrighty. Okie dokie. Alrighty, I have just one more question, I think. And I think could be good.
I'm here. I'm just lurking.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good.
Present.
No, it's all good, man. I'm just thinking. I've only got really one more question for Zira, so I think I might ask this unless you have any more, and then we can.
Nah, I think you asked your final question. Like my thanking him, I was pretty much done with my questions. I think we've had overall a good panel.
Yeah, we have.
We've had good stuff.
Yeah, it's been nice. It's been really good. I've really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. So when he comes back, I will ask the final question, and then we can potentially get it all wrapped up and everything. It's a shame Roger couldn't come. I know he's probably sleeping, but it's a shame he couldn't make it. I know he was looking forward to having him and everything. But life. Okay. Oof. Plus I need to get ready for work tomorrow. Oof. Cause it's almost 11 here now, so. Whew.
Looks like we have Zira back. Yay!
I'm back.
Nice. We're all ready to go. Okay, so I was just saying to Doug, I only have really one question left before we wrap this up, and I just want to say a huge thank you again for taking the time out of your day. Waking up early and doing what joining us here and everything. So my final question, Zira, is what has been your favourite series to produce on any of your channels?
Oh, that's a great question. Really loved Cyberpunk 20, despite the globalized hate that game got.
Oh yeah.
Feel I must have been a version of that game because I played it on the PS5 day one release and been into one bug the entire play.
Oh yeah.
So I incredibly lucky. I think though my favorite would have to be a combination of Batman Arkham Asylum and Batman Arkham City.
Nice.
Only because if you go and watch those videos, instead of having a theme play, I was doing little Batman-based comedy skits to open up videos, and something I'd never done before, but something that there was one I didn't do it, and everybody in the comment section dragged me for not having that in the start of the video. So that was just again another extension of me and my personality, because I love having fun on camera. And if I have the chance to go absolutely stupid with it, poking fun at myself or someone else, I relish the opportunity to do so.
100%.
So I'd say probably those two, only because the creative process of kind of setting those up and looking at what I was going to do. And there's even one where my son in one of those with he's wearing a Joker mask, and we do a little bit of banter between the two of us, and I slap the mask off his face, and he really enjoyed like getting involved with that fact. So I think that's probably why it was so special to me as well. Just being able to get my son involved in the content. He has openly been telling me he wants to do YouTube when he's older, and
bless him.
I'm a firm believer of letting letting children run their own paths, and if they want to do something, you know, backing them up by doing it.
Oh, 100%.
And he's
100%,
always
yeah.
like, whenever he's with me, he'll always say, you know, oh, can we do a YouTube video? He'll be playing pretend off phone, saying that he's YouTubing.
Oh,
you know?
bless him.
I love to feel that I'm doing is influencing him positively as well.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter's still a little bit too young to kind of process that, but
yeah.
I'm hoping when she grows up, she has an appreciation for what Daddy is doing as well.
Most definitely.
I think definitely the best, which makes me realize I still have to do I still have to play Batman Arkham Knight, so that probably like a future thing that I
dive
into. But I think it was also it's a game that is it's held in so high regard for myself. I feel the Batman Arkham franchise is one of the best franchises we've had in gaming, especially modern gaming.
100%. 100%.
Especially with the backlash that Suicide Squad's been getting because it's not an Arkham game. So that just tells you how much the Arkham verse is valued by the fan base. So yeah, I'd probably say those two. If I had to pick, as for the retro stuff, I'm not 100% sure. Probably going back and playing the Resident Evil games again. Were my favorite to do, only because growing up, my love for gaming didn't just come from me being a gamer, but me a viewer.
Yeah.
Because a lot of my earlier experiences were seeing my dad and my uncle game together. You know, they'd have work this morning, but they'd go down to the local video store, hire out a video game, and they'd still be, you know, my auntie would be calling at 3 morning, finding out where my uncle is, because still in front of TV playing, you know, Silent Hill, the Resident Evil, Metal Gear Solid, you know, so probably have them to thank as well for my love for gaming, because growing up, I used to just love being a viewer, sitting back and taking in what they were doing. And when I was old enough, it was my turn to then pick up the controller, and I already had that seed myself of my love for gaming, so it made transition from just being able to watch somebody to then playing myself so much greater. So probably the Resident Evil stuff for the retro.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. Yeah, some amazing choices there as well, to be fair. Like, that's a good way to I think there's a good way to round it off. So yeah, amazing. Thank you so much for joining us here. Thank you to Doug for joining as well. And you only got one job left to do. Plug yourself. Plug the crap out of yourself. Where can we find you?
Plug the crap out of my... Well, you can find me on YouTube, Gaming Kaiju. The channels can be accessed from that channel as well. Zero Reacts, AFL podcast come to Hip and Shoulder. Both of those are there. You can find me on Facebook, Zero the Gaming Kaiju. On TikTok and Twitter, it's Zero TGK. That's basically it. I don't do Instagram. I've got one, but I don't do it. I feel that's probably another social media I need to plug in again.
Yeah.
But I'm active, so feel free. And I've got a Discord as well. I can, you know, if you want links for that, we can when needed. But I do have a Discord. You can find that in also actually in any of the videos I upload. All those links to check out. You want to hang out on a different form? It's all available. You can add me on PlayStation. You can add me on Nintendo Switch. You know, if I've got the time to facilitate getting on gaming with people that want a game, I'm always to that as well. So feel free to.
Oh, it broke. I don't know what happened. No, it's fine. It's all good. It was it was lagging.
Yep.
No, all good. But yeah, feel free to go and check him out. I mean, 100%. You can't get the content anywhere else. Zero has some amazing stuff.
Amazing content.
100%. Amazing stuff, man. Again, thank you so much for joining us here. And thank you, everyone here, for joining, watching, and you know, being part of it, man. It's super fun. I'm so glad that we've got to do this, and you know, I can't wait to get this out onto the channel and everything, and let people know who you're about, you know, what you're about and everything, see the man behind the channel and all that kind of stuff. So I appreciate it so much. And thank you once again for everyone for joining us. We will catch you next time over on the Homeway from YouTube channel. We'll see you later. Bye.
Now.
Hi, this is Summer Todd. I'm doing my show tonight on just some random things that have happened to me at the house I used to live in, and feel free to comment or tell me some of your experiences if you'd like. So we're going to get started. I'm going to talk about the house I used to live in, the old farmhouse I lived in about 30 years with my husband before he passed away. We always talk about it on this show, how it was haunted. And my son kind of brought up something that I had kind of forgotten about. On the road we lived in, it was an old back road, and they actually named it after the farmer that had the farm. It was called Robert's Road. And then they divided the farm up and built some houses and stuff there. So it came to my attention later, because my husband passed away, but there was also our neighbor passed away, and he was pretty young. And another neighbor passed away. He was in his 50s. And our other neighbor had a bad accident and almost died. And then the one man ended up going to prison for a few years. So my son always was saying, it's the Roberts Road curse. So it was kind of odd. When you think about, I guess, men they don't live as long as women, but we always thought that was kind of strange, being such a small little road, with few houses. And actually, I forgot about one of the other guys that died. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And oddly enough, the house that was across the road from us, when I moved there, the lady there was a widow. Her husband had died. Actually, they lived in the house that my husband and I bought. It was a big farmhouse, so it was too much for them. So they sold it and built a little ranch house across the road. And her husband passed away a couple years after that. But he was probably in his early 50s too. So I just kind of thought that was weird, because my husband was he hadn't quite turned 60 and he passed away. So all the guys on that road that died were in their 50s, maybe mid 50s. Yeah. Except for the one, and he passed, so I think he was maybe in his 70s. So that was kind of expected. But yeah. So we always thought that was kind of strange.
Yeah, that is actually pretty strange. You said, what, 5? What I counted was about 5 or 6 people right there.
Well, yeah, I have to think. I'm trying to put this in order in my head because I'm kind of tired today, but let me think. Okay. When we moved there was the widow that lived across the street. She had lost her husband. And of course, he used to live in our house. So I think that was the first one. And then, we lived there about maybe 10 years or so. And then the one neighbor that I kind of felt like was going to die that came up to my house that one time, he passed away. And then a couple years after that, there was a man with cancer, and he passed away. And I think both of them, like I said, were in their 50s. And then the man down the street that was in his 70s passed away before I ended up moving away completely. And then, like I said, it just seemed like all the men that were there had bad luck, because the one neighbor, he was out cutting a tree, and he wasn't very nice. None of us liked him. He was just a strange man, and he was really weird. And so, but anyway, it was really hot one day, and I heard him out there. He was cutting like his trees and stuff. So I walked out on the deck, and I heard the chainsaw, just like, it was freaky. It just was, all of a sudden, it was just running straight, like he dropped it or something. And I heard his wife scream. And so I run in and get my husband. He runs over there, and the guy, he was up in a tree, and he cut the limb because I guess it was so hot he shouldn't have been out there working like that. He probably just didn't know what he was doing at that point because he'd been out there all afternoon. So anyway, he cut the limb and he fell out of the tree and the chainsaw kind of wrapped around the limb and was just hanging there running. It was like something from a horror movie.
Yeah.
So my husband's over there and he's trying to help her husband. You know, her husband's on the ground and he was hurt pretty badly. And he fell pretty far. And they called air care, but it was so humid and hot that day they couldn't get, it was too cloudy to get the air care down. So they didn't fly the air care out. They got the ambulance out there, and he lived, but he was hurt pretty badly. So that was another thing, you know, it's like kind of what's with the men on this poor road for men. And I never thought about my husband passing away. You know, this had been years before he got sick. So, you know, but it seems like it caught up with him too. And then there was a guy that him and his wife built a house on their the daughter. It was her mother's property, so and dad's property. So they built a big house right next to ours, and it was just really a massive house. It was one of those big, beautiful homes that you see in kind of these gated communities. It didn't even belong like on this old country road, you know. So anyway, built this big house, and it was over the top. And I guess it was a little bit too much for them. And her husband started selling steroids, like in gyms and stuff, you know.
Mhm.
What is it? Antibiotic steroids or something? That's not how you pronounce it. Antibiotic or something.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And so he was doing some stuff through the mail. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. He was doing some stuff through the mail, and I guess they caught him. And like I said, I was at my computer one day, and it said there was an arrest on Roberts Road, and I was like, well, there's not many people out there. And I was like, that looks like a neighbor, and it was. So he ended up doing 4 years in prison. And they almost lost their home. If her mom and dad hadn't lived there, hi Austin.
Up everybody. It took me a minute it took me, I got home a few minutes ago, but it took me a couple minutes to find your link on here.
Yeah, I tried to send it to you. So I was talking about Roberts Road, and I was just talking about how all the men kind of had bad luck or died.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So and
it's kind of scary. She's already gotten up to number 7. I've been counting, so.
Well, and the Bendel guy was the one that he went to prison for 4 years, and like I said, his daughter and him almost lost that house, but he came back and I guess, you know, they got it together finally. But he was a prison guard and he lost his job and everything.
See,
so
that's the thing about those prison guards. I mean, I had a friend of mine, Noble, his cousin was a prison guard, and like all of his buddies that he worked with were like drug addicts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just straight up drug addicts and freaking just crazy as hell. And that's the one thing about that always gets me when it comes to people like that. I mean, prison guards are drug addicts. You know what I mean? Come on.
They're just another gang like the inmates are.
Right. And there was another guy that actually worked with him that was doing, like they were, I guess, making the drugs and stuff in his house there on Roberts Road. And both of them got arrested and lost their jobs. And he wasn't too far from retiring because, you know, the states you can retire after 20 years or something. And he was almost ready to retire. So he lost, I don't know if he lost his retirement, but he lost his job.
And that's what gets me. When you're talking that whole time, I thought you were talking about somebody maybe in their 30s or something.
Yeah, well, he was. Yeah, I mean, he was, what? He probably was only in his 40s, wasn't he, Austin?
I think so.
Yeah, but he'd worked at that prison probably from the time he graduated high school. So he was close to retiring.
Yeah, because Yeah, you can retire at 20 years, I think.
Yeah. But and then also after I moved, of course he was older too, so it's not really weird. Um, the neighbor, actually it was his mother-in-law. Her husband died too. Um, so but it's like, I mean, I know men die and stuff, but it's like all of them have out there. I mean, it's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird road though. People stay there a long time and don't move much. So
Summer, what's your fascination with men dying? I mean, it's like you just keep saying all these men dying.
Name a woman. Was there a woman, Austin, not on that road? No, never.
No, there wasn't.
Oh, well,
it's
old woman, Mrs. Roberts. Mrs. Allen. She did die, but that was.
But I mean, she didn't die at an unusually young age.
No,
she was
50s, like her husband.
She was like in her late, and it wasn't really even in a freak way, because I mean, she was getting into her late 80s, so it wasn't
old age.
I mean,
yeah. Are you guys there?
Yeah, I'm here. I think he just bounced off real quick.
Yeah, but I mean, it just was kind of odd, and then, like I said, my own husband was, like I said, he didn't make it to his 60th birthday, which that's young. That's pretty.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty.
And
young.
It happened so quickly, and so that was odd. But it's like the Roberts Road curse, right, Austin? But I know our house was haunted. I don't know if it has anything to do with that.
Did you?
The main.
Yeah, I was trying to tell Roger the reason. Oh, I was trying to tell Roger the reason we were talking about all those men dying on Roberts Road and stuff is because earlier today you couldn't decide what to talk about. So I was like, well, maybe you should just do like an episode on haunted and cursed roads in our area.
Yeah.
You hear me, Roger?
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah, it kind of.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Stemmed from our house, though. Remember, Austin, because they all lived in our house. Most of them, like Mrs. Allen and her husband, and then the woman that used to be your librarian, was a widow when we moved there. They lived in.
Well, her husband died from stomach cancer, like Dad did.
I know. Yeah.
I don't know if you've already mentioned that because I dropped in a few minutes late, but
I mentioned that he died from the same thing. I didn't know that until later, but I remember it now. Yeah.
There could be a connection.
And I think he died in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be a connection, big time. Now,
because our was the main Roberts Farm house that was left on that road, and so then like I said, the woman next door, they built that new ranch house. The woman up the street, whose husband died early, they had a kind of like a little modular home type thing they built there. Now the one guy that died across the way, he didn't have anything to do with our house, but yeah. So that was kind of weird.
I think everything that has to do with that whole situation is weird from what I've heard from it. And, it seems like it just one thing leads up after another. Now, is this in Oxford?
No, our house was in Preble County, which is it's probably only about 30 minutes from Oxford. We were outside of Oxford. Yeah. More towards West Elkton, Ohio. But it's not too far from Oxford, no.
I'd have to agree with Austin. It might be a good idea to kind of check the region out and see what a lot of the occurrences were that happened through history in that region, not just Oxford.
Well, the one thing that seems to be common is that Oxford had the Talawanda Indians, and I think that where the house that they grew up in and I lived in and with my husband was there was a lot of Indians out there too, wasn't there, Austin? Shawnee.
the Shawnee and Miami tribes were the biggest in this area, and then of course there was a number of tribes going back into the prehistoric era before the first white settlers ever came. So
Yes. There's that Indian.
Who knows what happened, you know?
Miami University is, you know, and Talawanda Indians and all that. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Now, like on your
that I kind of need to do a little more research into some of the wars between the. I mean, I already know they warred here with the white settlers, you know, the Americans, and then the British and the French too, I think. But I don't know much about the wars that took place between some of the tribes themselves too.
Yeah.
And then what their folklore was like as far as land being cursed already may have went, because some tribes thought some land was already cursed from the get-go, and then there was other tribes that placed curses on land to keep anybody else from living there. So there was that, you know.
Yeah, and there was an old house, you know, a farmhouse behind the house that I lived in. Remember, Austin, that burnt down. It was an old. There was another farmhouse on that land that burnt down.
Me and Sam walked up.
Told us about it because she had grown up there.
Me and Sam walked up into the field there where it was, and I think we found like some artifacts from it. There was like a bent spoon and stuff laying in the dirt, and there was some coal. I think it had an old coal furnace because the house burnt down and they just covered in the foundation. They just had the field over it, but occasionally stuff that used to be in the house that was left behind would kind of wash up if it rained, and you'd find it.
Right.
I know back in the day, that's what they used to do when they burned houses down, period. They just freaking burn it down and let it collapse down into the foundation. Because usually they had basements or cellars. They let, with the house, it just collapsed right down in there, and they just cover it up with dirt.
Right. And
that's what they did. Yep.
About my kids walking out in the fields and stuff, because for cisterns or wells, and actually my daughter went down the creek with her friend one day, and they didn't come back for a while, and they come back and they were all excited, and they were like, I was like, where were you guys? And they were like, well, we were down at the creek, and we love that there's a wishing well type thing down there. I said, what are you talking about? They said, well, we went over this well, and this wishing well, it's just this well thing, and we were they were throwing stuff down, and they could hear how deep it was. And I was like, good Lord. I said, so is it open? And they're like, yeah. And so I went down there with them, and there was this well. I mean, if they had fallen in, I don't know if I'd have ever found them. That was on our neighbor's property, and he didn't have it covered or anything. It was from the old farm there. I think they used it for livestock or something, but it was a well, and it was open. There was nothing over it. So I kind of got mad about it, and he ended up putting this big cover on it with a lock and stuff, because I'm like, you can't have that down there, because our other neighbor, she would let her grandkids play in that creek. I'm like, somebody's kid's gonna fall in there and die, or some person just hiking could.
What's to say it didn't happen?
I don't know. You know, actually,
very possible.
The way you're talking, I mean, you got all this weird stuff happening around there.
Right.
I don't know.
And you know, I didn't want to be one of those Karen moms or something, but I'm like, hey, you know, this is dangerous. Of course, you know, that was that guy that was so weird, the one that fell out of the tree, you know, when he was chainsawing. So,
you know,
he was a little guy.
I'm just now learning all these new metaphors and these new terminologies. Like, all of a sudden on TV, I'm hearing this word, oh, don't be a Karen. I'm like, what the hell is that? You know?
Well,
it's kind of something that surfaced recently.
Yeah, I know. I just noticed it.
Women that are always bitching about some dumb little thing, just stupid little stuff, you know. But really wasn't. I felt like one, but I was like, no, I have to say something about this. You know?
The term didn't exist back then.
Huh?
And back then they just called you a bitch.
Yeah, that was it. I would never do it because I don't like getting smacked by women. You know what I mean? But freaking.
Nah, it's not my thing either.
So I just.
When it comes to your kids, you have to be. You're going to have to be a Karen sometimes. You got to protect them. I mean, you just can't have open wells all around your house and stuff.
It's the truth.
Well,
well, guys. I mean, you said it was a man, right? I mean, he's just sitting there. He's like, who gives a shit? You know what I mean?
Well, wife. They never had kids. I don't know why. He had a wife, and she was the strangest lady. But they never had kids, so no, I don't even think that was on there. They weren't even thinking about.
Hold on now.
He got out. Austin drop out.
You said that they had an open well, and he had a wife that was really, really strange.
Well, yeah, they were both strange. They still live out there, as far as I know. Yeah. Ugh. But
maybe kids weren't like falling into the well. Maybe they were throwing them in the well.
No, I don't think so. I don't.
Well, I'm just going off of what you're telling me about this place. You know what I mean? It's like freaking maybe the kids wouldn't fall into it. Maybe they got thrown into it. You know?
It could be. It was a strange little road.
Well, you said that they were strange people, so.
Yeah. As far as
they were creepy.
Yeah, he definitely was strange, and she was too. It's just they had some with our other neighbors too.
No, I was telling your mom that maybe it'd be a good idea to do what you said. Do like research on the region and not just on Oxford, because it does sound like it happens quite a bit in the whole area. Even outside.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Maybe I need to expand it a little bit and look for like Indian folklore surrounding that area.
There's a lot that's weird around Indian artifacts and also African artifacts.
What?
Because I told you the story about the thing that was in my office, right?
No.
Oh, okay. There was this. It was made out of this really special, unique wood. Because I worked in diversity affairs, and they moved us all over campus. So we had a lot of beautiful artifacts, but we ended up putting a lot of them like in an area where they were supposed to be held until we could get them, but we never did get into a space where we could use a lot of them. But anyway, there was this lady. She was made out of some kind of, like I said, teak wood or something, but she was topless, but it wasn't, it was very tasteful, and she was very beautiful, and we had her in the center, and then somebody else put her in their office, and she probably was only, I don't know, about 2 feet high. You just sit her on the floor. And so I ended up, she got passed around everywhere, and people came and went, and so finally this one lady left, and I took it home because nobody cared. So I took it home, and like I said, after I took her home, my husband got sick and all kinds of stuff was going bad, and I had her sitting right in the living room where he was at, when he was in hospice and stuff. So I got freaked out about her, and I took her back to my office when I went back to work, and he had passed away by then. I took her back, and I put her downstairs because this is a huge building, so there's a fireplace. So I put her over on a fireplace downstairs, not up in the center on the second floor where I was, because I didn't want her there anymore. So I left her down there. And then the building manager, he wasn't stupid. He thought it looked like an African artifact, which it did. So he was like, well, it must be diversity affairs. So the next thing I know, he brings up this statue and says, is this guy yours? And of course, my boss is like, yeah. So he put it back in our office, and we put it back over on these cabinets, office cabinets. And then one of the other ladies eventually put it in her office, and she was getting ready to retire, and she said she was going to take home. And I told her, I said, don't do it, because I think it's just, there's something off about it. If I have a picture of it, Roger, I'll send you. I think I do somewhere. And there's just something off about this whole thing with her. So anyway, she did take it home, as far as I know, and I don't know what's going on with her, really.
Well, I'll tell you what, if it's an African artifact and it's a, what is it, a statue?
Yeah, it's a lady, and she, she
if
headdress on.
If it's a statue of a half-naked woman with
a little sarong on, I mean, it was very. Yeah. I thought it was pretty unique. That's why I brought it.
That's probably voodoo, some kind of voodoo thing.
Yeah, actually, I think I put it on a Facebook group or something I was on. I said, "What do you guys think of that?" And there was a lot of people said, "Ooh, no," because I didn't say anything about it. I was just like, "What do you guys think of this piece? I think it's kind of pretty." And people were like, "Oh, I get a bad vibe from Austin." But I don't know where he went. But
he's
here.
Do you
remember?
Can you see me?
I can see it. I can see it.
Yeah.
Do you remember that piece that I brought home, though?
Yeah, I remember it.
What did you think?
It was like a...
It was beautiful.
It was beautiful, but it very well may have been like a cursed voodoo relic or something. It's very possible.
Yeah, it looked like something you would maybe get at the Bahamas, when you go those places.
It looked African or Caribbean.
More Caribbean than African, yeah. And it looked the wood was very unique. I don't know what
don't be fooled by that. What you're thinking of as like Caribbean could also be Louisiana voodoo ritual.
Somebody actually
I mean,
that.
Geographically they're in about the same area, so those cultures do kind of blend together. They're intertwined.
And Austin and Chantel had some. Where'd you guys get the mask? Was that the Bahamas or was it New Orleans when we went on?
I got the one mask in Mexico, actually, which is about the same area, Cozumel, the Caribbean.
Your wife hates him. He's got these, they're like, what do you call them, Austin? They're kind of spooky.
Tribal masks.
Yeah, tribal.
Dolls.
Hang them up and.
Oh yeah, that one mask up with horns. It's like a Caribbean-looking tribal mask with horns. Yeah, she hates that thing. I'll send you. I'll take a picture and send it to you later on. But
put it in the special room because she don't want it in the main home.
I don't blame her.
She's giving you a special room. This is your special room, Austin.
Well, got this room full of facts, and that's
No. Yeah, I've got all my cursed and haunted artifacts in that room, and she's scared to go in there.
Yeah, that's why I said that, is because I have been listening. I caught on to that. She's giving you a special room. This is your spot. This is where all the weird stuff goes.
Yeah, lock it up. I have a couple of them I got in New Orleans, I think, and they're real pretty. They're like porcelain faces, but they're kind of creepy. But
some of my grandpa's artifacts from World War II that he brought home from Borneo, New Guinea, are in there too.
He was in New Guinea.
Mm-hmm.
He was stationed. He was a Seabee. He was Seabee in the Navy during World War II, and he was stationed in Borneo and in New Guinea. He was stationed in both of those places, and he brought home some stuff from the natives that lived in those areas.
That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. New Guinea is where freaking they used to eat people, isn't it?
I think so.
One of the many places where cannibalism was practiced by indigenous peoples.
I got to thinking thinking about the statue though that I was just talking about at the, in my center where I worked. And the lady that owned it was Rhonda. Austin, you went to play at the bar that she owns now.
Yeah.
And she is having, there's like a feud going on in that town where they don't like her husband because he was the mayor. It's a small town. So there is some issues going on with them.
She was the one whose husband committed suicide too, wasn't she?
No, not her.
Ron?
Actually, that's weird that you mentioned that because she's fighting with the woman whose husband committed suicide.
My
God. Oh, I thought that was who. I thought that's who that was.
Oh.
Yeah, never mind.
No.
Oh my goodness, you two.
it's life's fucked up.
Well, it's a small town, so and they really should.
I wish it weren't, but what can I say?
See, now
yes, sometimes
that right there is just crazy because like one is got problems with freaking being with her husband used to be the mayor, and then she's arguing with the other woman whose husband committed suicide. So
her lady whose husband, yes. That's strange. Yeah.
That is pretty strange.
But it's a small town. I mean, it's real small, and there's some odd stuff going on there. Yeah, I don't know if
there's always been odd stuff going on up in College Corner. From the stories you and Dad used to tell me from when I was when you guys lived up there. So
yeah. But back to the rope.
I was going to mention too, you got to remember as well when it comes to like the heritage and all that stuff and the creepy stuff. You two live in Ohio, okay? And I don't know if you know about that, but Ohio is very, very. It's well known for like its paranormal stuff and its lore.
I didn't know that at first, but I saw it like a few nights ago. I think somebody was a truck driver or something. He said that it was really a weird place, to travel through.
This goes back hundreds of years too, though. This isn't just like getting on, the computer or watching TV about ghost stories and stuff. These are like stories that go back 200-300 years ago.
Right.
So
yeah, there's a lot of history in Ohio and a lot of old places too. But even this town, I have talked about how much history is in this town, Middletown, about like the old Sorg Mansion and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yep.
They have.
Oh, you could do several episodes about Middletown and the ghost lore around here just in and of itself.
Right.
That'd be several mystery show episodes right there.
Now, Middletown.
Maybe even a whole series in and of itself.
That Taman, Ron Taman is one of the biggest unsolved mysteries, I think. As a missing person, they never did find out what happened to him. So that's strange.
Now, Middletown, it kind of reminds me of a Stephen King like story. You know what I mean?
Oh, there's a town called
Ohio
that's even like it's right out of a Stephen King movie, isn't it, Austin? It's the old. It's just like he filmed the movie up there.
Oh, Eaton, yeah.
Ohio, it's country.
There's some creepy stuff under the surface up in that town. I'll tell you what, and stuff I never even suspected.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna. From back in my wilder days, I ain't even gonna go into that. But yeah. It's not exactly a G-rated conversation.
But you can feel it. You can feel it when you're in an area like when we went to Key West. We've been to Key West a couple times. It's just so full of history. It's just you can just tell. There's a lot of odd stuff going on, and it's another place that's supposed to be very haunted. And you could just, when you're there, you could kind of feel it in the atmosphere.
Just mountains of energy that have been laid down from all the crazy shit that's happened down through the centuries.
You
I
wanna
think
hear,
is what a lot of it is.
you want to hear the weirdest thing about Key West, though?
What?
It's the
So-
only place on this planet that has cats with thumbs.
Yeah, we saw them. We went to that who's the guy, Hemingway's house. He still has several. They've just lived there and had kittens and stuff. Remember that, Austin?
What's up with those cats?
The bipedal cats, remember? They have all those extra
thumbs.
toes.
Oh yeah.
All those, and you were there with us. You went through that tour, didn't you? Where they had the cats.
Yeah, I remember it now. You mentioned it.
There were a bunch of them. They're almost all like that. And Hemingway's house, that's one of the big things that you do there. And then there's that weird doctor. What was that one, Austin? Gosh, I think I blocked it out. That he fell in love with this woman, but she didn't like him. But she died, and he took her body and was with her body for years. What was the name of her? Marie. What was it? Gosh, I can't remember.
I forget what that guy's name is. We'd have to look it up because yeah, he took her corpse or something and was living with it for years because he was obsessed with her. And
Yeah.
he was screwed up, man.
And then there's that
He was
Robert.
probably a necrophiliac. He was.
He was. And then there was that Robert the doll. We saw that in that museum. Remember, Austin? They said don't take a picture of it or give you a curse. And
Yeah, I wouldn't. I didn't want to mess around with that thing. I'm just gonna say that.
That's in Florida.
yeah,
Yeah.
heard it, Roger. Yeah, if you ever look it up, Robert the doll. There was this guy that had this doll, and there was some weird stuff going on around that. He was doing weird stuff, and he would always blame it on the doll. So eventually, his doll ended up new because nobody wanted the creepy thing, and now it's got this whole story around it. About
Yeah, we saw that just before we walked over to the airport to take off back for home.
Yeah, we were at that maritime. There's a maritime museum, and there, so it's interesting. But I think Oxford kind of has that feel too. Although now, like I said, there's so much, there's so many new buildings and stuff in Oxford. It kind of feels different. But there's still that.
Tearing buildings down doesn't get rid of the problem, though, right?
No, I think it might make it worse.
It stirs up energy that's dormant sometimes.
And that Miami University is now, they're like $38 million in debt. So they're really struggling. And a lot of higher ed is now because they've just mismanaged things and people can't afford to go to college now. But that's not good.
No.
30, and they cut out 18 majors, which they're not going to have anymore. I mean, they're having a lot of issues now financially, but they keep building these big buildings.
Serves them right.
They're not being sponsored by MK Ultra anymore.
Yeah.
COVID funding being pulled, but they didn't get that much funding from COVID stuff, did they? That's weird.
Not really. Actually lost money during that time because people weren't going up there and stuff. So I don't know what the hell they're talking. They're always talking out both sides of their ass and lying. That's just university administration bullshit.
Yeah.
What that fucking shit is. Yeah.
It kind of goes to show, what people will do for money, though. Like, they're so desperate that they're willing to lie, and you gotta take that into consideration, especially when the government during that time period was just handing out free money.
Right.
Free money that we're paying back now with interest in the form of higher taxes and inflation.
And hell.
Yeah,
Well, I think higher ed there's a big, in the next 5 to 10 years, I mean, everybody's going to tech school. Nobody can afford these stupid big loans. And I think, you're going to see there's a lot of them that are just going under right now. There was just there was a pretty, it's pretty prestigious that it's been around for 100 years. What was it? I can't remember the name of it now, but it's shut down. Yeah. So you're going to see more of that, I guess.
My big question is where are all of these ghost colleges other than Oxford? You know what I mean? Because like whenever we were talking about that, that's the one thing I thought of. It's like, how many colleges are there in this country where people think that it's haunted?
Oh, well, Ohio University is a big one because it's the oldest one, I think, in the whole United States. But I know in the state of Ohio.
I mean, haunted, though.
Yeah,
well,
it's
actually, it's supposed to be haunted, too. You're right.
right. And then,
Ohio University is real big about that. And then I think.
We'll go on, Austin.
Oh. I think. I want to say William and Mary might have a lot of ghost stories and stuff because they're really, really old.
Yeah, that's a real old. And even UC, there was a couple ghost stories there. Actually, it was really weird. Chantel, my daughter, moved into a dorm, and it wasn't. Gosh, I think about a month after she moved in, I was reading in a book that there was a. I forget the first hall she lived in. Do you remember the name, Austin? Gosh, I can't remember, but the first hall her freshman dorm, they said there was a custodial worker ghost there. And I told her, I said, of course you moved into this hall, it's supposed to be haunted. And she never saw it, but I told her, I said, yeah, there's a story about how a lot of people have seen him down there. So, yeah. And Cincinnati's kind of an interesting little town, too, because there's a lot of history down there, old breweries and things like that.
Well, we shouldn't be talking about Cincinnati, though. Come on. Seriously.
Why? Well, yeah, it's supposed to be one of the most dangerous cities to live in.
No, it's just like nothing good has come out of Cincinnati after WKRP. That was the last good thing that ever came out of Cincinnati, Ohio.
Cincinnati's a cesspool of human creation. I mean, it's been ran into the ground.
Yeah.
Her dogs. What, Shipper?
They've got
hold on, I'm gonna get.
My cat's meowing at the door too now.
No.
Oh, your cat's meowing. You got a cat meowing at your door, Roger?
Yeah. Freaking her. She has a dog barking and the cat's meowing back here.
That's weird.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
That's weird.
That's weird. They're doing that at the same time.
Started it at the same time. Okay. I got her. I think she'll be okay. Yeah. So, I did get the rat tape off of the dog. Did I tell you that, Austin? What happened?
No.
I did. Are you there, Austin?
Here. I'm here.
Chantel said, "Don't let Arthur, that dog, the one they rescued, just got some issues." She said, "Don't let him down the basement." But I went down there, and he got down there, and he got into this. Dave has that, those pieces of paper that mice step on, and they just die in it. What do you call it? Mouse tape.
Oh yeah.
Oh god. Yeah.
Yeah. So
they get
his butt. Well, I thought he just had a paper on his butt, so I tried to rip it off, and then he started screaming. I was like, "This is stuck. What's going on?" So then, I realized it was this mice tape, but it's not toxic. But he was walking around, and you know how he's kind of reactive, so I couldn't pull it off, and it was stuck in his hair. So I had to get a pair of scissors and just kind of cut around it when he would be lying down, and I finally got it all off. But his hair is all kind of messed up in the back.
I told her, she told me that in chat, and I was like, I don't think I even know how to answer that or make a comment on that.
Me either.
I didn't know if I wanted to respond to it because, just the thought of her having to run around peeling sticky stuff off the back of a dog's butt is just like, oh my god, dude.
Well, it wasn't on his direct butt, on his his hip, close to his tail. And then he was rolling around and being all happy and making it stick even harder. I don't like those kind of traps. I think they're inhumane, but
did it hurt him at all?
No, it didn't hurt him, and they're not toxic. And I just, it just stuck to his hair, so I could cut his hair off, and then it finally came off.
I was thinking more like wax paper and freaking tearing it off the skin. You know what I mean? Like
Well,
whenever.
it's kind of like that. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? They're little pads,
Uh-huh.
probably about the size of an iPad, and you put them down, and poor little mice and stuff get in them, and they can't move. It's sticky tape,
Yeah.
sticky. Uh, I don't know. I'm gonna tell Dave. He should. I don't know. There's no really humane way to kill mice, but I don't know. I feel like at least poison is a lot quicker. They won't sit and suffer, but who
Well,
knows?
just to let you know too, like with mice and rats and stuff, you have to kill them. Don't ever get the idea that you can be humane and let them go, because if they were born and raised in your house, they will always return to your house.
Yeah, when we lived in the farmhouse, it was in the middle of a cornfield, and literally in the fall, when it started to get cold, they would be like the first year we lived there. They were running. There was mice running through our living room, and I was like freaking out, and my husband was like, "Oh, So he put, and I hate to do it because I love animals, but we always had to put mice poison in our basement. And he's like, well, if they go in the basement, they'll get it, and they probably die pretty quick. So, but if we didn't have that mice poison, they basically taken over the house. And cats catch them, but not quick enough. So yeah.
They breed too fast.
Yeah.
That's why they can't. The only thing you can do is put out traps and poison.
Right.
I mean, because they can. There's plenty of other places they can live, just not my house, because they'll take it over.
And they get in your car, or they'll get in your furniture, and they'll chew up wires. They're real dangerous too.
They'll get into everything.
So, I don't know why they all started barking and meowing at the same time, though.
My cat has been acting weird like that though. Like he actually came in the front door to eat a little bit of food, and then ran to the back door and decided it was time to go outside. So that's all he wanted to do, is come in to eat a little bit of food and then go.
Is he older?
No, that's the sad thing. He's only like 2 years old.
Oh.
He's just a pain in the butt.
Cats are manipulators. They're very spoiled, so
I've never spoiled that cat ever. I don't
no.
I don't understand why he even acts that way. My sister said the same thing, like, you spoiled him. I'm like, dude, I've never freaking spoiled that cat. That cat is a mouser. I make it a point, if freaking he's not gonna be a fat cat laying around the house being lazy. Okay, he's gonna catch mice, and he's gonna go. And he's gonna have a purpose in life, is what it's gonna be,
Yeah.
Good way to look at it.
Freaking, he turns around. He can come and go in and out of the house anytime he wants. He's never pooped on the floor. Freaking
Wow.
Don't need a litter box. Just when he wants to go outside, I open the door, he goes out.
Yeah, they're kind of independent. They're nice. And you know the paranormal thing about cats, don't you? Have you always heard that if they're in nursing homes and stuff, they know when people are going to die? And I think that's true, because my father was sick in the nursing home, and the night we went to see him, they had a cat that was in there, and that cat came into his room, and the nurses said that's what that cat always did. And so my dad passed away. I think he passed away a couple of days later, or the next day. Yeah. So that's kind of eerie. They're weird animals.
Yeah, that cat was always around other people before they passed away there. Back when we were going to visit a lot.
They're supposed to be familiars too. They're considered to be familiars.
What's that? Familiars.
Familiars is like a witch's assistant.
Oh yeah, I know. People do kind of equate them with paranormal. Yeah.
And no, I'm not saying that like witches are paranormal.
Well, like the darker stuff, I guess. I don't know, but yeah,
And
yeah,
familiars is like just basically like a animal guide kind of thing. You know what I mean? Your animal guide.
yeah,
Animal spirit guide.
Yeah.
yeah. Of course, dogs know a lot too. Dogs, they can tell when people have cancer.
Oh, my.
Starting to find out a lot. Yeah.
Oh yeah, my buddy Wilbur, man, he's scary sharp.
He is. He's smart. He's a smart dog. He can open doors. Yeah.
I have to get a video of that, him doing that sometime to send to Roger. Wilbur opening a door.
You almost lost him doing that, so. Yeah.
Train your dog to go open the door to your refrigerator and get stuff for you.
Yeah,
I should do that.
Yeah, they get them to beer and stuff. They know how to do it.
Now that actually was a trained dog off of what was that? Lethal Weapon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Huh.
Mel Gibson, he had that dog that would go get him a beer.
Right.
Remember that?
Yeah. Right.
Kept getting mad at him because the dog would get drunk and shit on the carpet.
Wilbur likes alcohol. If I'm sitting around drinking wine or I'm having a beer or whatever, or me and my wife are sitting around drinking, he'll try to drink. He'll try to get into our glasses of stuff.
Not good for
I don't know where he gets that from.
He gets that because he sees that you're like having a good time, and that's how he equates having a good time. And, like
That could be.
Whenever I was real bad on drugs, I had a dog. His name was Bear, and he was a white chow. And he'd see me doing meth and shit all the time, so he'd go in the kitchen and fucking tear open the coffee creamer and sniff it.
Really?
Yeah, because that's
He
how
thought it was.
He
was wanting to party with you.
Yeah, he was wanting to do what I did. I finally had to stop doing freaking meth and shit, so finally.
Well, yeah,
I'm glad you did.
Stop doing.
When your dog's still in your freaking coffee creamer and trying to sniff it, and you know he's addicted to freaking something, you know.
I remember one night years ago, I was getting out a plate and cutting some Coke lines on it, and our dog Soleil got scared and went and hid, because I guess she
came from. She was a rescue dog.
So I think she came from an abusive home where she saw people doing drugs and stuff, and then they get violent.
Yep.
Because I think they remember more than we think.
Yeah, well, we used to, like, if you would say a real bad cuss words, like the F word or something, she would go and just put her head against the wall like she was hiding. Like, I guess she thought if she couldn't see herself, that you couldn't see her. Yeah, so you just kind of have to watch what you said around her. Yeah, she was kind of sensitive that way, but...
I've actually gotten into arguments with people over animals because I personally think people sell animals short. Like they want to try to make it out like we're just so superior to animals because we're humans, and I just don't agree with them. I mean,
I don't.
You know, like intellectually maybe we can build our own tools or have our own tools and stuff like that, but like when it comes to freaking like our physical being, you know what I mean? Dogs, animals period, have freaking a better physique than we do, and everybody turns around and says, oh, we have the perfect freaking physique. The human does. No, we don't. We're very flawed physically.
Yeah.
We're weak. We're very weak in comparison to a lot of animals. Mm-hmm. We use more of our minds than we do physical strength.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
To do stuff.
I grew up with I had a pony and a horse, and the ponies he was wicked smart. And there wasn't nothing I couldn't teach him to do. And he was so in tune with me. because I was little and had him, and he was just, I've never seen an animal that's quite as smart as the horse. Well, ponies especially. They say mules are. I've never had mules or donkeys, but yeah, they're eerie. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's amazing. But and they use horses and stuff for people that have anxiety and things like that.
Yeah, I'm starting to use them for people with mental illnesses and stuff too.
Yeah. So, but anyway, back to our road. I don't know what was going on out there at that road. It's kind of strange. I can't hear you.
You can't hear me.
I can barely hear you.
You're real tinny.
He went out.
I'll just say what I'm gonna say. I was. What, Roger?
I can hear you.
Huh?
You can hear me. If you can't hear me, I'll just have him tell me what I said.
You're coming back in now.
Say something.
I was just going to ask you if you talked about any other cursed roads in our area or not yet.
We had talked to. I think we talked to Roger one other time about the light. Or we on the show we talked about that light, that ghost light outside of Oxford, on Oxford, Milford, and what's the name of the other road?
I forget what that's called. There was other stuff that happened down that road too. I didn't know. I just didn't know if you'd mentioned it or not.
No, I hadn't mentioned that. Yeah, there's that ghost light outside of Oxford. I mean, you can look that up. That's been on some shows, I think. It's on that one show where they try to prove it. Like, is it true or not? But they really couldn't figure out, any whether it was. They sometimes they'll figure out what something is, but they couldn't figure out what that was.
Well, it's like I said, that story kind of reminds me of one of them that was on Unsolved Mysteries too, where they were talking about it, but it was a train. It was on a train.
Yeah, I think that's that. Is that one for Lincoln? Lincoln, is that the one where?
It's where you go down this certain track and there's a light, a ball of light that'll freaking come up out of nowhere and just follow you.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff out around that area. It seems like, but I'm trying to think of some other roads. Oh, we actually. This is kind of creepy, but I don't know that it's actually supernatural or anything. US 27, it was actually in Reader's Digest, I think. It was one of the most dangerous highways in the United States. And at one time, they put a bunch of crosses up on 27 as you're going into this town called Hamilton, or McGonigal and Hamilton. For all the people that had died, and it was creepy. It was just like crosses all along the whole thing, and it's still a pretty bad road. It's one of the main roads that comes into Miami University. Very old and just not up to date, and just 2-lane highway, but it's awful. So yeah, that's kind of creepy. So,
I'm telling you, man, freaking Oxford is just the capital of creepy, to be honest with you. Like,
right.
just the,
yeah.
Well, actually, it was would be your Austin was killed on that road, wasn't he? When he passed there, he was going between two bars. There's two at the time. There was two bars there. People would walk from one across and across the highway to the other. And he was it was my mom's brother, and he was crossing that road and he got hit and killed, and he was pretty young.
Yeah, he was only 27 or something.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, 27. So it's kind of a creepy road too. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, and that was kind of weird. You know, sometimes there's strange things that happen in a family over and over. Like my mom's brother was killed in a car wreck, and then her sister, I don't know if they were out wandering around on roads or what, but her sister was hit twice by cars and broke her leg and tore her leg all up and had some severe injuries. And there was 2 separate incidents, I think, where her sister was hit by cars. I'm like, what did you people do? Just run around on the road or something, you know?
I know a family who always gets killed by trains.
It's strange. Sometimes there's like that happen.
Trains. I'm talking about like they die on train tracks.
Wow.
They get well, the family isn't really all that smart. They have mental issues like retardation and stuff, and then on top of it, they freaking like to get drunk. Walk home from the bar, and they fall asleep on the railroad.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm not lying to you. These people do it. I mean, and it's not like one generation. Like I can tell you, people that were grandparents, and then freaking fathers and mothers, and then younger ones. Their name is Blair. Ricky Blair is the one that was like my generation. And,
go on. I'm sorry.
And what they do is they freaking go to these bars, they get drunk, and they always go and fall asleep on a railroad track.
That's not a good combination.
No, it's not.
You know the story about Lincoln, don't you? 'Cause, Robert Todd Lincoln was on a train platform, and he was falling, and this person rescued him, and it turned out to be John Wilkes Booth's brother. John Wilkes Booth was the man that killed his father, and that's always a strange trivia fact about that whole incident. You know,
that was Ed rescued Robert Todd Lincoln from getting hit by that train like few months, like 6 or 7 months before John Wilkes Booth assassinated Abraham Lincoln. So
yeah. So the brother saves the son, but his brother kills the dad. So it is always so odd to me, that whole thing there.
You want to hear something even weirder?
Yeah.
Al Capone was a freaking crime lord, right?
Yeah.
His brother was freaking sheriff in Kansas City at the same time.
Really?
Yep.
That's weird.
He's a Kansas City freaking sheriff.
Wow. Yeah. That's weird.
yeah,
Huh.
so the world of law enforcement and criminals are so interrelated.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. But it shows too how we're interconnected somehow. It's kind of weird. All of us, you know, in some ways it's strange. It's odd how sometimes we'll have a tie to somebody like that. It's got to be more than coincidental, I would think.
Yeah. I don't think anything. Well, it's like last week when we were talking about what was it? I'm forgetting names now. Synchronicity. Somebody put a comment in your comment section, say they don't believe in coincidences, and I agree with them, you know, on it, because there's just, I mean, there's too many things that are being blamed on coincidence.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Absolutely.
So.
Huh? Are you you're fading in and out, Austin?
No. Well, it's 1 hour and 3 minutes. You want to call it quits because Austin's over there cracking in and out and everything.
I don't know.
He's
but back to synchronicities, and we'll wrap it up. You know, you see it in history, something like that with the Robert Todd Lincoln thing, and there's some other stuff that's weird. Like on the Titanic, there's a few stories that were very bizarre.
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go check that last video out too, because there's a lot of good stuff on there that we were talking about. I think we should talk about too again. So.
But the what video was that?
The last episode we did.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Technology, technology and the paranormal.
Yeah.
I mean, we always try to keep it divided up into topics when we do these, but sometimes the topics and the things with the stories we tell, those also branch out into topics in and of themselves, because all these concepts and the paranormal, you know, they're so interrelated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting what Roger was talking about, that the stuff with the university. That was really weird. I've never really heard of that Ultra thing.
Oh yeah,
MK Ultra.
Or MK, yeah, that's very interesting. I need to look up, kind of delve into that a little bit more.
It was the doctor that was in charge of that mental hospital. Check him
out. Yeah. Okay, well, if you guys want me to wrap it up, unless you guys have anything else to add, or Austin, do you? Is anybody getting?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well, it's been wonderful. So we'll talk later. Bye now.
Bye-bye.